fellow gamers. I'm GloryHoundd. This is DrGloryHogg, and we're with...
I'm a Quackalope. Is that how I'm supposed to do that?
It is. You're right.
Okay, great.
We're with...
Oh, Jesse Anderson. I am a Quackalope.
And this is the finals for the Super Fantasy Brawl Tournament, the first ever Super Fantasy Brawl Tournament. We are down to 8 class players. Like, this is it. I have their names right here. We have Daniel, Phil, Fabrice. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Apologies. Poussin, Remi, Carbonne, Nicolas, Demilly, Charles, Nollet, Antoine de Bruyne, and Marc, Alexandre, and Maxime, Heymans. Hopefully I got all of your names correct, but congratulations for making it this far, everyone.
She did not.
Well, she completely missed mine, so, I mean, whatever.
She definitely did not get those names right.
That's exactly why I always point, because if I'm not going to mess it up, nobody's going to mess up their own name. So I'm like, and you do your thing.
I will confidently mess up my own name. You're wrong about that.
She was looking for Jan, and then she saw you. She was like, and we have...
Listen. For anyone watching, last week we had an upgrade. Today we're stepping it down another notch. I mean, significantly more handsome, charming, and analytical than me, but I'm more stubborn, and I wanted to be here for the final, showdown. So, he's at home watching instead of joining in.
I'm just going to say, I got a shoulder rub from Jan when we were doing this last time, so I don't know how you're going to up that. Like, just saying.
And hello to our chat today. We have Frederik in chat and the Charity Board Gamer. How are you all doing? So we are very interactive with our chat. So if you have any questions, comments, or want to talk about the tournament that we're going to be looking at, go ahead and let us know there, and we're going to chat with you. We're here to chat with all of you today. So
now, the Charity Board Gamer said, hello, amazing people. And I'm just going to give him a 1-2. No, you, sir, aren't amazing people. How dare you accuse me of being such?
They are
I think
amazing.
He was talking to me, so it's okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm everyone, including the Charity Board Gamer.
Yeah.
So we've seen, I'm kind of sorry that you missed last week, just in the fact of we saw some really amazing plays from last week.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, we were watching one where it was just it was like 3, 2, 1, and okay, that's 3 trophies. All right, yeah, that's the thing. You can do that apparently. Like bringing up all kinds of situations.
I was in the chat room from time to time popping in. You all were doing a fantastic job. I was it looked like there were some really, really good games last week.
Absolutely. Whenever those traps went down in different areas where the traps usually don't go, I was like, wait a second, I hadn't even thought about that before. Like, that's a fantastic play right there.
Yeah, I think it was Thagor was the one who did it. And it was just like, right off the bat, ran at all the traps, set off 2 of them, put himself in a position to get a trophy as soon as that one was eligible to score, and then put a trap on his opponent's side and just like blocked his opponent off. And I was like,
you were like,
oh, okay.
That's kind of awesome.
Right?
Yeah. It's really aggressive, and I really like that idea.
Yes, me too. Oh, trust me, I'm thinking about it whenever we do our playoff. I'm like, that was sweet. Watch, we'll all do it. Okay, now we have 4 traps everywhere.
And now we're all stubbornly staring at each other, like standing on traps.
Right?
Around the board.
What do we do now?
So let's see here. Jesse says, you are a beautiful, or Charity Board Gamer says, Jesse, you are a beautiful person, my friend, Frederik.
Nope, it's a lie. He's a liar.
Ooh, we got ourselves an international superstar, Derek Funkhauser. Look at that. He took a break from saving the world to say hello.
Quack, quack from Derek.
Quack.
We're a big fan of you, buddy.
He's just saying hi to you, though. Just you. He's like, hey, Jesse. I want to be very
quack,
clear.
Quack is a universal language of love. I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just tweeted out. I'm going to do a Facebook post as well.
And thank you so much, J-Mac, for that. I appreciate that.
The Here to Slay video?
Yeah, the Here to Slay video was super fun. It's a super cute game. So Frederik asks, before we start, your favorite 3-person team and why? Jesse, do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, favorite 3. I mean, listen. From the very beginning, I've been a fan of Gwen. I have not moved off of her as a cornerstone of my strategy. I like the reach. I like the ability to do some damage from far away. Outside of that, I got to be honest, I'm still, even though I built a strategy guide, I am still playing off of who I think looks the coolest together and what narrative choices I can build.
You can't play off of who looks the coolest the entire time.
It's not the right way to play, but it is still how I'm approaching the game. If I'm going to choose a strategy style, though, as opposed to like a few different characters, right now I'm entertaining the idea of being really able to move a lot. I've done some heavy hitters, I've done some positioning, but I really like mobility in this game, and so I haven't found a perfect deck yet, but I am looking at my little sheet over here and looking for things that have a lot of movement abilities.
Okay. I think my top three, as far as if I was playing in this tournament, would definitely be Marouche. I think his name is
Okay.
I was calling him wrong last week and I got called out on it. So I looked it up and I believe that's how you say it. I'm probably still saying it wrong, but I did look it up and I tried. Yes.
You liked him from the very start.
I did. I love this character so much because I love the aspect of being bloodied, going in there, and then having support characters try to heal them, but just like cranking him out, having him die, but doing damage and kind of maneuvering the board and having them as like a focal point to distract all the other players while I go around with Sulka and Nevermore. Nevermore is my third favorite on that, as well as my group together, because those two support characters are very, very maneuverable. And they help each other out in battle. You know, Nevermore will bring a character to them, which is perfect, especially if you're trying to spread your characters out across the board. And then all of a sudden, like, say the blue or the yellow area comes up and you have Nevermore there, you can immediately teleport somebody over there and hopefully take that. So that is my favorite.
I just spent way too long learning how to spell tournament. I'm trying to put a Facebook post out to people here and have fun, but man, tournament, hard word.
So I'm actually looking at, so we actually have one of our matchups is already kind of getting started, right? So we've got Fag, which is the one who was a super aggressive player last week, if I remember correctly. And we're looking at Maxine's side, which is Meeex. And Meeex is looking like they're looking at Lorelei potentially. You've got Kilgore. You got the big burly pirate. I know Jesse likes him, Goldar. And then you got the bird, Aket, I think is his name. And on the other side, as I scroll so majestically over here, okay, there we go. We got Kilgar, Sulka, Corvash, Goldar, and Zhao. Su Zhao, I believe is how you say it. And I expect the left side. The left side looks exactly like the characters we keep seeing over and over again. We keep seeing Sulka, we keep seeing Goldar, Su Zhao, Kilgore. Like, those are the people. Like, I picked out the 6 that I think we're going to see today, which I think we're going to see Corvash, Maurus, Goldar, Dugrun, Su Zhao, and Sulka. I feel like those we're going to see represented the most.
Yeah.
Because that Sulka Dugrun like combo was like a thing that we saw multiple times last week.
Go ahead, Jesse.
So Sulka's going to be control, support plus weakening. So she's going to be a great addition to a team. We've seen Goldar pulled in. Goldar focuses on draw strength and then also has the ability to pull people forward and surprise people, get people into uncomfortable positions. It's not surprising. I was talking with the Mythic Games team, and they basically lined up with exactly what you were saying. There are a few characters that they're seeing build on almost every team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, we're starting to see that meta, especially now in the top 8. You're going to see a lot of characters that are just played over and over because they're really good and they work really, really well together. And I'm happy to see my Sulka in there because I really like Sulka a lot.
Yeah, I'm just curious if he's going to go for Zhao or if he's going to go for Kilgore against
You know what? I'm going to have to
one.
play a Sulka Nevermore Su Zhao game because I have not had a chance to go ahead and play with Su Zhao before. But since Su Zhao is getting so much play in this tournament, I'm like, I'm obviously missing out on some super awesome mechanics here because Frederik is telling me right now what the upgraded side is stupid for Marouche. So I love the bloody portion of it though. It's like whenever
attacking lifesteal.
Yeah, so then you can balance your character. You know, he's getting life while also taking away stuff, and hopefully staying in that bloodied area is where he gets the most damage. You're going to get extra damage and extra dashes and stuff like that. You're going to get extra powers whenever he's bloodied. So that's why I like that so much.
I don't. To me, that sounds fun. I sort of want to get a game to the table where I'm playing with none of the standard characters against a full standard team, right? Just so I can dominate my friends and then make fun of them.
Oh, so sad. Like, I just want to embarrass
I
everyone.
do feel like I've got a new perspective on characters based off of this, though, because like my favorite character, which I've said before, has been Taze, and has not been represented at all in this tournament that I've seen. Now,
Like
we haven't seen
literally,
every single run, but just literally does not get picked, and I'm like,
not once. Like from
Yeah,
the very
not once that we've
single
seen.
round, I think we saw one battle at the top, like 30 something people, where there was 2 Tazes on the board, and that was the last time we saw them. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. And
I think
just
so.
After that, just not around.
Mhm.
Poor guy has not made the cut. It looks like what we've got here, which is interesting. This is a pretty non-standard team. So on the left side here with Tag,
no Taze.
yeah, team no Taze. So if you look on the left, though, this is a pretty typical team that we've seen. This combination, these three characters, we've seen this a lot. If you look on the right, though, this we have not seen as much. We have seen Aket, but not, or Ahmet, or however you would say
I
his
think
name.
it's Aket.
Now,
Yeah.
did
But not
you
as
all
much. So
see
Lorelai
Aket
has not
come
shown
in?
up, really.
You
What's that?
all saw Aket come in last on the last round
Yes.
because Aket was a missing factor in the very first cycle of this.
He showed up like 2 or 3 times last week.
Absolutely, yeah. So we've seen him a couple times last week, especially with that swoop ability, got the maneuverability in there. Like, I'm interested to see how well this matchup is going to do, honestly. Like, because we do have our team that is like the meta at this point, and then this other team that we just haven't seen this combination come up when we've been viewing stuff.
What I will say about it is, although there seems to be like a meta, it's still 6 characters, right? So when I set out the characters I thought we would see today, I still put out 6 characters. It wasn't like, here's the 2, and then it's going to be a whatever for the 3rd. There is still 6, so it is pretty interesting.
We also have a Lorelai lover here. Lorelai is awesome.
See, and I always play
Thank you
Taze
so
and Lorelai
much.
every single time. Like, I've only played with those 2, and then I've subbed out the 3rd person once or twice.
So Sam says he's right. Taze has almost completely been neglected, which, yeah, we just haven't seen him at all. So that's
He's
really
a
interesting.
Centaur. Do people not? He's like
People
the best parts of horse and the best parts of man. I don't. It just seems like that's a win, right? It's like if you were to take like some kind of horned animal and you mix it with a lovable animal like a duck. It just seems like peanut butter and chocolate, baby.
You almost can't go wrong. It's like a porcupine mixed with an avocado. You're not gonna ever turn that away.
Well, a duck's greatest weakness was always its head, but if you put some antlers up there, bam! Now it's the strength.
Bingo.
Now it's the
Now
strength.
it can headbutt anything with damage.
Just telling you. I'm just saying. He shored up your greatest weakness with those horns.
Oh my
So
goodness.
Sam, I believe, is thanking both of you and Jan last week for running this and doing great. I assume he hasn't had enough time to judge the quality of my work yet.
He said that he's purposely not tuned in while you've been talking. He's got a selective mute set up. It's very interesting. So what somebody mentioned here is that on the left side, they have 2 red reactions. So that means red has a lot of really good attacks too. So if you're always saving that, if you're always using your red for your reactions, then it doesn't really leave you any time to do the red actions on your turn to do damage. And I personally like having a reaction, but my favorite thing to do is to line up a character and just boom, red, yellow, blue, and just take them out with like 3 cards.
That's one of the most interesting things that I learned when I was digging into the strategy guide that we posted last week. The fact that by checking your reactions and understanding how you're going to be able to engage and respond with this board state, it's something that had never crossed my mind before this tournament, but it totally makes sense. And you're absolutely right. Having 2 red reactions could put you at a weakened state either for defense or attack. You're going to be making that hard choice throughout the course of the game. It's not necessarily a choice you want to be making.
Yeah, it is tough. I will say that when we talked about this really early on the very first time, I always liked Lorelai specifically because she can plan and she can heal. And so being able to plan and make sure you have that reaction when you're in a vulnerable state or you're about to score a trophy, I think is really important. And I'm wondering to see if that's going to really play off for our yellow player over here, because Thag was super aggressive last time, and we'll see how that kind of goes this time.
Who's our yellow player there?
The yellow player is Meeeex.
Meeeex.
Yeah,
okay,
Meeeex
so
there.
Maxime, Heymans.
Yes. And let's take a look at what the actual, like, what can they score right now?
Thag is Marc Alexandre.
So they could score right now creation area. If somebody was there for it, they could score creation area. And
positioning himself up in that top area, so he might be going for that quickly.
And then the next one is going to be red, the destruction area.
Okay.
Those are really good ones to have out early.
You're just gonna get a lot of conflict early on. You're gonna be rushing towards the center.
Well, last week we had seen a lot of those beginning ones come up that were like take over the other person's starting area and stuff like that, where you had one person each starting area. I'm like, oh man, if that's your first like trophy goal, like to go after and everything, that's terrible because getting across the board in the amount of time that you need to get across the board, also having the other player out of that area is just very, very slim. But we saw it happen.
What's nice too is both players are 3 spaces away from getting a character into the yellow. Yep. Right? So you can't do that with a basic movement. You're going to have to use a card to get there. It's very possible, though. There's a lot of characters that can move 3.
Or you can just take your chances and run through those traps, though, too, you know?
That's always an option.
I didn't mention Jam's contributions on purpose, says Sam. Just kidding. Right. Yeah, I know.
But right before that, it said Jan's commentary was top-notch. He's got a knack for that. You're absolutely right. He's perfect. Yeah, why do you think I added to the team?
Bravo. Good job, right? Good job.
I know. Good on me. Good on me. And I think I get credit for all decisions that are like all the success that he has.
Well, absolutely, right?
I mean, right? Yeah, I think that's how that works.
You know, I just realized now after, like, I've known her since like maybe like what, 97, 98. I just realized this whole time I thought, man, I married up, but I just realized she just added really like a lot of sex appeal to her team.
That's right. That's what it was.
True. I thought I picked her, but I'm pretty sure she picked me.
Yeah, definitely. I picked you for all the sex appeal up in here, and then the board games, of course, you know?
She didn't even know then, but I was going to bring some hot and heavy board game heat.
That's right.
Because we can even play board games then.
Listen, I am a proud subscriber and supporter of your calendar. So, I mean,
that's true.
I've got it hanging up.
You're the only one. I mean, I've sold it to you and my mom, and that's it. I don't know what's going on with that, but hey, she's here to support me.
Sales are down just a little.
Sales are very much down.
So Lorelai's reactions are good, as well as her upgraded side is insane.
Yeah.
What is her upgraded side on that?
So she lets you, during your upkeep phase, draw 2 additional cards.
Oh.
So it's just straight up like, oh, cool, you're going to be playing with 2 extra cards. That's huge.
That is really,
huge
really
for
good.
Synergies.
That is really good.
Plus she has 2 armor, just straight up. So she's really weak, but you have to make sure you're doing more than 2 damage to her. Otherwise, she's just looking at you like you're dumb.
It's true. Getting through Lorelai's defenses, you almost tend to ignore her a little bit just because you're like, she has 2 damage. Like,
it's surprising how frustrating a single shield or 2 can be.
Yes.
It really is. It's like a very minute little thing. But whenever you're trying to do damage, I mean, most of your damage cards don't go above that 2 damage. You have to have like some sort of plus bonus or a character that's really strong, or maybe like there's maybe 1 card out of that deck that has a 3 or plus damage.
So like you speculated here, pushing straight up and utilizing an additional card to do so and moving directly up there into that yellow zone.
Because now he's got 2 in there and you've got to push him out, putting you on your back foot. There's really only like the 2 characters that start off with 2 armor also. Yeah, it's just DrGloryHogg and Lorelai. That's it. So I wonder those 2 together, if they would be good because they'd both be kind of tanky and they give your opponent less options, or would they always just focus on your 3rd player and just burn that player down all the time?
I don't know. That's a good question on that. I don't know. I'm not for sure. I haven't played with Lorelai either.
Well, I've always played with Lorelai.
Right.
She's always been on my team.
That's one of the things is when we're playing with Super Fantasy Brawl, there's probably half the characters I haven't played with just because those are the half that the doctor plays with.
I was thinking about that about Maroos, because you're talking about Maroos and Sulka, and I'm like, those 2 you've always had on your side.
I've always played with them, so you've just never gotten a chance to actually play with them.
I've always been the forces of nature, and she's always brought the darkness.
Well...
You know, when you watch stuff like Fern Gully and stuff, yeah, she's the man that's bringing the blight to the forest, and I'm over here trying to revitalize the rainforest.
Wow. A Fern Gully reference. Thanks.
That's a deep dive, everyone.
That is a deep dive.
That's a deep, yep, everyone's here for that Fern Gully. Are you even old enough to know about Fern Gully, Jesse?
I have no idea what Fern Gully is.
Oh, no, we've been dated.
Yikes. You played it off well, though.
Granted, I grew like the first 15 years of my life was just in like Kentucky, North Carolina, where I didn't even watch TV. So, you know.
Do they have TV in Kentucky now? Like, has it finally arrived, or?
We just did recently.
Nice. I'm proud of you. We have color TVs here.
Oh.
So Sam says Lorelai is susceptible to dealt damage, though.
Yes.
She's really squishy if you aren't careful. Absolutely, very delicate if you're able to get past.
Which is why
that
shield probably gets a little bit more play, because he still has 7 health. He's not at 4 health. That's a pretty vast difference.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's one of those things, like, if Lorelai has any sort of damage at all, honor, I immediately go after her,
Did you
no
see
matter
that swoop?
Yeah,
Ketchup
pulled
swooped right up
did
in
it go
there.
through all of them?
pulled
Yeah.
out, swooped in,
Meeex
and
has
then,
control.
wow.
Yeah, now Meeex has control of that area. That happened pretty quickly.
I love that soup ability so much. It's just one of my favorite abilities because I just love catching players whenever they line all their characters up and being like, swoop right through everyone.
Yeah, that was a nice sequence. I honestly wasn't expecting them to be able to like reposition in there.
So see what we're moving now. What's our new trophy going to be? Yeah, because they definitely changed it. Now they're Thag is on the backside. Have a champion in each deployment area.
Ooh. See, the deployment areas are kind of cleared out, right?
Now, do you think they hold back in order to try to like position for that? Do they leave one character kind of on their back foot? Or because I typically just ignore those unless it like a advantageous moment opens up for me.
Yeah, those ones are tough. I try to save those for when I'm already, because like the next one up to is red. So I would be positioning myself in red right now, thinking I've got to try to control yellow, and as a backup, put myself in red, trying to kill the players in yellow potentially. So that way, if I can stop yellow from scoring, I'm already in red, and I can score those 2 trophies or whatnot.
Well, nobody's in red though either. Like, is it worth putting one person over there just to create some like, I don't know, like
just adding pressure to the board?
Yeah, and like choices, where, okay, now they have to split their forces now, especially if you have control of a certain area. Do you put somebody over in that red just to try to lead them away or have them use other spells and stuff to try to get you out of there? So hopefully you can overtake that yellow area. Like, there's a lot of options that you could do with that. What sort of cards do we have coming out?
Yeah, I'm looking to see what's going to be played next. So it looks like we are playing Hearties. Draw 1. All those allies gain extra attack and movement until
and
the end
extra
of turn.
movement.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what's our next one here? Challenge. Pull.
Pull
So
one on that.
Pulling, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so trying to maneuver them around the board.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And which card is in our
Looks like, oh, look, there we go. We've just swapped places again. And now Thag has control. Yeah, because Thag has Goldar in there, and then they pulled out, and then they moved Sal in there. The Jade Tiger.
Yeah, they're not very interested or focusing on any of the other objectives at the moment. Both of them have left. Who's that big guy that they're leaving sitting in there?
Kilgore.
Mm-hmm.
So both of them have just left Kilgore sitting kind of back.
Yeah, the Ravager is just like sitting on his bum.
So, Frank, this is Super Fantasy Brawl, and this is Super Fantasy Brawl Tournament from Mythic Games. Super Fantasy Brawl is a miniature-style game here where you're going to be... Oh, hold on. Apologies. Super Fantasy Brawl is a miniature-style game, a miniature skirmish-style game as you're going along here. So you have 2 people battling, and you can do 1v1 or 2v2 on
100%
this.
an arena-style game, which is a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And Frank Bones, it is amazing. I think we all can agree, everybody here, that the game is amazing.
Yeah,
that's specifically why we're watching it.
Yeah. If it's good enough for us just to casually watch it on a Saturday, it's probably pretty decent.
So it looks like Frederik is also a Taze fan. So
well, good. There's
see,
2 of us.
Taze is getting a little bit of love. Okay, now you don't
Not
have to
in the
feel
tournament so far.
I mean,
yeah.
Now I want to see an all Taze team. I want to see 3 Tazes versus 3 Taze for the final matchup.
That's not how that works.
No, I'm pretty sure you just have to see every copy of Super Fantasy Brawl works as its own expansion for the other copy. So if you get 3 copies, you could totally do a 3 Taze team.
There you go. If you just get 3 copies of the game.
Just
I think it's
the 3 copies.
I mean, it's as simple as that.
I keep on waiting for somebody to get a goal right away on this. Like,
I thought they would, but I mean, the back and forth on yellow. No one's willing to let a single point go. All right, moving forward, positioning in red, doing what you said when it comes to adding some pressure there.
Mm-hmm. Are they gonna now? Do you think they're just gonna punt and let Thag just get those points? Nope, they moved him out, moving in. So now they're like, now I control both.
Yeah.
So now Thag has, not only because Thag not controlling, they've got to push them out of red, or at least match them in red and push them out of yellow.
Interesting.
That yellow is contested.
I know, right? Like,
what's going on, Steve?
Yeah, sometimes you get hyper focused on something, and that may not be the best plan when you're getting hyper focused on that. Everybody's going for this yellow area, but maybe you could be trying to take over those other 2 goals while somebody's fighting for that one area, you know?
Possibly, but in a tournament like this, you have to assume the other player is going to be able to react to, and if you give them a point, especially an easy point, I think you're going to be on your back foot for the entirety of the game.
That's fair. That's fair.
I agree. You need to not only get the trophies, but also stop the opponent from getting trophies.
What?
I believe that's how that works, yeah.
Yeah, that is a winning strategy for sure.
Getting all the trophies is a winning strategy?
Yeah,
I had no idea.
If you get 5 and you prevent your opponent from getting 5, you will definitely win.
Wow, that's some super awesome information there, Doctor.
You're welcome.
This is the deep analysis that I bring to the table.
I do have a PhD in internology. So, yeah, it's a new degree. Wow. Don't look it up. It's not listed yet.
I'd never even consider looking it up.
And Steve, hello, good morning.
It's a real thing. You don't need to fact check me at all.
Of course not. Never would.
I'm excited to see some of the new characters that are going to come out for Super Fantasy Brawl, especially as this tournament comes to an end and we kind of know the meta of what people are going to want to play with and their homes, at their friendly local game stores and stuff when it comes down to it. And then adding in those new characters is always so much fun, and seeing all the new stuff that spawns from there.
What you have to remember, too, is that if you didn't back this Kickstarter, you got to retail, you don't even have all these characters.
Oh, that's true.
So for some people who are playing at home, they don't even have access to this many characters.
That's true. What characters? Do you remember what characters?
Well, Force of Nature came with Lorelei, and I want to say Taze and Nevermore.
Okay.
I want to say that's the 3 that was in that box. I unboxed it a long time ago for the first time, but I want to say that's the 3 that came in that box. So can you imagine not having access to those characters? That's a pretty big chunk right there alone. Plus, there was extra Kickstarter characters, too. So, yeah, there's definitely a few characters. So it's interesting to see how this meta is shaping up. And then there's going to be new characters coming in the next couple months. So that'll really change things up.
A very comfortable hey from Chad Elkins.
That's right. Hello, Chad. How are you doing?
25th Century Games, a very handsome and charming man.
Let's see here. Totally agree. What is this? Oops, not that one. There we go. Totally agree, but the card play in Warhammer Underworlds is super fun too. I missed out on Sean's comment there. I'm not sure which.
Oh, they have a phone call going on. Sam just wanted to follow up in chat.
Oh, okay. There you go. Oh, and it's card driven, which really sets it apart from a lot of skirmish games. That's 100% true. I really like the card portion of a skirmish game. There's a few more games that have done that before. And it is one of my favorite things because I'd much rather place down cards than roll dice. Like I don't know, like I don't do well with dice. I'm not really good at rolling.
So what's really interesting is Sam just posted up who the base champions are, right? So you've got Dugrun, Durin, Zhao, you've got Kilgore, Goldar, and Gwaine. Please don't attack me for my pronunciations. What's interesting is that at least 4 of those characters we've seen represented a lot in this meta up to this point. So even with the base game, you can come in and be highly competitive, especially if you go with like Goldar, Dugrun, and Zhao. I think that's a team right there.
Oh, absolutely. Sure. You can be super competitive just getting that base game portion on here. Absolutely.
Ooh, look at some of this damage we're getting over here.
Yeah, I was watching what was happening here. Some of the damage came from a trap that they moved in there.
That's 3 damage on Lorelei.
Well, that was a trap that she stumbled into.
If she gets tickled, she's dead.
Well, doesn't she avoid traps though? Not avoid traps. That
is not her. That is Derwin.
Ah, dang it! I was thinking of somebody else.
With the crossbow.
That's right.
So Lorelei took a little bit of a risk there, moved forward to that trap, triggering damage, which is probably the worst thing for her to hit. Outside of that, it looks like Kilgore was able to push your swoopy bird there, Arquette, outside of that red zone.
Yeah, they're still tied up in here. You still got. They both have control. No one has control of that area. No one has control over red either. So it's 100%. We're a no trophy zone,
and
ain't nobody getting any trophies.
Those cards are just gonna go off the board real soon here. There's not many rounds left that those cards are gonna be contested for.
Yeah,
I'd almost.
Adjacent to Ragil's.
Okay.
I feel like they made this game, they're like Super Fantasy Brawl, really easy to say, and then every other name they use for the rest of the game, impossible for me to say correctly.
That's a personal thing.
Chad followed up with a good morning, y'all. Great to see you today. Hope you and your families have a wonderful holiday.
Absolutely.
Oh, we will.
Absolutely.
If they like it or not.
And we hope everybody at home has a wonderful holiday too, because it is the season. I hope that all of you have had a lot of fun playing Super Fantasy Brawl.
I was going to say, everybody can go brawling for the holidays. You
That's
just get your whole family involved. You can play up to 4 players. Just saying. Get mom and dad involved. Boom. You got yourself a merry holiday.
That's a good one. Brawling for the holidays. I like that.
La 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 la. Come on, Jesse. No.
Jesse's like, no. Jesse's feeling me right now. No.
I'm only funny to her after many coffees, and then she thinks I'm funny.
You didn't add him to the team for the singing. You added him to the team for the sex appeal.
That's right.
But she got the singing for free.
Oh, bonus talent.
Bonus.
Oh, here we go. Even Grandma will want a shot at a trophy. 100% true. You know, don't underestimate your grandma playing a game because, man, grandmas will take you out in a game if they learn how to play that.
Destroying me at every game possible.
Yes, right? Grandmas will cut you in a game. They don't care.
So they're playing Nature's Wrath. This attack ignores the defense on a target. So that's the type of thing that would really take out Lorelai. Luckily, it's her card.
Yeah.
So just saying, she's fine.
Who is she targeting with that, though? We've seen more damage. Well, that's fair.
What else is stacking up on here? We're also playing Healing Tears. Oh, so you're seeing the full range of some of the things some of these characters can do. Heal 2. You may discard a card from your hand to heal an adjacent ally.
I bet that's coming to Lorelai.
Yep, here it goes.
Absolutely.
Here, I'll help him move it.
That damage was unexpected, so now they're doing a little bit to mediate that damage that came in from that trap.
So let's see who's got control to say
Deck the halls with skulls and bodies. Fa la 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 la, Valhalla.
There you go. Of course it was Sam. That does not surprise me.
I don't know. Nothing says merriment and cheer like taking out your family members in a battle for the holidays. I'm
sure Sam has spent once or twice playing Blood Rage during the holidays.
It's basically family therapy as you're experiencing the holiday, okay? So you put your little brother or your little sister in there.
I personally like to remind my family during the holidays that I may look like Thor, but I'm really a Loki. So that's how I bring it.
I'm super grateful that we're saying holidays instead of Christmas because I'm pretty sure Sam Healey only practices the Nordic traditions. I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Yeah, and we're actually a Festivus family here. We have the pole of grievances, and it's a thing.
Festivus for the rest of us, right?
Yes, it's Festivus for the rest of us.
That's terrible.
There's so many great holidays to fight your family.
I did get that reference, by the way.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
We were a little nervous after the Fern Gully one. Yeah.
I'm like, dang, how young is Jesse? Yikes.
Oh, once DrGloryHogg and the Quack start singing, things are off the rails.
That's when things just got started. I don't know what you're talking about.
Are we still contesting this yellow area? Oh my God.
With that double, with that objective to be just next to it, there's no reason to give up that give up even that one victory point. Yeah,
you'll get 2 because you've got the statue, right? Two champions adjacent to it, and then you also have control.
I don't think anyone's getting that control. I think that's going to cycle through. Be surprised.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Although I am surprised that no one's really decided to back off and just try to position in red. We've had a little bit
areas because there was the deployment areas. It would have been really easy to run somebody over.
Control areas would open yourself because you have to have 2 characters split away from the whole team then, and that would open yourself up to both of those middle control areas being scored. So, like I said when that came out, that's a card that I would just ignore given the current situation.
That's fair. I can see that. I just hate to let a trophy go by.
I know, right?
I'd try to find a way. I would just bring a 4th character onto the field.
Oh, there you go.
Very casual,
that's helpful. That always helps with the win. That 4th character. Field.
I'm like, oh, this card lets me bring 2 more characters onto the field. She's like, what card is that? I'm like, don't worry about it. It's gone. I already played it. It happened.
No, we also have one for the blue that just came out as well. What's that one? A trophy card.
Oh.
That'll be ready for next round.
Have
two or more next
champions.
to the Esme statue. Okay. So
completely the opposite side. I think everything is still so yellow and red. You could potentially score. I mean, you could score 4 trophies if you could somehow manage to pull off both those areas.
Gosh, that's tough. Because still, by default, I would still want to go ahead and try to like send one character over there and just basically cause enough interference in this yellow area to make it so that hopefully they don't score anything, but send somebody out. That's just me, you know,
the
because
issue
like
is most of those scoring conditions require 2 characters to split away from the current match that's happening, which means you're automatically going to be if you move for one, you're potentially going to be resigned to your opponent scoring at least 1 trophy. And I don't think either of these guys want to do that.
You can get away with that red. We can get away with that red one because you just have to have control. So you can put your 3rd character in that zone to put extra pressure, but that's it. But I'm also not in the tournament, so you know,
for a good reason.
Oh, ouch! That is true. That is true.
Like, I'm not in the tournament either.
You know they're looking at their hands though, like intensely, because like no one's moving anything. Everything's sitting. You know they're just looking at their hand, like, okay, what can I do? What can I do?
That card's ready to.
What'd they put out?
Palanda.
Draw 1 for each damage dealt.
Okay. So
they're just searching for cards at this point. They're like, I need something in my hand to make this happen because this card's going to spill out.
Is that range? Because if he's hitting Lorelei there, right, then she's not going to be taking any damage anyway.
It's within 2. No, I'm sorry. It is.
It's right next to it. I don't think he was doing any damage there. He might have just used it to shift a little bit.
Oh, maybe.
Force 1, place Kilgore in the target's original hex. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good swap.
Just trying to swap them. Jeez. These contested areas like this are just crazy because it is a back and forth and just it's frustrating because you position yourself and then the next turn you're like, oh, if I could have just stayed there. It's frustrating.
It's one of the I'd like to be in the meeting where they discovered that scoring objectives at the top of your turn was going to have such an interesting consequence on this game.
Oh, it's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
Because you can't just get like the right cards and push somebody out all of a sudden and score something.
Your opponent always has an opportunity to react, and that creates so much drama between the players.
And you don't see that a lot. The only other game I can think of off the top of my head that does it is Gruff, the card game, which is like battling goats.
Oh,
like mutant weird goats, and it's the same type of thing where you do your attack and your opponent has their whole turn to try to negate it, move their goat out of the way, do something basically to stop you.
But that fits in appropriately. I mean, here it's kind of a thematic twist to have it like that with the goat thing, though, because goats live outside of both space and time. They always have an opportunity to react to the actions that you take. So
that's true.
Yeah,
they are known time travelers.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see here. When are we going to get to watch GloryHoundd and Quack play a match? We're going to have to set that up. Absolutely. Like I'm game for next weekend or the weekend before after that.
We were talking about it last week. I think we were saying like we could do like Jan and I, like single elimination, right? Jan and I will play each other way while you two commentate. And then we'll do you two, and then the winners out of both of those can do the final matchup.
So Mythic Games. We'll just stream it on your channel. Let us know when we can make this happen.
That's right. That would be fantastic. And then I also like the commentating on, me and you commentating on Jan and the doctor playing and vice versa. Because it's going to be brutal.
So many good quips.
I know. It's going to be so brutal.
I mean, if you think about it, a hog versus a goose, that could get very dangerous. And then we've got a hound versus a duck. It's very interesting. We all went with the animal theme.
It's all very thematic.
So thematic.
Well, if I can build a farm, I'm all for it.
Yeah. Well, you would have a neighbor, I'm sure. She loves animals too.
Hello, Michael. How are you doing today? Let's see here. Oh, and apparently, happy birthday to Sean Dornish. Happy birthday.
Okay, Intimidation got played down as a reaction.
Yeah, we got that reaction in there. Make somebody suffer some fear. Which can be a really good way to make them like get the heck out of there.
Fear's gonna make them run away, yeah.
Yeah.
That does give them control of this area. I don't know. They could still score, even if this one rotates out, they could still score this one, which would rotate into the 2.
It would get 2, yeah. Which now, I mean, are they placing for that red area and hoping to get like the one trophy out of that?
So they moved in there. That's fine. He still has control. So it doesn't stop anything. But there's a push.
Another push ability.
And we got lifesteal over here. Ooh.
Oh.
There's our first trophy. That's a death.
I didn't even see that coming.
That's a good,
I didn't either, yeah.
Yeah, that's a goodbye type of situation.
Well, they've been battling in that middle area there for a while now and just been dealing out damage after damage, trying to get somebody out of there so they can hopefully take over the, have three players on the board is very strong compared to having the two.
You got to think, though, that Meeex is our yellow player. Meeex has played 2 of their cards, and they still got to get control over this area. And they ran in, they took a trap, it looks like. Yeah.
Was that trap? Oh, it was damage. It was damage.
2 damage on Kilgore. Their Kilgore at this point is pretty healthy. So.
Okay. Well, then that was no sweat for them.
Yeah, this.
I was going to say they have to move in there.
That death though could open the door for at least one trophy being scored.
Oh, definitely, absolutely. Because if you have 3 players on the board right now in this highly, highly contested little micro area here that they have going on, like that's going to be a huge advantage for them. The mud will be slung that day, says Fatal, on the day when we
farm fight.
Yeah, the farm fight.
Super Fantasy Brawl Farm Edition.
But
I'm not going to lie. I have done a little bit of mud wrestling in my time, so I'm down for this. Are we doing actual wrestling? I have.
Wow.
It was not so much in the way that you're thinking, though. It was more like just, it's always, well, I was living in Kentucky when I was at Fort Campbell, and so it gets muddy there. And, the Army likes to wrestle, I
love how you classified my entire state as, it gets muddy there.
It just gets muddy in that
They've got, they've got horses
Arizona,
bourbon and it gets muddy down there, so we just do a little bit of mud wrestling,
Well, if I was going to classify it, I would talk about the ticks, but that's a different story.
Oh, gosh.
If you were to classify all of Arizona, you could say it doesn't get very muddy down there. So... To be fair, you could classify a state as a muddy state or a non-muddy state.
Arizona for me is just you drop a boot and a little puff of dust comes out, right? Is that accurate?
That is pretty much.
Yeah. We do take a lot of water from other states.
To be fair, Doctor, anything is muddier than Arizona, though. You could go like anywhere in the country and you're just like, this is way muddier.
Are we talking about the hilltops of the Andes? Are we talking about the Andes? It's not very muddy there either, GloryHoundd. Are we talking about high arid deserts?
I feel like this, Jesse.
I have no idea what's happened.
So what do we actually have going on here? So I am surprised that we've only had that 1 trophy scored.
Right.
Is he bringing Goldar off the line?
I'm also surprised. I thought that...
That's his old... Oh, here's this card he's playing right now. Focus. So there's his movement. So Goldar's back in.
And what is it? Champions get +1 and then 1 movement till end of turn.
And see, there's Goldar. Came in, he went boop, boop. That's an official...
The boop boop is an official term.
He officially
absolutely.
Went boop boop. That's a 2-movement boop.
Oh, yes, I remember combatives in mud pits of Kentucky. Their soil, red stains, everything. Oh.
The soil is very, very full of clay, which would be accurate. I'm not sure if he's actually mud wrestled in Kentucky. It seems like a thing that people are doing, though.
It is.
Yeah.
Both I and Fatal, not at the same time, separately. We're mud wrestling
separately, but also in Kentucky. Okay, I see. I did not realize mud wrestling was so popular down there, Jesse.
Well, I feel bad because I say I lived in Kentucky, but to be fair, Fort Campbell is like the whole base side of it, like all the houses and everything is mostly on the Tennessee side. And then on the Kentucky side is the back 40, which is like 40 acres, and you do all your training stuff there. So basically what I've learned from the military is they say Tennessee is a good place to live.
Yes, Kentucky's a good place to drop fake bombs.
Yep. Yeah, to mud wrestle.
Yeah, it's very much... Like, if you want to be in the wilderness and camp and just be miserable, that's the Kentucky side. Tennessee side, that's where you can go home.
I'm in Berea, Kentucky. I'm a few blocks away from one of the biggest stockpiles of like Cold War, slowly disintegrating like nuclear waste and stuff. So like all those chemicals and things like that, like the nerve gas and stuff, that's all down the street from me.
That explains the horns.
we literally had classes in high school that not only taught us about that, but also let us know how quickly we would all perish in Kentucky if something happened there.
To be fair, the more I learn about just countries in general, there is so much stockpiled stuff everywhere that if one wrong thing happens, it's just going to be a big mess.
Sam
That's
Healey
like
has the
memory
biggest
don't
stockpile
get
of Doritos, I believe, in the entire nation.
What?
So, yeah,
No way.
I'm pretty sure.
Sam, you got to share some with everybody else.
He said, listen, 2020 taught him one thing. He needs to be prepared.
Get more Doritos.
Everyone was
Man.
buying toilet paper. He got Doritos.
Oh, well, that's, to be fair, you know what? I'd rather have Doritos, honestly. I mean, like, I can stretch the other stuff out. Doritos are important, okay?
True.
Van says, that's my neck of the woods.
One of Kilgore's adjacent allies may jump 3.
Whoa, Remi takes down Demi 5-0 on table 1.
Ooh. Apparently, there was like a slaughter on table 1. Jeez.
Wow.
Denmark for the win, says Frederik. Oh, and Sam does not want to share his Doritos. What the
Nope.
heck? So stingy, Sam. So we got him
So
back.
we're just apparently the other match was just a complete blowout. Where this one we're watching 2
We're like-
people play the most intense game of tug of war I've ever seen.
That's exactly it. And
Yeah,
sometimes
like nobody's given up anything at this point.
that really is negated by the trophies that are coming out, you know?
Uh-huh.
Like in some of those, because it was so clustered in that red and yellow area, that's where everybody wanted to be on there. And in some of those, like it does make you spread out. You know, if you have one goal that's on red, one goal that's on, or one on yellow, one on blue, you have to spread your people out across the board. So that does kind of attribute to how the board state goes.
Sam said, no, it was a great back and forth the whole time, but Remi always had the right cards to counter. Nice.
That's
so
the
not
word.
a blowout, just really good positioning and always in the right position.
Now I'm just picturing Sam sitting there with like 8 computers, like 8 different monitors up, watching all the games at once, like with bags
That would
of
be
Doritos.
amazing. That would be, yeah, with the bags of
And
Doritos and 8 monitors.
he's painting the figures to hell, like, you know, it's coming out. Like, he's got the advanced copy, he's painting those. He's got everything, just watching all these different screens.
That's what Sam does in his free time. That's
I'm sure.
exactly it.
He's like, I paint exclusively Viking minis and only Viking minis. If it doesn't have a beard or a beer, I don't want to paint it.
Did that card just get played out there on the board?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got another Meeeex. Or no, I think Meeeex has been out.
Okay.
We're looking to see what Thag is going to be doing here.
And then which trophies do we have on board? What do we have? What are we fighting for here?
So we still have the champions in each deployment area, which is just not going
Nobody
to score.
scored that yellow.
There's
I think
Raquel's
they've given
statue.
up on that.
There's still one person over there, but they have to have 2 adjacent to
Yeah.
it now, so that's not looking good. You've got 2 adjacent to Esme's statue, and then you've got control manipulation. So you've got
Ooh.
that double trophy down here, which we've
If you
already
can-
got one character down here
Yeah.
right now, and then the next closest character is still going to be Meeex' character. So there's a really good chance here that Meeex could score 1 or 2 things here on their turn.
Just rushing them down to that area over
Yep, because
there.
the only person that's nearby is this Jade Tiger over here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here comes Gold. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, I thought he was going to go on that trap. I was excited. I was like, he's going to drop it on that trap. And it was going to be like, traps, 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 traps. Anchors away. There he goes.
Ooh.
There's a trap. Ooh, what is that
wow.
trap?
Nice.
That is 2 damage. Oh, and he pushed onto another 1 damage trap.
It never fails that whenever I get on a trap, like whenever I get pushed on a trap or something, I always get that 3 damage every single time. It doesn't matter how many tokens are out on the board, how many times I've played, I always somehow get that 3 damage. Those are brutal.
I know you're not allowed to, but in this situation, what I would do is take up a trap and throw it at my enemy's face.
Oh, yeah, effective.
100% illegal move.
If
But you
you-
know what? If you live, then you win.
If you blind the enemy, they can't play cards. So it's not recommended.
If
you
you
know,
can dodge a trap, you can dodge a wrench.
it's definitely not a legal play, but it does work. It does work. Hello, Makush. How are you doing today? Oh, Fatal says, shh, Battle Cry is here now. Hello, Battle Cry. Let's see here. So people are playing a board game online. Does that make us e-athletes
Yes,
now? Yes,
probably.
100%.
so.
Absolutely.
I mean, I have a friend whose kid went to, got a scholarship in California to go play Overwatch.
Yeah. That's
so I'm
right.
just thinking to myself, why am I so old? Because I could have been that kid.
I could have been that kid.
I played Halo like it was going out of style. I thought I was cool being 20-something. Like, oh yeah, I'm a 2-star general in Halo. It's no big deal.
You know, after Mythic Games doing this Super Fantasy Brawl tournament like this, I'm interested to see more game companies do this online. So then everybody can participate in the tournaments,
Sure.
not just people that are at conventions whenever you're having these tournaments go on, you know, or in certain spaces.
I agree. Because sometimes the tough thing about tournaments at conventions too is like, I want to be walking around at a convention to see all the stuff. I don't want to sit necessarily and play in a game that takes up like, hours of time potentially.
Right.
So it's kind of nice that there's other options
Or
out
even
there.
being able to do a tandem sort of one where you're able to have people from other countries online playing and will become finalists, and as well as some people playing at the convention. Having that mix would be fantastic to see too. So I'm so happy that Mythic Games was able to do this and bring an online version of this tournament to everybody. Like, this is fantastic.
So we have some healing tiers. We've got Kilgore moving. So Meeeex is taking their turn right now. And they're just trying to get those 2 players in the blue, which will give them control, and 2 players adjacent. Oh, what's going on? Oh, they're deciding not to move there, it looks like.
Well, is red still an option? If they leave red, does it potentially open up for a...
No, red has moved
Red's
out.
gone.
Off
Red
the
cycled
thing, too.
through.
Okay, he is moving through. So right now, basically what you have is you've got Meeeex has got Kilgore and Akhet down there, and then you've only got Goldar to try to push them out of the way. Of course, the J-Tiger can run around from behind and potentially attack Kilgore too, if they're willing to do that.
So Corey asked, is there a place to see how the players did in previous rounds? So I believe that Mythic Games went ahead and put out an announcement of the players that moved up each round. I'm not sure if they have the full brackets on who phase 2 posted. I'm sure they have them in actuality, but I'm not sure if they have them posted
anywhere. There's also
anywhere.
6 hours of stimulating commentary like this available on YouTube.
Absolutely.
That's true.
But we don't get to see every single table as we're
it's-
going along.
You kind of want to follow one, right? Because you want to see what's going on in it. If we were just jumping around, we would just be like, oh, looks like some stuff happened here. Cool, cool, cool.
So
You need some cool headsets, huh, for the commentary? All right, Robo, we'll work on that.
some sports center wipes for the commentary, or
Do we
at
need to
least
have,
the
like,
headsets.
We need to have like some stuff, right, to look more sportsy. Hold on. Here,
What sort of,
here we go.
Is
like, we
this
have random sports stuff. Yeah, there you
More
go. It's a
sportsy?
sport duck. It's a
Yeah.
sport duck.
It's a sport duck.
Yeah.
It'll
See?
work.
There
Yeah.
you go.
I got a whistle. I mean, this
All
is good.
all the sports you need.
That's a mascot.
Ooh.
I mean,
It's totally a whistle for sportsing. It's not. It's actually to
for
remove
the
the case off my
sportings.
iPhone. But it could be. You don't know.
I like how Doctor went ahead and for that one whole thing, he just knocked down an entire wall worth of stuff
Hold on. Let
to the ground.
me put on my my Super
It
Fantasy
was
Brawl
hanging on
Champions.
something, and he just pulled a whole dresser
Champions
over to
medal.
make it work.
That's exactly it. It was just like wall wipe. Hold on, I need all this.
There you go. I'll just wear this medal casually. Nobody asked me what it's for. It's for winning Super Fantasy Brawl. No big deal.
Makush asking the really important questions here. Is caffeine a performance-enhancing drug for the
Nope.
e-athletes?
Nope. Why would caffeine? I mean, people don't even drink caffeine, as far as I'm aware.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Agreed.
Never.
maybe for the host, but I don't know for the e-athletes, you know?
I would probably, I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I would probably consider it a performance-enhancing drug for an e-athlete, but I don't think it would ever be regulated, right? Like, I think it's too commonplace to have it actually be something where you don't let people have caffeine, but caffeine certainly does have some degree of, it certainly does have an influence on both your mental state, capacity, and ability to like focus and function. So
Absolutely. It does make you more alert and everything with what's going on. Absolutely. So Sam says not the complete brackets, but you can go back and see who advanced to each new round on their Facebook page. Absolutely. They listed those. And I believe I listed the names of everybody who had participated in those tournaments in the description of these as well. So you'll know exactly who's participating and what their little names are on Tabletopia as well. So you can kind of follow who you want there.
Sam wanted to clarify, we are not in fact sponsored by Mountain Dew or Pepsi, which is fine. I mean, you're not technically sponsored by Ducks either, but I mean,
Oh my gosh. And Makush says 2 Red Bulls before matches, not recommended. Makush, 2 Red Bulls is a lot.
As long as you drink them in 120 seconds.
Oh my gosh. You all are hardcore. And Battlecry is asking if that medal that you had, Doctor, is part of the BMX events you won.
It is. It's from all my awesome sick jumps. They are what they call wicked cool. So if you look, it's actually Meeex has got 2 trophies now.
Oh wow, what happened? Did somebody get taken off the board, or they won one of them?
They got this one right here. I believe.
Okay.
They pulled that one.
Was that control of the? No, it wasn't control of the red area.
No. Well, this blue area is what I was really interested in to see if
because you have so many
could
trophies
get in here. Because yeah, there's potential for 4 trophies right there.
Absolutely, and that would be huge right now.
Somebody could win off the back of that, but they're moving now. Now they're worth 3 total trophies. You have to have control and then 2 characters there, and you could score still 3 trophies potentially.
Well, that would be huge for Maxime. Like if Maxime got those, because they have the 2 trophies already, right? That would just be a game win for them. And they're the ones that do have Aket and everything, right? They're setting themselves up for that.
They did have 2 characters in there earlier, but they had to get moved out, it looks like.
Yeah.
So this is a big congestion right here, because there has to be. It's going to win or... You could definitely win or lose based off this.
I mean, this has just been closed quarters and a lot of positioning and repositioning, like shifting people out of zones. Yeah, it's been an interesting battle, but really has felt like a tug of war, just all the way across that center area of the board.
Yeah, we've got some healthy characters here, but Lorelei is at half health. She would be considered bloodied right there because she's only got 2 life out of 4.
It's still the damage she took from that trap, though. No one's really doing a lot of damage to her. It's when she's stumbling into her own mistakes.
Yeah, all these characters are fairly healthy. I mean, they can be killed, but it would take a couple cards to do so.
Well, it is one of those things. Lorelei is a squishy character, but getting past that too sometimes makes it where you just don't even want to attack her because of that. You know, you're like, like I already have to waste this 2 damage just getting through that shield. That could be used on a different character someplace else and take somebody out possibly.
So
big swooping action.
Swooped, yep, and then they're moving this character because of it, and they moved him right into a trap.
Ooh,
nice.
What was that trap on there? Damage?
That was definitely a damage trap. So we should be seeing damage popping up on Goldar here soon. Yep.
Yeah.
Just flipped it over to a 3, so that's 4 now. Now Goldar is probably like at half health, right?
Yeah, half health on that. Absolutely.
And that bloodied zone. But more importantly, they pulled them out of there because I guess they are assuming that they can get in there with Kilgore and keep that Jade Tiger away and, potentially score some points there. No, it doesn't look like anyone's really close enough, though, to get where they have 2 champions adjacent to the statue.
So Andrew says, I really do enjoy this play-by-play. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We appreciate it, and we love giving it. Like, this is so much fun to watch these with all of you out there and talking to you, kind of figuring out maybe what the players are thinking, since we don't exactly know, but hopefully we can get some suggestions throughout the board and from you all out there on what's happening here.
More damage on Goldar. Goldar could potentially go down again. That's the only character that's died this game, and he is like at 3 health left.
And we have Jay Peters. Which champion is going to get the turkey leg? I don't know if they're going to offer a turkey leg to the champion of this Jay Peters, but that would be nice.
Healey will be delivering a live turkey to this championship.
These 2, Thagor is Marc, Alexandre, and Meeex, Maxime, Heymans, 2 of the players in the French league on this.
Yeah, I jumped into this one specifically because Thag was the player we saw that just dominated their match last time.
Absolutely. It was one of the final matches I think we had watched, or second to last match we had watched, and I was so excited to see them play this round and see what they end up doing.
So we're losing a lot of those good blue trophies, so it looks like everyone's going to probably give up on blue because it's control. I mean, you could stick 1 character in there, but like the upcoming trophies now have 2 champions leveled
up. Lorelei is going to be
adjacent to the same statue, which that could definitely happen here because we've already got kind of a piling up of characters around this statue. And then have a champion adjacent to each statue. That's just going to be tough to do when you've got 3 champions next to 1 and then 3 and 3 different ones.
Getting those champions leveled up, Lorelei is going to become a target because she only has 2 more damage to do on there. So like she would be an easy one to just kind of take out, like if you have the firepower to get past that shield.
But a cat looks like it's leveled up.
We already have 1 leveled up character there. What does the other team have? Anything?
No, they don't have any leveled up.
So Lorelei
could about to die. If they kill Goldar, they're going to score that trophy.
Yep,
And there's nothing you can really do about that except for kill one of the leveled up characters, which that is a really hard thing to do, to just be like, okay, now I got to kill one of these leveled up characters right now.
It's such a single round.
It's such an opportunity card, you know, like when that card comes up, it's like, what's the board state and can I get the opportunity to earn this trophy? Because if your opponent doesn't have a bunch of damage on them, it's so hard to get that damage stacked up that fast like that.
If Meeex, the yellow player, can kill Goldar, they're just going to win. Because they'll score 2 trophies. No matter where it moves, they'll score 2 trophies, plus they'll get the trophy for the kill. They're just going to win.
That'd be 3.
Goldar has to get out of there.
Oh, that would be...
We're shuffling up a new deck on this side. Once it becomes Meeex' turn, the yellow player, it's going to be do or die.
You think it's just going to be...
Yeah.
He's got 2 characters here, plus a character back here. They could kill Goldar fairly easily, I would think. Depending on what cards they draw, of course.
Well, that's true. You are at the mercy of the card draw.
Grasping Vines. We've already got to put the target adjacent to Lorelei. This may target Lorelei's allies. They just move Goldar back here.
Oh, it's like, what are they doing? Oh, this is like a tense. It's getting tense. If you know you have that game win in sight, like...
It's tough because you don't know what your opponent's going to do.
And we don't know what cards are in their hand. So I wish we were able to see the cards in their hand and been like, oh, they have this card. Why didn't they play it?
At this point, they've got 2 cards they could play. They could play a yellow and a blue card with Lorelei that could potentially kill Goldar. And if they could do that, that's game.
Well, they pulled him back for a reason.
Well, no. So Lorelei's on the opposite team. Meeex
No, I know.
Back.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Lorelei pulled him back into that position. I would have thought she would have kept him closer to some of the other characters, but maybe getting him out of that zone where he can score.
I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Here's the blue card from Lorelei. Draw one, plan 5.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe they don't have cards for it. Maybe they just don't have the cards for it.
They move Lorelei in. So, yeah, they're just trying to take control, looks like, instead.
They must not have the damage to get it
Oh,
done.
that's so heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking because you're like, oh, you could, like, score the win right now. Like
Another victory just came in. Charles took down Antoine.
That's right, on table 3.
That was a tight match right there.
Congratulations, Charles, you know?
You know, so my question to you is this. Being a person that plays a lot of Magic the Gathering, information is key, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking to myself, now, I don't want to be quarterbacking this person, but I mean, it's essentially what we're being paid to do here. I would have probably played the blue card first to draw that extra card to see what I actually had the ability to have in my hand, right? Because that would have given you a 6th card to have. And that could have been all the difference.
You're
that
saying
6th card,
you would have played the blue card first.
I would have drawn that card. Yep.
Yeah.
Because that would have given me another potential option if I didn't have it in hand. And here we go. Is this reaction? No, it's not reaction. He's going for lifesteal.
That's very much a Magic player's sort of play.
Yes,
make sure
have
I have
as much information as possible, as many cards as I can.
Yeah, all of the opportunities I can have in my hand before I make any decisions.
Yes, you very much want to be like, yes, please, all the options.
Maybe the point of that, though, was more around that plan than it was about the draw up. Maybe there was cards that he needed to get position on top.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Well, they could have very well maybe put 2 reactions on top of their deck, and now they're like, okay, when you try to move me out of this control area, you won't be able to.
Oh gosh, everybody's piled up in there.
This is like a harvest festival type of thing. They all have ribbons and just dancing around in a circle.
You're just decorating that statue.
I don't know who's going to be crowned the Hay King.
The Hay King. Well, it does. It looks like they're having a little secret meeting there.
Every year, Shroot Farms nominates a Hay King.
I think Derek Funkhauser would appreciate that. Derek and Lizzie Funkhauser.
Sure.
Big fans of The Office. I've watched it maybe a couple times myself.
I mean, are they just going back and forth and deciding? They must be having some trouble with cards as far as what they want in their hand.
Well, they do have control here, which I mean that is an objective. To have control is to have 3 characters around one statue. This is still worth 2 points right there, which gets them very close. It's just can Thag
just keep on waiting for the final takedown. So if we started exactly on time, we're coming down to the end of the round. The time is called on this. These are Swiss rounds. So you get points for having wins, losses, and draws, and you get different points for all of those, and that's how you elevate yourself through here through the brackets. And we are probably down to the line because if they started an hour ago, those are our rounds. So it should be any minute now with it either being called.
There's 3. That's the 3rd trophy.
Or having them won.
Goldar just creeped forward.
Yep, they just got that 4th trophy right there. They did. They must have just scored having the 3 champions around 1 statue objective.
Yeah.
Which means all they got to do is kill Goldar, and then they will actually have like 7
have
trophies or something ridiculous.
They'll have 7 overkill. What happens when you get the overkill?
You get to say overkill.
You just get to say overkill?
You get to break one of the standees.
You get to flip the table.
You personally text Sam, and he'll send you back an animation of the victory.
Yes.
He does a hand-drawn sketch, a little flip book.
That's right.
What do we got being played right here?
Exactly, Fatal. It's just like the maypole.
Attack ignores the defense of a target.
Ooh.
It's a big hit.
Who played that? Was that Lorelei?
Yeah, it was Lorelei.
Yeah, Lorelei has that, but
yeah.
I think did they maybe potentially get stunned? And that's why they had it. Did they just get rid of it? Because they flipped it. So I'm assuming they got rid of it.
Oh, they just discarded that down. Gotcha.
Yeah. That's what it appears to be.
I keep on waiting for that one character to get taken out.
Not everybody plays their cards in the same area. And it seems like these players, we got one player that plays most of them here. This player plays some of them up here. And I don't even know. Sometimes some of these cards must be hidden somewhere. I don't know where they got them. They're killing me.
You're playing cards under the table? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's an illegal play,
Well,
Doctor.
I'm pretty sure they can talk to each other in the chat and stuff. So they can communicate other ways without actually having to physically put the card out in front of the other player, really,
Yeah, they're able to walk through their turns.
Yeah, like they could just be like,
round has expired. Ooh.
Ha! I knew it was coming up soon. I'm like, I knew it was coming up soon.
So, Sam, if the round has expired, if it's 4-1, is that going to be declared a victory for Meeex?
I would imagine
our yellow
so.
Player?
I would imagine so on that, because that would be the win. They have 4 trophies. Another person has none.
Right. And you can see right here, Thag is saying, if you move your characters anywhere over here, I will cut you.
Is that what they were saying?
Yeah, you can
Hold
see
on, what was
hand,
it?
that purple hand over here was like, let's see.
Right here, you will get cut if you put your characters right there.
If you cross this line, you're cut. That's what Purple's saying right now. Purple's saying, look, I'm going to play this, and your head's going to explode.
Well, no, they're definitely saying, if I had played this is what my next draw would be. That's always the worst thing. Whenever you're playing a game like this, you're like, what would my next hand have been, and how would that have affected the game? Like, that's always the worst. And you're like, I would have been able to stop everything.
I'm not going to lie to you. I was expecting Thag to go forward based off of the way we saw the play last time. Now, this was tight. I didn't see any really big missteps.
No, there
weren't.
But
I expected them to go like right up into the top 4 for sure.
And there weren't any missteps. It was just a matter of like all these little incremental back and forths in that game,
That was a ton of just positioning and repositioning, shifting people around the board. I mean, I think there was 1 knockout total in the entire round. I mean, it was way more about how you were. I would have maybe loosened my grip on one of those trophies a little bit to try to score 2 or 3 at the same time. They were so focused.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. But if you could score 2 while your opponent only scores 1, that still does put you ahead. That's how math works.
Well, I'm telling you, the focusing on this game is just, it's so easy to get dialed in on something. And then you're halfway through a game and you're like, why did I waste so much time on doing this?
Trophy,
like, why?
That was cycled all the way through and nobody ended up getting it. So we've got Fabrice has won. Meeex has won. I'm not sure what some of the, I know you've done, Charles took down somebody. So Charles is 1. So that's 3 out of our players. 3 of our players are going to the next round, right? Because I believe it's just going to be the top 4 now.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going straight into those, I believe. So we're gonna be able to see a finalist today, which I'm really excited about.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
Me too.
This is a game obviously these people love, right? So it's got to be a little bit disheartening to get all the way up into the top 8 and then lose that first round, right? Like for me personally, I've been in top 8s myself. I like to at least try to get to like that final 4. The final, I mean, obviously
you want that final 3, yeah.
Yeah, you want to be like in that last little bracket, so you say, I made it all the way to the end and I just got outplayed, and that can definitely happen.
Oh, absolutely. Well, top 8 is still like a big thing.
Oh, no, it's big. There's a decent amount of players.
There was a lot of play to get into the top 8 in this, and then being in that top 4,
I didn't even make it into the top 32.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If anyone's looking to play
Aw.
Wingspan, there's a Rob on Tabletopia right now that wants to play Wingspan with anybody. Just FYI.
Okay, let's see here. So we have the rankings here for our top 4 here. We have Remi at 12 total
Carbo,
points.
which we've watched Carbo. Fabrice, we've definitely butchered that name before, so I know
12
we've seen
points
him.
on that. We have Charles Soufrouga
And
at 10
Death
points.
of Raven,
And Daniel, yeah, 10 points as well.
which we've watched Death of Raven play a couple matches too.
So how
Well,
are they? I
that's
wonder
not-
how they're
that's
going to
not
be
finalized, is it?
positioning the next competitions. Is this going to be like one of the 12s versus one of the lower numbers? Like how's that ranking go? Or is it the 2 lower and the 2 higher?
Pull that up on the big screen where I can see it again. I'm sorry.
This is rankings after match 1.
Well, what's interesting about that is that Meeex is placed 6th, and they just won their match. So they might not.
So they went ahead and they must have lost at some other point,
Right.
and then their point total just overall, like they may have gotten a draw or something
because
on
their
that.
opponent is like ranked at 8th,
Yeah.
and they're ranked at 6th. So
Mhm.
just because they won, they still. I mean, they're going to keep playing, but we really want to try to find Carbo, Soufrouga, Death of Raven. These are people that are in the top 4.
Absolutely,
currently.
because Carbo has 6 wins. So what is it? Carbo and Fabrice both have 6 wins out of that, and then everybody else from there down is they're 5 and 5 and 4 and 4.
Yeah.
Going on
So
like that.
what that means is some of these 4 players could technically move up if one of the 6 players like drops a seat and then another player moves up. They can make themselves in that top 4.
That's always the crazy exciting
With Swiss
part.
stuff.
Like as you go through stuff in Swiss rounds, yeah, those draws and stuff make a huge difference. You know,
I'm going to be
Like,
honest. It all sounds like math to me, and I have no
It
idea
is.
what's going on.
It is a lot of math.
It's interesting. I always like the idea of Swiss rounds where like a win gives you 3 points, a draw gives you a point, and then like a loss gives you 0 points. And it does make a difference as you see people climb up, because a draw is still better than not winning, but it does make the rounds a little weird. It usually puts you in a lower seat, and then all of a sudden your win doesn't matter as much as somebody else's win who's in the top seats.
Yeah.
It is very mathy.
It is very mathy, but I feel like it's also more fair, though. I like it a lot more because
It's better than a single limb or something.
Right, exactly. I feel like you get calculated better. So like if you're doing really well or you missed out, you know, you lost a game in the beginning, you can still kind of work your way up as long as you keep on winning games after that, you know? I kind of like how that goes. But we're getting some new games queued up here. So the doctor is looking for those right now. It should be a few minutes though for them to go ahead and
it's
set
a
up the
little
new
bit to
games.
reset up. They got to tell everybody the pairings and everything.
Absolutely. But I always really appreciate getting in on that first part. So stay tuned, everybody, because we are going to be going through the entire tournament today till the finale on this. We are going to we're going to be looking for the top seats, I think, this time. I think that's what the doctor is doing right now.
Trying to figure out which of those matches, yeah.
Right. I want to see either Remi or Fabrice. Like, if you can find, I know I'm asking a lot of doctor right now. I'm like, I just want to see Remi or Fabrice right now. And what they're doing, because I'm interested to see how their tournaments are playing, you know? So, Jesse, whenever we go ahead and pair up against each other, what characters are you going to be playing with? Just out of curiosity.
I kind of want to go with a bunch of characters that no one uses for. All right. I mean, she's in.
Yes.
Of course.
Bruyne. Yeah.
I like the idea of Colel.
Mhm.
And then are you bringing Tuzao into this?
Suzao. I would.
Or are you going to bring Kilgore?
I think I'm going to do Suzao for sure.
Okay, so what we're going to be looking at table 1 is going to be our first place and second place players. So that's going to be Carbo and Von Rauch. I don't have table numbers yet.
So that is Remi and Fabrice on table 1. Table 2, we're going to have Charles Soufrouga and Maxime.
Which is Meeex, who we were just watching.
For table 3, we're going to be having Daniel, Pihl, DeathofRaven, and Antoine de Bruyne, which is Artemis. Let's see. Let me get my other sheet out here.
And table 4 will be Fax.
Will be Marc, Thagor, and Nicolas, Demilly, Chni.
Everybody still definitely has a chance in this, but we're going to try to jump in on table 1 as soon as I see the number for that. just because that is our first and second ranked players.
Well, point
I think
totals
they're
are
both
still.
all 6-0. They're both 6-0, aren't they? Both those
Yeah,
characters.
that's the game I'm excited about watching because both of those are 6-0 on this.
They don't even know how to lose at this point. Like they haven't even figured that out game wise.
So-
Like, I don't know how to lose. I only win no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So because these are first, so how does the pairing work when it comes to Swiss rounds? Is it the people who are the top two, like first and second place, are pairing off already?
Not always. There's different ways of doing it, but typically what you'll have when you get to like a top 8 situation is they'll put you into brackets. And I've seen it a couple different ways, depending on what type of game it is and everything. But a lot of times you'll have like that, you'll have 8th place will be fighting against like 2nd place and 1st place will be fighting against like 7th place.
Sure.
It's kind of paired off like that usually to make that all make sense. It looks like in this case, though, it does look like the 2 top players are going to be playing against each other, which is interesting because that will make one of them will move forward, the other one won't.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a huge blow to the player that loses that match, honestly, especially with their point totals and stuff. Like, that'll be rough.
like you said, they have right now, they're both perfect, right?
Right, exactly.
It'll make for an interesting match.
If they draw, they put themselves in a position where they have to be in the top 4. Like if they were both the draw. That's what you see a lot
That's
of
right. I
happening
didn't even think about that.
in like Magic of the Gathering stuff is that the top players will draw on purpose.
Strategically draw.
100% get in there. They're like, we can't not get in there if we both get a point instead of 3 points.
That is, if you get down to the line.
That's not as fun, though. It's strategic for the bigger game, but it's not as fun.
I agree. I always would play. So people would always get mad because they're like, well, if we draw, we just get in there and we automatically get in the top 4. And I'm like, let's just play it out. I'm like, let's play. Let's see what happens. Like, we're here to play the game, not to see. And I'm like, I understand that this might knock you out or might knock me out, but I'm coming here to play.
That's because overall, DrGloryHogg needs to know that he won. Like, he needs that feeling inside that, like, yeah, I totally beat that guy.
That's the thing. He always tells them to play, tricks them into it, and then he's never lost. Where do you think he got that medal from?
That's right. Oh my goodness. This will be an exciting match, though, to see. We need to hunt this one down. I'm really excited about this one.
I'm waiting for the second player to join because I just accidentally took their seat for half a second.
Oops. Casually took their seat. I didn't realize you were in the tournament, Doctor.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
You, so all of a sudden, GloryHoundd is second place. Look at that. A dark horse out of nowhere, the wild card.
I'm pretty sure whatever we say is fact when it comes to this tournament. So if we just proudly declare that us 3 are in the top 3 of the bracket.
Well, if it comes down to it, we could just cancel the stream, like just shut it down, and we'll be like, no one will know.
Oh my God.
We totally won this.
I don't think that's how that works, Doctor. So Battlecry says, see you later. Got to go back to work. Thanks so much for joining us today, Battlecry. We really appreciate you hanging out with us and your comments.
I think it's a bad choice.
New heroes, what are you thinking? As far as like what the top players are going to be playing, I think we're just going to see more of the same. I was actually surprised to see the matchup that we did, and the matchup came out strong and won because what was the last matchup? It was Lorelei. What was it?
Yeah, it was Lorelei, Kilgore, and
Arquette, right?
Yeah, it was Arquette. That's
which
right.
I did not expect to see in there. They weren't all what I was expecting.
Absolutely.
The champions you picked are going for movement planning and damage in a deck. No, I picked based off of not strategy, based off of how cool they're looking.
Yeah. I went off of, I feel like if you have Taze and Lorelei, they're a good team because technically Lorelei can get on Taze's back and ride into victory.
That seems fair.
Right now, Gwen's going to come in. I want to play with Colel, but I'm not sure it's a good pairing.
She did okay. She did show up in some of the games.
I like Gwen and I like Goldar. I like those two paired together because Goldar can do a lot more board control while Gwen's sort of sitting on the corners and sniping. I don't know. I don't know what my team's going to be composed of, if I'm going to be honest. I have to be more strategic than just planning because I have to take down GloryHoundd. So I'm really not sure. I can't just go based off of looks like I normally do.
Are you trying to say you're a little nervous already? Are you a little nervous already, Jesse?
Listen. I want to at least struggle to a loss. I don't want to embarrass myself entirely.
fair.
That is fair.
I feel the same way. Like a lot of times I'm like, I don't care if I lose. I mean, ultimately, do I want to win? Yeah. If I lose, can I at least lose by like a point? So it was like, it was close.
Yeah, so it's close.
I don't want to lose 0-5.
The blowout, you always get super salty by that because it's just like,
Now, Jan was good at analyzing this game. I'm wondering to see if that improves his play style because I embarrassed him the first few times we played.
That's true. Now, Jan's going to come in with like
over and spank.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think he'll get in his head though. I think he'll overthink it a little bit. I think
I'm going to be playing him first, so I'm okay with this.
So you think he'll get in his head and then just like overanalyze and then have issues with it?
So Dan says, I think so. Dan says Goldar offers buffs to Gwaine, which is totally right. This card right here, Mihartis, is going to be able to add a plus attack and plus movement, which is good. And then let's see here. No, that's dashing for traps. I think you're right. I mean, I think they pair together fairly well. I have used them in the past, so it's a little bit biased on my behalf because I did pretty good when I used them together. But I don't know who the third person in that combination is. I think it's going to be probably another support character, maybe someone that can move some people around.
If you want to take a look, here's what we're looking at here. Here's the 5 that they're coming in with: DrGloryHogg, Gwaine, Zhao, Corvash, and Coel.
Okay, a little bit of Zhao representation here.
Yeah, Zhao gets,
appreciate that.
Like, I've never played with Zhao, but Zhao has been almost in every single match that we've seen the last 2 weeks. So Zhao definitely can get some work done. He's got that Jade Fury thing that he does that is just too much.
And is that Remi?
This would be Remi's team, potential team. Yeah, his drafting team.
And for all of you out there, this is Remi, Carbonne for Carbo, and for Fabrice, Poussin, Von Rakouv.
Which looks like they're going for Nevermore. Zhao.
Are these our top 2?
Yes.
These are our top 2. So they both have 12 victory points. They both have 6 wins for this tournament.
So we're seeing DrGloryHogg, Corvash, Zhao. Those 3 are being represented by both teams. Who's he going to pick for his last potential?
I always...
What? Oh, baby, it's Taze! It's Taze! All right, come on, Fabrice. Woo, get that Taze in there. Oh, I saw it happening. I was like, that's the centaur I know and love.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Fabrice just made your day.
Yeah, Fabrice did just make my day. I mean, I don't know if Taze is going to get the ultimate pick. They actually, honestly, what could happen, since Taze hasn't been represented a lot, they might purposely pick Taze as a person that they can't take because they don't know what they can do as well.
Well, that's fair because
which is a strategy.
If they haven't seen them, if they haven't seen them play a whole lot and haven't seen those cards come up a whole lot and stuff, they might not be as familiar with their moves, what they have in their hand, and so on. So it could add a little bit more mystery to this.
When you're picking a character to not play, a lot of times I pick either somebody I have no idea what they do. So I'm like, I don't know what this person does, so they're an unknown variable. Or if there's somebody I know that's particularly strong against the play style I have, I'll move them out. You know, if I like to do a lot of movement, objective scoring, or if I like to do a lot of killing, whatever it is that I like to do, and I'm like, ooh, this guy is really good at stopping me from my main goal plan, I'll get rid of that player.
I love this beginning portion. I love catching the beginning of these rounds. And
so Nevermore looks like Nevermore is out. And who are they picking to go out here? They're going to go for Zhao? Oh, Gwaine? Who is it going to be? They're hovering over Zhao.
I want to see Gwaine. I want to see Gwaine in this battle.
I would be interested to see Gwaine, honestly, too.
Fatal says the Doc's favorite part of the tournament is someone actually picking Taze. Potentially. Does not mean they're actually going to play in it.
So,
potential possibility
Zhao
of plays.
Is out.
Pulled back
out on
really?
Remi's side.
Okay.
Well, Zhao got pulled out. That's the person they picked to negate.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Taze is still in. Okay, so Corvash. We've got Zhao. Let's see what our final... I'll say it whenever we got our final team, so I'm not confusing everybody.
Okay.
So we've got to pick. So I'm going to say Remi's team first because they will be done picking first.
So Dan says Goldar is good if you want to move enemies.
Oh, there's Taze.
Hold on.
And Kilgore offers good movement for allies. So Kilgore can work well with Taze. Sue and DrGloryHogg because he can toss them to enemies or groups. Okay.
Ooh, that's a good strategy.
And we have seen, all right, is Taze in this?
He is. So what we're looking at here, Remi has got Corvash, Gwaine, and Coel, right? Which is some good movement there. We've got some good range DPS and, of course, some good melee attacks. And on the other side, we have got, looks like going to be Dougrun, Taze, and Zhao, which is interesting. I would play that team. I would be playing Fabrice's team.
Dougrun, Taze, and Zhao is going to be a much more aggressive deck. Whereas your opponent's going to be looking for some ranged attacks. You're going to be looking for some status effects when it comes to Kolel's abilities. And Corvash won't honestly mind getting hit a few times if he can activate his bloodied abilities there.
What you got to worry about, though, what people forget about, is that Taze can make it across the board very quickly.
Yes.
And get right up on Gwen and just literally finishing blow and take her out.
Yeah, it's a good counter.
Yeah.
No, Taze can do that. Taze can book it across. Taze is one of the most maneuverable characters, I feel like.
Well,
Which is what I always like, because he has dash, and then his reactions has a dash. So you can potentially dash a character that would normally never have that option.
Yeah.
Well, he also has the opportunity to run over people. He can just completely trample.
That's true.
Oh, this should be a really interesting matchup then. Some characters that we haven't seen played. You're just really excited about Taze, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to see somebody come in and play them for sure.
I'm excited that we're seeing two teams form that are a little bit out of ordinary. Like as we get into the late game, we're seeing some people have to iterate on the strategy that the earlier rounds they were pretty confident they could win with that strategy. But
well, I really like the fact that whenever you do pick those characters, that the opponents have the ability to negate some of those picks and stuff. So it makes sure that you're not familiar with just 3 specific characters that you play all the time.
Yeah.
That you are more like, everybody's kind of moves, how they synergize together, and can make several combinations based off of those characters that you pick. Because if one does get taken out, you're like, okay, well, then I'll go for this strategy within these characters,
Yeah, this is going to be a good match. I'm excited about this one.
That's a big thing that a lot of other skirmish games also don't do. We were talking about card draws earlier instead of dice in a skirmish game, but also that ability of, okay, I don't come in with my one army that I play all the time or my one team and with all my characters that I play all the time. No, I have to actually be reactive upon picking my characters and bringing them to the board and kind of go from what I have and the knowledge I have based around all of the characters. Yep. Not just this one specific army I play with all the time. So I think that's really smart. Like, I really like that about this game.
And it has a centaur.
And you can't go wrong with centaurs. Okay.
So we're starting to get positioned here. What are our first 2 trophies that people might be looking for?
You want to take hold of
Oh, yeah.
Over there.
1 second here. What's the trophies there?
I have 2 more champions and a trap hex.
Ooh.
Okay.
Which is mixed bag.
It is a mixed bag.
And has 3 champions adjacent to the same statue. So I could see potentially rushing in, hitting those traps, and then being 1 step away from just moving all your champions into the red.
Yeah, maybe a middle rush to start with.
Because you got traps right here. It'd be very easy to
exactly
take.
What I was thinking.
Oh, nice.
I hate having to run through those traps, though.
It's risky, but sometimes, in a game like this, that trophy can make all the difference.
I always hit, though, those 3s, the damage traps. Like, I never get lucky and get, like, the one where you just have to stay there or something, get rooted. Like, I always get damage on my characters. And that could set up the whole game from there. If you take heavy damage on those traps as you're going through them to get the trophy, yes, but you've also made your characters much weaker in battle,
I would say you should go for the strategy of get lucky or get dead.
That's not a strategy, Doctor. That's called winging it.
It's the heart of the cards.
I don't know.
It's the heart of the cards. You have to basically have the spirit to get it done.
What do you think, Jesse? Do you think that would you go through those traps usually, or would you avoid them and maybe
I would honestly not start moving into the traps unless I saw my opponent do so. I would let that card cycle, and I would probably try to get into a position on one of these corners. I'd assume blue or yellow is going to come out in a bit, so I might try to position on in between red and yellow and go for that 3 around a statue to start with.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that's like, no, I don't think that card's worth it.
In a game like this, if you move forward and you hit a couple 3s, you're gonna be in a pretty rough spot because that amount of damage is that's a lot. So people can spend their entire turn trying to get 2 to 3 damage on a single character.
Absolutely. That's exactly how I feel. So
You guys
for
are both
me,
exactly wrong.
for me, that is such a risky card. Like, I almost like seeing that much later in the game where I can go, okay, is this 100% worth it? Is this going to make my win for the tournament?
Or
Like,
after some trap hexes have already been exhausted and you can
well,
just step on them
exactly.
without any damage.
Then you know, well, the odds are stacked for me, or they're stacked against me, so maybe not.
Can you switch screens? I'm going to try to refresh to see if I can get rid of that.
Oh, okay. Hold on here. Absolutely. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of running into the traps. I don't run headstrong into damage for no reason.
I think this is going to be a really interesting match. Dan, again, he's got a lot of good analysis. Gwen is a
absolutely.
hard counter to the Taze team. Her AoE is going to be brutal if Taze team travels together. It's a good point.
That is a
First
good
trophy
point.
is strong for the Gwen team because of her AoE power against the Taze team.
That makes sense. So if they do go into those traps, they take damage, and then you can just AoE the heck out of some people. Yep. You could essentially get a couple of trophies right there.
I just wanted to refresh the screen
Dan
to get that.
Always has really great information during these. Dan has been with us throughout several of the streams here and always putting up just really, I mean, Dan knows their stuff.
Dan, if you just want to give me a call, I'll get you my phone number. I'll just repeat everything you're saying.
Frederik, so do I. Absolutely. And I mean, we appreciate all of the players' analysis and everybody that's watching.
By far,
putting comments in.
Everyone watching and adding comments are significantly more professional than a lot of us. But
well, I like having different people's opinions and insights as they're watching, because not everybody's going to spot the same stuff.
It looks like they used that flame spear just to move, because they didn't do damage with it. Or did they? Oh, no, they must have. They got in here and they did. Ooh, look at that. They already did 4 damage.
Suzhou. Yikes. Suzhou's not going for those traps, I'm sure.
Okay, I was trying to see like who they did the damage to with that flame spear. Because I was like, did they use it just for movement?
Yeah, no, that was effective. That
keeps you off those traps for sure. Because if you've already taken that kind of damage, now I would be wanting to not risk it. Now I'd be like,
yeah, now it's not as exciting going in and stepping on those traps, huh?
Yeah.
So Jay Peter says, Tabletopia could use a watching mode where it puts the names on things for those not familiar with the standees. That would be fantastic. And I believe that Mythic Games is actually still upgrading Super Fantasy Brawl, because they've talked about other things to note the different players with little circles around bases and stuff like that, like you actually have in the game. So this is, I believe, just like the first foot forward or the first rendition of Super Fantasy Brawl on Tabletopia. They are working to improve all sorts of really cool stuff. So stay tuned for all of that, Jay Peters.
Just getting a little bit of a buff here. Champions are going to gain +1 attack and +1 movement, which is good for positioning if you want to. We're avoiding those traps, though, so it looks like they might try to position around a statue to start with. Like Dan was talking about, though, they're going to be vulnerable if they're traveling as a team, but I think part of their strength is going to be positioning as a team. I mean, they're such a powerful force.
If they're worried about it, though, you can spread out and still have 3 characters around the red pretty easily. Where the other ones, you have to have all 3 characters and the only 3 available slots. It makes it a little bit tougher. By getting around that red, even if you get pushed, you could still potentially get pushed and still be in the red.
Dan just confirmed my speculation. Says Taz team is so melee, it promotes group travel, which is what I was pointing out because Dan said it already.
Mm-hmm. And Dan, you may not
look at that. See, look, what did I say? Tase right on Gwen right away.
You're right.
What I said was going to happen.
Running up there, yeah.
Tase can get on top of Gwen so quickly.
So, Dan, nobody is a pro just yet, not until the finals today. So, I mean, I don't think you get declared a pro until, like, you win, right?
I think so. Well, Sam Healey's a pro, I'm pretty sure.
Sam Healey's a pro?
Pro implies money.
Pro implies money. Okay, there you go. DrGloryHogg with all your extra magic knowledge.
Means you get paid to play.
Let's see here.
Other than that, you're just playing college.
You're just playing college.
Which is a racket.
Well, college gets paid to play technically, right? Because I mean, you get a degree.
College gets hosed. They need to get paid.
I mean, and let's just clarify: the value of a degree nowadays is speculative at best.
Well, I think the biggest thing about college, let's just say basketball, for example, the amount of money that they make for their college versus the amount that they get in compensation for their degree, they don't equal up, not even close. They make so much money for the college.
I had
With the
no
TV
idea.
rights, the merchandise,
A ton.
they make millions for the college, and then they get a $50,000 degree or whatever it happens to be. It's not even close. They need to be paid.
I did not
Because
realize
sometimes
that.
some of them have to almost work or do other things just to make ends meet, even though their
Just in order to do
scholarships
that.
pay for it. They don't depend on the scholarship. Doesn't mean they always pay for room and board and everything else. Like, there's all kinds of stuff involved in it. Go watch and Adam ruins everything on it. He'll set you straight. It is not a great thing.
Adam does ruin everything, but in a good way, I think.
Both players have decided those traps at the moment are not necessarily worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well,
But-
to be fair, Zao doesn't want to die.
Yes.
Well, that's fair. But we're also not really positioning to take 3 towers. I mean, is this just going to... I mean, it's starting off like it's going to be a melee skirmish battle until we get some more cards out.
Yeah, it's almost like they're waiting. They're just trying to see if they can... It really looks like they're just seeing if they can kill Gawain, potentially.
Well,
I mean,
Gawain away.
it's not... She's so dangerous, it's probably not a bad
Right.
idea to rush her, and do some damage.
Make her
Right.
waste turns just to come back out
Does
again.
she
and
have
stuff.
any damage on her at the moment? She did. She took 1 solid hit, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit. That's 4 damage.
Yeah.
That's
She's
intense.
within, she can be killed by AoE
One
at this
more
point
hit.
from,
Yeah,
like,
one more
very-
little hit.
If they're not careful, Corvash could back into her and just straight up kill her. Even though Corvash is on her team, if he tripped over her backwards, she's dead. She's that frail at this point.
Wise choice to push Gawain with Taze, his movement against the weaker caster, and stay in class, as she must keep moving to use attacks based on her range, and Taze can always close the gap.
Always.
That makes sense.
Even if she moves away and attacks, he can dash in and negate the attack.
So then
Yeah,
she's always just having to move and run away.
I would
Dan
not
and
be
I are like
surprised
this
if-
on this one.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just spends the entire time kind of in her face, honestly.
Yeah,
Even
I mean,
ignoring some of those
right?
objectives.
they're guarding that player.
Jonathan Kelly, my favorite win was Gawain, Dendre, and Lorelei. Very nice.
That is interesting.
It's a good combination.
I like playing with Gawain as well, but it's interesting to see this almost become bad for the player playing with Gawain, just because it's been set up, okay, this is a target, and now I'm just going to spend my entire game either reviving this character or running them around while also trying to do whatever I'm doing with the other 2 characters. So it almost becomes a distraction in the game.
Taz is a brilliant counter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting that Taz is the counter to Gawain, but Gawain is the counter to a bunch of melee characters. So
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly.
Gawain against Tu Zhao there is going to be a... I mean, you already saw she did an immense amount of damage immediately, which is why Taz had to rush forward.
Right.
yeah,
I hope to see just both characters just get taken off the board.
I hope both players win.
I hope just both players get taken out. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be super amazing. Okay.
I
Look
want
at
to
this
see
right here. I mean,
blood,
this is a
sweat,
full-on skirmish game right now, as opposed to a strategic, dexterity game.
Right. It's very much a point, click, delete style team, which I am a pro of at least having one sort of point, click, delete style characters in there. That's just a sacrifice for stuff.
Realistically, looking at this team, you're definitely the left. You are the Remi, and I would be the Fabrice as far as team build outs. I tend to rely more heavily on the stronger melee characters that can just do burst damage, where you tend to stay farther away, but then do massive amounts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It becomes with that play style with
Top strategies.
when you have characters rushing in, you have a better reaction. Like if you're a player that works better with reactions to games and cards and everything, it's almost better for you to play those characters that are going to rush in, because then it's going to benefit your play style. Where if you like to analyze things and be really embodied with that strategic movement of the board, you want to play characters that are going to be a little bit more supportive and movable on that board and can run around and may have bigger hits because of that, because that's the play styles.
And Jonathan Kelly is bringing up a good point. If you just let Gawain sit back and cast from the back line, you're probably going to lose. You need to get somebody in there right in her face. And that's what Taze is there. Taze is like, if you spend time messing around with Gawain, I'm just going to kill her.
Yeah.
Like, you've got to spend time now to move her. And I can agree with that. That's my strategy usually, is if you are going to play a mage, I'm going to come up and try to chop you in half.
Apparently, I did not know this, but Sam says everybody will get participation medals. So
Well,
everybody.
Here's the thing he's not letting you know. Those participation medals one says winner, the rest says losers. That's I mean
Oh!
they are medals. They are medals.
You know what it's gonna
They're
be?
just not what you'd assume.
This actually happened at a job I had one time. They gave me like an award for like, I don't know, being there like 5 years or something. And it was literally an email and I had to print off the award from the printer and then hang it up on my cube. It was the best reward I'd ever received, to be honest with you. I mean, a printed off piece of paper, they don't give those out for free.
Yeah.
Those are not free to make.
No, it costed you about 5 cents.
Yes.
That's right.
I was like, cool. Am I paying to get my own award printed off? Nice. I like this. I'm actually negative money because of this award.
Yeah. I've never won.
What?
I could see that.
Yeah.
You've never won an award at anything?
I've never won.
You just never won?
Across the board.
Just across the board.
That's the real reason why I brought Jan on, so he had someone to beat at Super Fantasy Brawl.
Sam's clarifying. That was a joke, which Sam, we clearly missed the joke.
Well,
all of us across the board.
No, I kind of want these participation trophies now. Like,
I'm going to be severely disappointed if there aren't participation trophies.
Can we get printed out participation host like little things like hosted Super Fantasy Brawl participation? Like
the best host we've had so far.
That's right. That's exactly
right.
number one host
so far.
Except mine would go to Jan.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ouch.
I need to print that up right away.
I'm noticing that the Quackalope player is focusing a lot on Jan and his strategies. Maybe if he spends more time worrying about his own team, he will do better in this tournament.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Fair. It's accurate.
Second place is still the first loser. Oh.
If you're not first, you're last.
Oh, so many burns.
As Ricky Bobby would say.
So Fatal says you used your fancy paper for that one, didn't you?
True. Actually, I have a real question for you, Jesse.
Yeah.
How many people do you know named Ricky Bobby? Because you live in Kentucky. Is there like a group of Ricky Bobbies, or is it
No, I don't know a lot of Ricky Bobbies. I do know a lot of people that go barefoot though. So, give and take.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's something. That's something.
And Jay Peter says, you have the ducks, you are the winner, sir. So you are a winner.
True.
I mean,
the end of my career storyline is just a farm with a bunch of ducks. Let's check those objectives again. Dan's been asking.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage we have on these characters too. I mean, this character's bloody, Taser's bloody, Zhao is almost bloody.
This is just a straight up skirmish game, and I mean, honestly, bloody is
never
not.
happens.
It really is not a common thing to happen. And bloody's not going to be a terrible thing because I believe it's Corvash, right? Isn't Corvash going to be able to utilize some abilities against bloodied characters?
Let me take a look here.
Doing a ton of damage. Corvash, a lot of Corvash's cards are going to be relying on getting some characters bloodied, which is where Gwain's going to come in and help, and Corvash is going to be able to do that finishing blow.
I think the most interesting, it's almost like they don't care about the objectives at this point.
What is the new objective that's come out?
It's the traps, and then the non-scoring objective right now is having 3-on-1 statue.
3-on-1 statue, okay.
Which you could set up, but it seems like they're just going to go straight for kills and try to upgrade their characters.
Listen,
have we not pushed trophies forward?
Look.
Not yet.
Nope.
Whoa.
There he goes. Gwain is off.
They're out for blood.
Taze levels up, which Taze then gets to have, if Taze would dash, he may deal 1 unblockable damage to an adjacent enemy instead.
Yeah.
That's bad news for Gwain as well.
Because he dashes like crazy. And using the reaction to dash and then actually use it to do 1 damage to your opponent and kill them on their turn. Nice.
This is gonna.
Chef's kiss.
That was your chef's kiss. You didn't have your chef hat on, so.
Yeah, but I felt if the chef hat was on, I would have felt more comfortable.
That's right.
Okay, that's fair.
It's not comfortable without the actual chef's hat.
I'm pretty sure when you signed up for this, you knew you'd be a little uncomfortable. What's something that we haven't really talked about? Is there something to be said about planning for future objectives too? Because by killing Gwain, not only does it put Gwain on the back foot, but if he can kill another character, if that objective does pop out, saying you're having 2 leveled up characters, you're already in just a much better place for it.
Well, when I saw them spread, that was kind of what was in my mind. Is they may still? I mean, they certainly will probably still go for some objectives, but they're both probably waiting for objectives that fit their team structure. And until then, they're just going to pummel each other a little bit.
Yeah, look at that. That Sap Sanctus is being played, and if they're playing that on Taze, that's going to be a problem. Because Taze is bloodied.
Jonathan says Marsus is
Oh,
sitting
there
on
it
the
Taze
sideline.
is out.
Told you. Corvash took advantage of that bloodied and just killed Taze.
This is going to be interesting because we're going to see a lot of leveled up characters really
Which-
soon
Well,
here, I
Taze
think.
just-
Now Taze is no longer leveled up.
Oh,
Taze
that's
is a level
right.
1
He
now.
just lost it.
He risked it for the biscuit and came away empty-handed.
Oh,
Maruz is sitting on the sideline weeping that he's not getting punched in the
Yeah.
face. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Maruz is a always wants a little bit of punishment.
wow, this is just a bloodbath.
Dan, Taze team will score 3 on the objective. Gwaine team will knock out 2 champions. Just okay. Taze team will
just the
score 3 on the
predictions.
objective. Maybe.
What was the new one that came out? I didn't get to see it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So it's had 2 more champions adjacent to Rogels. I just throw some extra L's and R's in there. Makes it perfect.
That makes it sound
You've
official.
got, they're positioned here to potentially take that, but they also have time too. And then if you get DrGloryHogg can go sit on there and just, he's not going to move.
Well, it'll be interesting to. Well, I guess they balance that because now they only have 2 characters on the board. Because I always like it whenever you have one person go off the board and then you're like, haha, I have that 3-person advantage against you. But they just basically matched everything up even here.
Yeah.
Not helpful. Not helpful.
I will say that I am surprised that the first trophies were scored on this top, on this champions table here by just straight up killing
Just
other
straight up
characters.
getting rid of characters.
Did not expect to see that. 'Cause it seems like the objectives are usually the way to go.
I still am not convinced they're going to be pushing for any of those objectives. That yellow one might get a push if or when it's cycling into that second place. So Gwaine may be positioning for that now, but I don't know. I still don't see anything that they're gonna pursue.
I agree. It doesn't look like they are, at least. It is an interesting strategy, though, because that's not usually what we've seen. Objectives seem to be like that's where you get the vast majority of your trophies, and then you just a little cherry on top is killing one of your opponent's characters. Because they don't die. That's another big thing that they did in this game that a lot of skirmish games don't have. I used to always focus on killing opponents because it just gives them less options. But if you can just bring them back next turn, it's a setback. It's not like a real character death.
Well, that's very true because in a normal skirmish game, you kind of see the characters go downhill and you see that landslide happening. In this one here, somebody can come back really fast and then take over a game. I mean, you have a lot more chances to win. And since it's only those 5 trophies, like that can happen very, very fast in a couple of rounds if you have the right...
A ton of damage.
Yeah, you have the right stuff happening.
Are you looking at that?
Look at that.
Are they hanging on by like 1 life? They're hanging on by 2 life?
Mm-hmm. Sal's sitting right there. Too.
Wow.
If Kilgore comes in there,
Oh my
or comes like
gosh.
Corvash, because of there, he's just dead.
That's what Corvash is good at as well, taking advantage of a character that's bloodied. So,
and that you can't be much more bloody than that.
Yeah.
And the other now, to be fair, on Remi's side, they are damage free at this point because like we
but
said,
Gwaine did
although
just
Gwaine
get knocked
died,
out.
she came right back.
If he's able to take that character out, though, that puts him at 2 trophies, and that's half of this win. I mean, all they really need to do is like win another objective.
That's
and
true.
Like
2 is almost half of 5. I agree.
It is almost half of 5, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that I can do math today. So
Well, it's that whole. I'm still uncomfortable with the concept of math, just as a core principle.
That's fair. That's fair.
I've always been good at the advanced stuff, calculus, Socratic's method, whatever it is. But it's addition and multiplication is where I fall short.
right there, okay, that makes sense. That's tough in everyday life.
That's
basics.
When you're getting your change at the Starbucks, that's got to be rough. I don't know if this is correct, but thank you. So when I tip, I always just tip an even $1.
Just $1.
No, I'm a very good tipper. I feel like I have to say that now.
So you don't offend anybody?
My mother worked at she was like a waitress when she was going through school and stuff. So for like 6 years or something like that, she went part-time. And so she would just like give me a slap if I didn't tip well. If she knew that I was out and not tipping well, she would be really mad at me. So I always think about that. I'm like, I should have an
like
extra
how
5.
defensive he's become of his own statement. He's like, "Oh no, I can't be associated." All I'm thinking is whoever is next getting a tip is going to be very lucky because they're getting like double the original amount just so he can pay back what he just did on camera.
Yeah, they're going to get at least $3.
Wow.
At least.
And they just earned a little bit more. I guarantee you'll remember this moment next time you tip, and you'll add a couple dollars on top of it just for
I'm one of
Absolutely.
those people that I don't have the best memory for like a movie or a book. I'll be like, I remember enjoying it and I want to rewatch it again or whatever. But these little moments like this, I remember this forever. Like when Jan told me his thank you for your service story, he's going to regret that for the rest of his life.
For the rest of his life.
I am willing to come to his bedside when he's in his final days and say, Jan,
Thank you for service.
thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
I hope that's the last thing he hears.
Oh goodness. All right. So which character's turn? Which person's turn is it here?
I think we're still looking at cards at the moment. Yeah, we're just now playing.
Fabrice is playing Rodeo.
They move through enemies. Enemies move through, suffer 2 damage. That's that trample that I was talking about a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's 2 damage that you can't. Doesn't matter if you've got
undefendable,
shields.
undefendable.
Which
damage.
how important is that for this team? Not important actually, because none of them actually have any shields. But it is very useful counter too whenever you are playing against a DrGloryHogg or somebody like that.
Yeah, if Taz had not got taken out so quickly, that combined with some of those abilities combined with that just extra adjacency damage starts piling on a ton.
It becomes huge. You
could potentially run through Gwen, killing her, and then be set up to hit the next player with your other 2 cards. Well, there is some. I think we've all agreed that Taz is the best character.
Oh gosh,
he's a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun to watch. I have to admit, the combination of Taz and Gawain both on the board has added some drama that I'm excited for.
It's no Bachelorette, but it's good.
No, I'd say it's better.
Fair.
Well, gosh, I missed the point. I was going to make a point about something.
Oh, no, you weren't.
And y'all.
So here came Taze, like we were talking about, with another 2 movement, and then an attack from 2 away that does 2 damage plus stun.
And a stun.
So bludgeon.
I love stun. Stun's so much fun.
When you were the one playing it, yes. And then we have another, and then we have onwards. Draw 1. Their allies may dash 1, which Taze can get, like we said.
Taze forward. He's pushing Taze forward. Look at this.
Yep, Taze is right up in there.
From
and if you
knocked out
too,
to the center of the action.
If DrGloryHogg gives Taze that dash and Taze is leveled up like he was before, he can potentially just turn that DrGloryHogg dash into a 1 damage. And that adds up. It adds up.
I'm looking at our time here because rankings went up at about 10:08. So we're going to say like 11:10 or something like that. So we got about like 20 minutes left in this round. So we're more than halfway through this round, which is interesting. We only got 1-1 on our trophies here.
It seems like they're a lot's happening, but it seems like they're playing a little slow.
Yeah, as far as having things come out and stuff,
to
right?
be fair, they have our eyes on them. I mean, have you been judged by a more beautiful crew? I don't think so. Control the element deployment area. That's going to be our one in the wings here that's not ready to score.
2 more champions adjacent to the yellow. I mean, they're still, though, not really paying attention to those adjacency things. Like, Taz rushed forward. It looks like he's going directly after Gawain again. I'm going to be honest. It doesn't look like he's concerned about that adjacency at all.
I would be really interested to hear what they had, like what was going through their minds in this, because it does seem like they're just completely ignoring some of these objectives. And it's like, if we make some objectives, I guess it'll happen, you know? Otherwise, let's just gun for the other team at this point.
Let's assume that there was some trash talk about people's mothers before the game, and so they decided, screw these objectives, I'm going for blood.
Hey, listen, Taz's mother was a wonderful lady and a fantastic cook, just to be clear.
She was just big boned.
That's what did it. That's why Taz is so angry.
Oh my goodness.
I want like a stampede animation and sound effect. Like next time we do this, can we just do animation for Taz whenever he moves?
I feel like this is my time to shine, but I don't have my coconuts with me. But we could just be like,
ah!
That's all I had on me. She took away my little coconut halves.
Am I wrong in thinking that Taz is literally just going to run straight into Gawain again?
Either that, but
that's what it looks like.
They can also go for Cole because they only have 8 health, and they can take them out. They have no defense. There's a lot of different options they can do there. But yeah, they're trying to. You're right. You think they are trying to keep Zhao away?
Absolutely.
Tiger away from everybody. Because Zhao is still not doing hot, and I don't know if there's that much healing on this team. Because DrGloryHogg doesn't heal. I don't know if they have any healing on this team at all.
Healing on that team.
Does Zhao have any healing? I don't
I'm
think he
checking
does.
right
so.
now.
Yeah, no.
Going through the cards, yeah.
No healing at all.
Taz does not heal. I know that.
I think so, Dan. We have Taze that's pushing Gwen out, so hopefully she won't be able to AoE on that. Just protecting Su Zhao. Which, this late in the match, if Su Zhao is taken out, like, you've got to make that choice. Like, is it more important to get them back in and spend those turns getting them in? Like, are they going to make any difference getting back in at the end of the board
Right.
state here?
And another thing to consider, too, when we're talking about Taze, since we haven't been talking about Taze enough, honestly, is 4 out of 6 of Taze's cards are dash abilities.
Yeah.
4 out of 6 have dash on them.
So he's just meant to dash around the board
Yes,
and, like,
he's
wreck
literally
people.
half horse.
He's literally just meant to run around there and get his hoof on.
Yeah, not to seem like a jerk, but he's
Huffing it.
half horse. He was meant to run. Maybe he was born to run.
Is he half horse or potentially like half like wildebeest or like bison?
It could be some type of goat variety, right? with those horns.
He's a chunky boy.
But I feel like it's horse. I feel like there's hooves there, and so we're going horse.
Well, he does have
Do
horns.
bison
so
not
I
have
don't.
hooves?
Yeah,
they
like
do, but
he's got the curly horns. He has
how
to.
fast are bison? I mean, I don't know. I've never been chased by a
Oh,
bison.
you've never been chased by a bison?
No,
You,
we
sir.
live in Arizona,
How-
Jesse. How many
you,
bisons
sir.
do you think live
Oh,
in
okay,
Arizona?
yeah. You get chased by a pack of armadillos instead of bison.
We don't even have armadillos. We have roadrunners. That's the one we have to fear. They will chase you and try to steal your shoelaces. It is not funny. You ever try walking to school with no shoelaces? I have.
And with that note, please swing over to GloryHoundd's Twitter, where there will be a post going up in the next few days of Hogg being chased by a few roadrunners.
That's exactly it.
Now I feel like I need to train some roadrunners.
Pushing Taze on Gwen also allows him to be in the enemy deploy area. I had noticed that, Dan, while I was silently observing. I'm going to claim that I noticed it, considering that you just pointed it out.
Chain lightning.
That's a really good point, Dan.
Here's your girl coming
Okay.
out the chain lightning.
This is
brutal.
where Dan was talking about, where if they're moving together as a pack, Gwen becomes super deadly and dangerous.
Wow, within
Absolutely.
2 hexes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is massive.
What do we
Gwen is a
have?
beast.
We do have, yes. If she hits Taze, that does hit Doug Run too.
Yeah. And almost gets Taz. I mean, if Taz was over just a little bit more. I'm sorry, not Taz, Zal.
She's just your glass cannon, and that's exactly why they probably want to keep her off the board with that, you know?
Did it happen? Momentum, -1. Now the Doug Run is no longer in range. Because look, you hit them now, 1, 2, 3. They just totally shut down that chain lightning. That's exactly what I was wanting to see out of Taze
That
player.
was smooth.
That's a good move.
And if you notice Fabrice's character profile here, on a horse. Just saying, they know what's up.
They know what they're doing.
Are you sure it's a horse, or is it just 3 donkeys stocked on top of each other?
Well, you never can be sure with horses. I mean,
That's
they
true.
are crafty animals. They're the dolphins of the air, if you will.
I'm from Kentucky, I'd know.
Do you have horses there? I haven't heard.
I think it's all we
There's
have.
not a lot of horses there.
Listen.
You guys should do something with them, like I don't know, like a race or something.
Like some sort of race in
here in
Kentucky?
Kentucky, we've got 3 things going for us: horses, bourbon, and abject poverty. It's only a problem when you mix all 3 together.
Yeah, I can see that.
You got moonshine. I will say Kentucky is the only place I've ever lived in my life where I got offered moonshine by multiple people that I didn't know that well.
You sure lived in Tennessee. You just visited Kentucky for the mud
That's true.
wrestling.
That's true, for the mud wrestling. And at every mud wrestling, there was always somebody with moonshine. I will say that there was a guy in my unit from Bowling Green, and he did literally lift up the trunk of his car in the parking lot and say, "Hey, you want some moonshine?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "This is a thing that really happens." Okay, that's fair. He was only 30 minutes away from that base. He's like, "Yeah."
I've
had
been
moonshine in his
to
trunk.
many a bluegrass jam session where there's been a bottle in the back.
Okay.
That's just so crazy thinking about that.
You
But
take
that's
it
like a
out of the
normal
freezer,
thing.
Take it out of the freezer, you spin that mason jar. If you see the bubbles, so you know you have good stuff.
Look at this guy. And the first question I asked him is, am I going to go blind?
Possibly.
Yes, I did say of the air, Fatal Paper Cut, and I do not take it back. They are the dolphins of the air.
Why would you?
They're the Pegasi of the ground.
Pegasi
All right,
is this is actually Pegasauruses.
Pegasauruses? Oh, I did not realize that was the plural of
No.
Pegasi. Yeah.
Plural of, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I feel like you guys are giving lots of really great knowledge to all of our viewers here today.
Well, everyone's just headbutting each other on this match. I'm enjoying it, but
it is. It's a big back and forth. And you know what? If all of you here are enjoying this match right now, make sure to like and subscribe to everybody's channel and ring the bell to get notified whenever everybody goes live.
If there's anything I've learned from My Little Pony,
if you're sub to mine, please unsub specifically.
That's fair. If there's anything I've learned from My Little Pony, it is that friendship is magic.
Friendship is magic.
Take
That's
that for what you will.
I'm sorry, I don't catch that reference.
Oh man, right?
Oh, well, that's fair.
Dated yourself again.
No, that's from the new one. That's from the new one. But my kid was young at that time, so that was a show that we watched together. It was called literally My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic.
No idea. No concept.
All right, you were probably too busy playing Kingdom Death Monster.
Well, that's probably fair. We got some massive damage
More
going
damage coming in. Ooh, Taz may be regretting running in there.
Taz regrets nothing.
I mean, possibly, unless he gets knocked out again. If he doesn't take someone out with him, then he's made a mistake.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
I agree.
So how much health does each character have over there, like left on Fabrice's side?
We're like at 2.
Because it's 2, and what's the other one?
And for Taz, what does Taz have? 9? And so he's got 3,
so
4.
yeah.
Taz has got 4 left, but like the Jade Tiger's got like 2 left.
Another note from Sam here as well. Oh, after Jonathan. So Jonathan said, "Wait, is this hosted by a brony?" No, this is hosted by a Taz. And Sam says Charles defeats Maxime on table 2, 5-3. Good job.
Ooh.
Congratulations, Charles.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
in Sam Healey's words, second place, just first loser.
I
didn't say that. I would never say that. I would never say that to anyone.
But Sam would say that.
Sam
would.
Yeah, Sam would say that. Well, this has just been a bloodbath of a tournament here with this one. Yeah, and
I'm enjoying seeing two teams destroy each other.
Not one objective has been scored. Not one objective has even been brought into like.
Here's
maybe
the
we'll
issue,
score
though.
this. Nope.
I think there is a significant chance of us not resulting in a full like five trophy victory because we're not paying attention to those objectives at all. We're just pummeling each other.
Well,
what just came out?
Well, what we've got that can score is control the enemy deployment area, but we did get a score. One of them just score. So
we're gonna have time here really, really soon, though.
What did they just score?
A trophy.
Was it 2 characters leveled up? It's not 3 adjacent. It could have been 2. It could have been 2 in 2 different locations.
Oh, in all 3 locations? There was one that had to be in all 3 locations. Let's see. So it wasn't that one.
2 or more champions in
That's
yellow.
the Hexes one.
Where are the discards?
Yeah, where did that discard go?
Yeah,
we can't like look at it.
Well,
you can't see it.
But for them ignoring them this whole time, all of a sudden it's just
then
like,
all
bam.
of a sudden like scooted out one at just the right time because we're coming in close here to like the final 10-15 minutes of the round here. Like,
plus if you look,
and for those of you joining in right now, this is the top 2 players right now: Remi, Carbo, Fabrice, Poussin, and
just died. Oh,
well, so the Jade Tiger died. So Zhao is out, and then now we have Taze is at 1 health.
Yeah, and that's victory, right? If Taze gets knocked out as well, that is game.
It'll be victory, yes.
Yeah, that would be really good. Wow,
3 knockouts and like 1 trophy. That is interesting. Oh, we got another trophy over here.
They're like,
they finally scored this one.
I was gonna say this is the end of it, and they're just like trying to get as many trophies as possible. And
because he scored the one about controlling the enemy deployment area. Taze over there,
smart,
which is close to going. Which Taze dashed his way over there, but now Taze is really
smart.
Now Taze is over here with these 2 characters within range for sure, without even moving, and then this character could potentially get within range. So Taze is like may have scored that point, but may have lost the match because of it.
Yeah, deploy area. That's what everyone's saying.
Yeah.
They're confirming that that's what it was. But I don't think it matters. I think Taze has made himself way too vulnerable by sprinting over there.
Yep. Jade Tiger's coming out.
they might have just been trying to sprint over there to get the trophies in order to get up on the other opponent, and then they just
Lost
put
another
themselves. Yeah, they put
objective.
themselves in a bad position
That's what I'm
because of
saying.
that.
They might have scored the trophy, but they might have lost the match because of it.
And it's the urgency at the end of the match, because they're probably being told at this point, you have 5 minutes left, or you have 10 minutes left, or whatever it is, and they're like, oh man, we need to get through these trophies at the end of the round here, because
haste
it is
can make you make this mistakes for sure.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see this. So we have Charles. Charles is going probably to the top here. He looks like he is.
Yeah, because Charles won again against Meeeex.
And then whoever wins this is definitely going to be in. And then we have 2 other tables that we're waiting on news from. This is an intense last round, though, for these 2.
Yeah,
Especially being the top 2 players right now.
This has been a fun one to watch.
Yeah. Especially because of not the minimal amount of objectives being scored on this. This has just been a bloodbath.
That's the finishing blow that they were playing, which finishing blow is great. The target is bloodied, it ignores defense. It's a dash of 2. You're doing 3 damage. I believe they just did that to Gawain. Yeah, he moved up to hit Gawain with that. And so Gawain's hurt, but Gawain's not dead.
Yeah, Jonathan's saying if he kills Gawain again, then that's net +1 trophies, even if he dies. You're right, but the problem is he put himself vulnerable. Zhao was already vulnerable, and he gave up another scoring objective in that process. So right now, if Taze gets hit, that's end game, right? That closes it out.
Yeah, because it is. It's too close, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because, you have to tie it, and then time would have to be called.
It's interesting noting, too, Jonathan is saying that imagine he's running short on Taze cards, though, and that means that Taze is also unable to move. Like,
That's true.
If you're running short on cards, then you're just kind of stuck there as well, and with low life, you're just a target.
Did he just flip over? What's he doing here? Is he just messing around? Oh, he's just looking at his character's ability, it looks like. It is bludgeon, 2 damage. If Gawain can't block that, Gawain is dead, and it's going to be 4-4.
Oh, gosh. If they end up with a draw on this is going to be crazy in, the last few minutes of the game. Honestly.
That bludgeon lets you get you from 2 away.
It does.
He's going to move away. Yep.
Positioning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
she's out.
And she's out.
All he's got to do, though, is just give him a little lizard lick, and then Taze is dead.
That's it. Just a little chef kiss will close this out.
Like a wet willy.
Chef's kiss would kill Taze dead. He cannot take it. A chef's kiss would kill him.
Oh my goodness. And then the final few, maybe 10 minutes or so of the match here. I know that the matches went up at 11:08.
How many? We're looking at 8 trophies scored right now, and only 3 of them due to objectives.
Yeah. That was
Taze?
a lot of just scoring off of people getting taken off the board.
Taze is repositioning what he just played. Oh, and Tony defeats Danielle 5-2 in a really close and fun game, the player said.
Wow.
Well, that's the thing about Super Fantasy Brawl. I haven't seen a boring match yet. There's always stuff going on, right?
Well,
Even
the first match we did was interesting, but it was more of a tug of war. So from a spectator side, you have less onboard engagement. This one from a spectator side has been really interesting to watch because it's so different from what you see in a lot of these more strategic matches.
Which this one was strategic killing, as you were.
Right. It's been the most unique match I think that we've seen thus far, because for the most part we can usually look at the goals and go, okay, players should probably be going over here, over there. But it was just like, boom, right in the beginning, just players got rushed and people started going down. And I was like, oh, okay, so it's going to be one of those days.
There's a good argument that Zhao and DrGloryHogg were not used very well. They just kind of sat back on this team, on Fabrice's team, which is fair.
This whole game was ran by Taze,
Yeah.
He should have just played 2 Tazes.
Yeah.
all Zhao did, I believe, was get knocked out.
Yeah, I think that's about it. Which Zhao has some really powerful cards, but you're right, it has been mostly just Taze. Did he just not shuffle the other character cards in?
Pretty sure that's what happened.
He's like, man, I just keep getting Taze cards.
No, I mean you can go through, and since you have the 3 characters there, if if you have two that you play with a lot and you know how to play with those two and those two have really good synergy, sometimes, I mean, it becomes the third wheel, like or the fifth wheel, you know, like
the third wheel definitely happens. I just think in this case that they're pointing to is that 2/3 of his team just didn't really move. I mean, look at DrGloryHogg, hasn't really moved a whole bunch. Sal hasn't moved a whole bunch. It's mostly just been Taze running in and killing stuff and then dying.
Yep. That should just be telling to how awesome Taze is for you, Doctor. I think that's what you would have wanted to see, right?
No, it is. You don't even need other characters. Just one.
You don't even need other characters. You just need Taze.
One versus 3.
The Hexy Beast showed up. Hey guys. Hello. Hexy Beast.
Let's see here. You're only planning on using the champ that much. You're better off going for some support champs.
That's true. That's
fair.
actually a very good point. Having some support in there that could do some healing or something, give a little bit of buff to Taze, even with some reaction cards that are a little bit more proficient.
Yep.
Could have switched the game.
Yeah,
I don't know if they.
That's when you just go park somewhere, and they didn't really do that.
Well, and I don't know if they had both initially planned on just going full force. It might have been that the objectives kind of switched up their strategy a little bit.
I think so. It looks like it may have been a draw on this one then. If if they are leaving the tournament, in fact, it does look like it would be a draw on this, right? Got 4-4?
Tell me it's not a draw. Keep playing.
Well, Fabrice went offline. I don't know.
Time is time, you know?
Did they call time? Has Sam Healey called time?
I don't know if Fabrice just quit though. It could be a connection thing though. I mean, we're only at 109 my time at the moment, and I believe we started at least with 5 to 8 minutes left to spare.
Yeah. Oh no, they left the yellow seat. Okay, so how are they calling that one? We'll see what Sam says. I haven't seen it officially post how they're calling this match, if they're calling it a draw or not.
Again, leaving the seat could be an internet issue. It doesn't necessarily mean that he forfeited. But if we take the next 8 minutes and he's still not back in the seat, or however long, I'm just not sure. That was a good match. It was such a good match.
I know, right? So different from the other ones that we've been seeing, just going after those objectives, just having that truly skirmished, bloodied game. So table 4 is still playing right now. So
I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, Sam, they're not. But
well, we're watching table 1 right now, actually. So table
okay.
So that means that time is not up just yet. So we're probably within like the next 10 minutes or so, like of the final here.
Honestly, this is kind of what we had talked about, though. If they draw, they should both make it into the very last round. Gosh, I don't know, because all Remi needs is a turn to do like a damage to Taze, and then it's over.
Mm-hmm. So Hexy says, I got in at the end, and I'm going to scrub back in a bit.
Hexy, that was a good round, but stay tuned, Hexy, because we are going to be moving on to is the next match the championship match?
I feel like it's got to be, right?
So I think so, right? No, math-wise. Hold on. So
I've never been good at this match. Either way, Hexy, the championship match will be coming up, and that should be a pretty interesting one to watch as well.
Absolutely. Like, I'm excited to see how this all turns out, especially after watching several weeks in a row, And to all of our viewers right now, if you have not liked and subscribed, make sure to like and subscribe so you get updates on Super Fantasy Brawl. And let us know in the comments what your 3 favorite characters are to play with. I want to know what all of you are playing with it at home.
And why those characters include Gawain and Taz.
Gawain is a really good character. I really enjoy Gawain. So was Lori part of the Fabrice team?
No.
No, it was part of the other one. It was part of the other team, so let's see here.
No, she was not. Yeah, if they had a healer, that would have changed everything. They had no healing on that side at all. No lifesteal, no healing. 100% just all damage.
Any person on either one of those teams that would have been like full support, like healer or just helping maneuver them around the board and stuff like that would have completely changed that game 100%, because what we saw was a game where we had 2 players going directly after each other, making the majority of their trophies off of that, which we hardly ever see. And just having that one tiny wrench in that, just having a character go down and then get healed, and the frustration of seeing that, and it makes you want to ignore it and move on to other things, So I think that would have completely changed the game.
So is your sense of it?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, hop into that other table that's still playing. But is yours?
I popped into 4, but it looks like it's 5 trophies is on Chini's side, and Thag is sitting at 4 trophies. So it looks like it's a 5-4 with Chni as the winner.
Who are they running with? It looks like we have 2 Zhaos out there.
It looks like we were running with DrGloryHogg. Is that Goldar?
Oh, they got a lot of damage on there too.
Yeah, that's Goldar.
Yeah.
That's Skull on the belt right
Goldar
there.
and Zhao.
Yep. It looked like this was a bloody matchup over here too. Look at all these traps too.
Oh yeah.
And then another Goldar, Zhao, and Kilgore. So this was almost a perfect match.
Yeah, some standards there though. Zhao and Goldar are going to be pretty classics when it comes to people, how people are forming out their teams. Now, with that last match we just got through, GloryHoundd, is your sense of it that the head-to-head, the combative nature of it was due to the objectives that came out, or was it due to the team specifically? Like, did Taz have to get into Gwen's face there?
I think it was a little bit of both. I think that they didn't see any objectives that really called to them and were like, all right, I can take this objective pretty quickly. And so because of the team structures that they had and they started hitting on each other, like both of them were like, all right, this is working for us. And then they just continued with that strategy throughout the game, because there is something to be said about picking a strategy and sticking to it for the entire game if you can, because if you're doing well with it, like why not,
So Steve popped in, said, sadly, I have yet to play the game due to 2020. I'm not sure. Is this game available to other people playing? Like, is the mod open public?
Yes,
I believe it is open public.
So
yes.
Steve, here's what I would say: either Mythic Games and the Mythic Games community around Super Fantasy Brawl, or over on my community, the Discord called The Paddle. You can find it in any of our YouTube links. We have games that happen nearly every single day. So if you're looking for an opportunity to play in a digital space, do not let 2020 be an excuse. Say screw loneliness and come hang out and play some games.
That's right.
So they did call that one for Carbo, the one we were watching. Okay. Carbo got that win. They're the only undefeated player at this point.
Right. So I'm getting standings in here. So we're just going to go over them here really quick. We have Remi Carbo, who it has 7 wins on this, and they're at that 14 points for the tournament total on this, because these are Swiss rounds as we're getting points and accumulating those over the course of these games. We have Charles, who is in second place right now with a total of 12 tournament points. Fabrice, which is also at 12 tournament points. We have Nicolas at 11 tournament points. Anthony at 10. Daniel at 10. And then Maxime at 9 points. And Marc at 8. So we're getting a little bit bigger distribution of points here. We're having players come out a little bit more on top. It seems like Remi Carbo is doing really exceptionally well and is leading the pack at this point.
So, Sam, if you're still tuned in and listening, I know you're doing a lot of organization on the back end, but give us a sense of how this is structured in terms of when we might be seeing like a head-to-head for first place type of match.
I think they're doing it based off of points.
Yeah, so I think what we should probably do is follow Remi, and because Remi is at this point in the number 1 slot.
Okay.
Until they get knocked down,
Because I know it's going to be organized based off points, but it still does have a structure of a certain amount of people need to play against a certain amount of people for those points to be calculated, right?
If Remi has a loss and Charles or Fabrice gets a win in this, there's a good chance that one of those two could go up to first place in this, points-wise, because if Remi gets, 0 points usually for that loss, and then 1 point for the draw and 2 points for the win usually, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they get a 0,
I don't know how all this math works.
Yeah, if they get a 0 and somebody else is going to try to jump them at that point, that would be really interesting. So Taze was the only one who could have the movement to threaten Gwen. She's such a threat. You must target her. In the Taze team, he needs a healer as well. Outside the healer, he is not much on the objectives, I guess. I agree. So, do you have the tabletop simulator? This is actually being played on Tabletopia right now. So,
that was a question for Steve, and Steve just put up a response that I'd like to directly address. Steve said, I know about the online matches. I'm just not familiar enough with Tabletopia that I'm comfortable inflicting my fumbling on strangers just yet. Hopefully soon. So, Steve, very specifically to you and anyone else listening and watching, over in the paddle, the Discord community that I run, we have moderators and community members that specifically will take time to teach you and help you learn and get through those fumbling stages. So if you're not familiar enough, but you want people that'll be patient with you and help you get familiar quickly, feel free to swing over and just ask someone. Because that's one thing that we found a lot with these online matches, getting used to Tabletop Simulator, getting used to Tabletopia. There's always a little bit of a discomfort there. And so really this community is full of incredible people that are willing to help you out.
Absolutely. So before this last year, getting people on Tabletop Simulator, Tabletopia was the hardest thing to do, especially for board gamers who love having that in-person, connectivity and, tactile feel of things on the board and everything. But this year has been a huge learning curve for everybody getting on these, and people have produced a lot of really fantastic content out there to show you how to.
Here's the exciting thing for me. The exciting thing for me is I'm convinced, unless it's a prototype, I never have to learn a game again. I was played and taught Great Western Trail last night for the first time on Tabletop Simulator over in the Discord, and it's probably one of the best experiences in gaming that I've had this entire year. So now when I need to learn something, I'm just going to my community and doing an app message and seeing if anyone knows how to teach it to me.
You're amazing.
I'm going to avoid reading rule books forever.
So are you saying if I go to your Discord right now and I say, hey, does anyone here know how to play ISS Vanguard? You'll be there.
I don't think there's a TTS mod available, but I have a copy. I'd be happy to drive to your house and play with you.
That sounds like a good deal, actually.
GloryHoundd, I am on the way.
Oh, this is really nice. Marco saying, or you can message Sam and I, or we will run a demo for you so you don't feel pressure. That is so nice of you all. Marco, that's amazing.
Like I was saying, there's a ton of people in this community that not only would not be bothered by having, taking the time to teach you through those fumbling stages. There's a lot of people that genuinely want to, because they want more people to play games with. They want to walk you through the process. It's not even we have people that purposefully schedule TTS or Tabletopia teaching segments because they want more people here.
Yeah, so, and they want more people to play the games they love.
Honestly, it would be rude of you to not take some people up on this. I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Absolutely. It's so nice to be able to see more people coming to it, because I've been a big fan of the platforms before, and then having so many people come to it this year and be so excited about playing with people in other states and other places. I mean, it just makes us all the more connected across, the world and everything. So I'm really excited. And you learn so many more games that way. You really do. Like you said, you go ahead and go into your Discord, Jesse, and you type, hey, does somebody know how to play this game? Mm-hmm. And then people can teach you that. And that is huge. It takes away the pressure of having to learn something and go, oh, am I doing this right? You have people to ask.
Well, then there's a lot of companies too. We had Breaking Games that were teaching people how to play Mission Catastrophe. On our Discord.
Yeah.
Who wants to play? We're playing it at this time. So there's a lot of that, which I think is really good. That the companies are willing to just be in somebody's Discord channel and say hey, if you want to play this, we're looking for players.
Well, absolutely. I love seeing the publishers doing that.
So Jonathan Kelly asked, where can I find a link to the Discord? So my Discord specifically, that link will be available in any of my YouTube videos on Quackalope. It's always linked in the bio there. GloryHoundd and GloryHogg, where can they find a link to your community? And then I think Mythic has one too, which you can probably find on their social media pages.
Yeah, absolutely. So our Discord link is in any of our YouTube pages as well. So go to any of our YouTube videos and we have our Discord link on there for anybody who wants to join. Honestly, I feel like the more Discord channels that you get into, just the more options you have for information and playing games with people, because everybody has such a fantastic Discord community going on right now. And you have the publishers that are putting forth their games in those communities. So you get to see all sorts of special stuff happening. It's amazing. If you haven't joined Discord, totally do that. So as far as... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, Alexandre just asked a question here. Please write the team comp and results on the Facebook page. So they're going to be able to let you know the winners immediately. They are collecting team comp, but that'll take a little bit longer to get all of that organized. So it will be there. It just we don't have the information immediately.
Absolutely. They will be posting stuff on their Facebook page after all of this is done, because right now, as they're organizing all these pairings and stuff, that's kind of where their manpower is going to. So that will be an after the fact thing. After this is done, then they'll post all of those for all of you, okay? So right now we're just waiting for the new pairings. They're having
pairings are good. It'll take a second to actually launch those games.
Right, yeah. It'll take a few minutes for us to get the pairings in and be able to get the games going and stuff like that. So that's what we're waiting on right now. But we will have another game up here pretty soon, okay? Let's see here. What other are... You are as good as the opponents you face. On which one, Dan? Let's see here. As a group of all who love the game and want to better ourselves, we must, as a community, make each other better so we can become ourselves better, both supportive. I totally agree, Dan. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like,
it doesn't hurt to ever teach somebody how to play. It just makes it so that there's just more people to play with.
Yeah.
Although I disagree with his second point, you're as good as the opponents you face. I, sir, am always slightly worse.
That's weird. I always like to say I'm always slightly better. No.
Well, you're one of the people I'm facing. So to be fair, that would both be true statements.
It all evens out.
It's not so much that she wants you to lose; she wants you to feel bad, also.
Yeah, it's not the victory that matters to her; it's the suffering inflicted upon the other person.
My opponents. Yep.
Yeah.
If there's enough suffering, it just makes me happy. So
it's not the victory that gives me the rush; it's the despair in your eyes that really does it for me.
If I lost, but I made it like really, really hard for you just to do anything you were doing throughout the game, then that was a win overall for me. So,
so basically, she makes your life complicated. So you've seen how our marriage works now.
All right, Marco. Marco just popped in saying that's because you need to stop playing with 22 challenge cards. Listen here, you're right. So you all figured this out, right? Mythic was kind enough to make sure that those that got the deluxe copy could play 2 games at the same time because all you really needed to have included was an additional set of challenge cards. Well, I just assumed that all the challenges cards get shuffled together instead of realizing that you're only supposed to have an 11 in every game. So the first few plays we had, I was like, these keep repeating. What is the point of the this seems like a weird design choice. No, I should have Googled a little bit more than I did.
I'm going to be honest with you. I did the same thing our first game.
Did you really? I didn't even notice.
Yeah. No, I said the
notice.
same thing too. I'm like, we have 2 of them that are both like have control over this yellow this yellow area, and I'm like, why? Why is this in here twice? Did the same thing. I just shuffled them all together.
Mythic was thoughtful and kind. They included some extra components. We just don't know how to do games.
Yeah, we don't know how games work. That's fair.
Well, you got to read the rules for that one. Really? I've been doing it all wrong, says Jonathan Kelly.
Oh
yeah, Jonathan.
Oh no.
Don't include all of the challenge cards. Only,
one of each type.
11. One of each type.
I'm definitely not separating them right now on camera.
Everybody learned something new today, okay?
It's specifically because and it does, for base game and stuff, I don't think it has it, but like for the deluxe copy, because you get the cardboard mat and the upgraded mat, you're able to play 2 games at the same time, and all you need are those additional challenge cards. So, yeah, it works. Like it's smart, but be right back.
It was very kind. Yeah, it was very, very kind. But yeah, I can see how people would get confused over that and everything. I gotta go. Jonathan says, I gotta go fix my deck.
Yeah, we totally figured that out on our own earlier.
Matches are starting in 3 minutes. Raymond, so the rule book specifies that the component should have 11 cards in your deck. It doesn't specifically note the fact that the deluxe copy has a different amount included in the box. So, and that's because I think for that rule book printing, not everyone gets the deluxe copy, not everyone gets the base game, right? So, yeah, could have, little bit of communication thing there. But if you look at the components and then you do some Googling, it's easy enough to figure out.
Well, that makes sense, yeah.
And that's 100% the reason why you like and subscribe to Mythic Games and stuff like that. So you can go ahead and get those updates whenever they tell you little gems like that. And you're like, oh, I was doing this the wrong way all the time. Never mind. All right, we will see you later. Thank you so much for all of your comments, Dan. We really appreciate you hanging out with us today and everything. we really, really love it whenever everybody comments on what's happening throughout the games. It's very much appreciated because sometimes we don't catch everything as we're watching these as well, you know?
No, I see all. I'm like Heimdall
You
over
see
here.
everything. You're
Well,
like,
the exciting
Heimdall.
thing is Mythic has already reached out to Dan. He's actually taking my spot on the next tournament because he was so insightful and thorough.
There you go.
So
I've done that
everyone
before.
goes sub to Dan as well.
I did that same thing, Jonathan, where like I was looking through the components of Reichbusters, and I was like, this doesn't make sense. I've got too many cards here. And I was like, oh, some of these are in French. Okay, that's fair. That should have been an easy pickup. So what I'm seeing here is the table 1 matchup is, again, Remi and Fabrice.
Okay, hold on here. I'm bringing up the matchups here. I have the tables here.
Like, they're playing against each other again.
Ooh, that's tough. Sorry, let me bring them up.
And so
I still don't understand how this matchmaking process works.
I'm not 100% sure of the formula of this one. It's not one that I've seen myself.
Well, for the majority of them, they take the point totals and everything, and then whoever's in that bracket of points totals, it basically like creates a random thing. So if you have 2 12s, you know, the 2 12s are going to be randomized and then go and fight whoever's like above, right?
Well, yeah, usually. And usually like a 12 will have to fight like an 11 or something along those lines.
So yeah, one goes up and one goes down usually.
Sam made sure to specify that's not true. No offense to Dan. Absolutely no offense to Dan. I'm just making a joke about how better he is as a commentator than a Quackalope. And then,
so if Sam could clarify for us, I'd love to know, after this match, are you just going to be looking at points to see who the ultimate champion is? Because if Remi is fighting against Fabrice again, it'll be really interesting to see kind of what happens with that. Because now Remi is still first. Now Fabrice is now third instead of second.
And we have Nicolas against Charles, so Chni and Soufrouga. And then we have Antoine against Maxime, so Artemis against Meeeex. And let me pull up the final table pairing here. We have Marc Alexandre Thag against Daniel Phil, DeathofRaven. Put those away.
So
I'm going to pop
GloryHough,
into channel 2.
I've been doing this whole like grow a beard experiment thing. I've just got to the stage where the mustache is annoying. Is that like a normal part of the progression?
Yes, I always have the situation I always have is the side always gets super annoying to me, and I have to like shave it after a while. I can never seem to grow out the side because it just gets itchy faster.
No, I get the Scotch Irish Amish, you know, like neck beard really well. So that's what we're going for.
The mustache does get annoying for a little while, and then it gets better. But then if it gets too long, what you have is a situation is that you will eat your own mustache hairs while eating.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
And sometimes I get right now when I'm drinking a soda or something, like anything out of a can, basically. Sometimes you'll just get one of those hairs. It'll just get stuck in there and just be like, oh, why?
Okay. This is an entirely new experiment. It's a new thing that I'm exploring, and so I'm learning. So Sam says it's Swiss ranking: first place third, second place fourth, fifth place seventh, sixth place plays eighth. So something about numbers there.
Yes.
Yeah, and Hexy is saying, the mustache has just basically become part of the breakfast. It's part of the breakfast experience for everyone.
I think the best term for a mustache I ever heard was from my buddy Alex. He had a very thick mustache, like right here, and then it would out to here, like where he could twirl it if he wanted to. And he said, listen, this cookie duster is getting it done. All right. Like it's like, it's just there really to brush the stuff off the top of my cookie. So when you're eating a cookie, it's just a cookie duster. It's just brushing the top off of a cookie. And
my issue is it's so blonde, like that I figure I have to grow it out like long so that it's noticeable. But the longer it gets, the more annoying it gets. I'm not sure.
It's very tough. You just might be a person that can only have that kind of Amish beard where it's just the bottom. That just might be your life, bro.
Nope, that's not my life.
So,
Don't tell me that's my life.
Just neck beard.
Sam is saying the final top 4 will be based on the tournament points first, and then on points scored, the points differential on that, and then top 2 will play the best of 3 rounds for the championship. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is intense. What is we're still loading up the tables here. The tables are starting though, I believe. So tables are starting. Matches have changed on that. Let's see here.
Yeah, I'm gonna try reloading this table here. I actually just got an error saying loading the table.
I just had to tell my buddy that my 5-win streak was done with double objectives. Thanks for invalidating me, jerks.
Listen, the double objectives thing is a real problem, okay? Like, it happens, apparently. All my wins are based off of that, too.
So when you got your win on, say, like the yellow area twice and everything, that just didn't count. You only got half as many points. So.
You could do it other ways, too, right? I mean, you could definitely do it differently. There's
You're
still
welcome,
ways to score
Jonathan.
twice off of the yellow.
Still, though. That would be really sad if the entire time you've been playing like that and you're just like, how many matches did I really win?
So
Dun,
we
dun,
should
dun.
have Soufrouga over here with Nevermore, Gwaine, and Kilgore.
Okay, Nevermore, Gwaine, and Kilgore. Ooh, I like that. I like
then
that.
Chni should be over here with Corvash, Kilgore, and Goldar.
Okay.
So we've seen these characters before, definitely, but this is another big melee team. Goldar is a push-pull.
Very little support there.
Like none. And the Nevermore is, high
I love
movement.
Nevermore.
Kilgore is another, Kilgore versus Kilgore. And then Gwaine is just a lot of damage. So, like, these two characters, I feel like will stay kind of out or in, apparently. And then Kilgore will just rush in.
Well, with Nevermore, you get that extra maneuverability of bringing characters to you. So there's nothing I love more than having a character either die in battle or be super far away from me and moving Nevermore. And all of a sudden, boom, now I got two people in one location, and that can completely change the game from there.
So what you're looking at here is you have to have at least two champions leveled up. That's the one that could score potentially now. And the one coming up is Creation. So that's why they're all kind of huddling around the yellow. But whenever you start off with the two leveled up champions, not only is it very difficult to have, it tends to lead you towards wanting to just try to burn down your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is something we saw in the last game, was just people going in and just burning down the opponents in this,
Yeah, still paying attention to objectives more than that last game here, though.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And
they're setting up for that next one, right? When it rotates in.
I'm curious to see how this plays, like when Gwaine is actually going to be pulled out of her starting zone.
She doesn't really have to, though, with her range. On some of her attacks, she can almost fight from that back line.
Well, and it almost is like, why not leave her back for a round just to make sure that she's not in the fray, that she doesn't become a target right away? Because moving her up too soon, could mean that, oh, all right, this is going to be an easy kill. Or, oh, now I can get halfway across the board and become intimidating already. And then you have to worry about the entire game of just trying to keep that character away from everybody else. If you ignore the character for a couple rounds, then all of a sudden they just come in AoEing the heck out of everybody. Then that's a whole different thing.
Wow. Okay, so what we have now is our new goal that's flipped out. We've got control of creation area is the scoring objective now. And our one that's ready to be scored will be Ragel's statue. So it's one of those things where you almost don't want to necessarily score right away. I mean, you would rather do it whenever they're both going to get you points, but that's hard to do. Like, you can't really just block it for your opponent, so they can't get in there. You might just take the one and then just realize that you could have had more later. I don't know.
Well, there's going to be a lot of confrontation on that one area,
Yeah. Interesting.
I don't know.
I'm curious because I'm concerned that if Gwaine doesn't get pulled up, you're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage just because of how burly the opponent's team is. They may be able to pull both of those adjacency objectives before they even have anything to say about it.
Well, that's fair. That's true. Let me move this around. I don't know. Or maybe they just didn't have the cards for her. If they didn't have the cards for her, that could have happened too. But I still feel like in such an aggressive team over there that maybe keeping her back would have been the better play.
Yeah, but there isn't a strong... I don't think anything on that team has a strong counter to what she's going to be able to do. I'm not sure. I'm curious to see... if they're able to just kind of wiggle their way into that area and hold down the location. Now, Jonathan pointed out a comment that I think you're going to like. Let's see. There you are.
Nevermore is a beast. He can run with a team and fly solo like Taze. It's the best I've seen. He's easily a top 5 champ. I cannot express how much I love playing with Nevermore. They are so good. So good. I love their swoop ability that gives a bunch of people fear because it can just create a bunch of problems for the other character. It's like they have a little bit of everything, you know? They have the maneuverability. They have some sort of like card combat in their hand where they're going to make people discard things. They're able to bring characters up. Like they are such a powerful, powerful support character. And I love seeing them used, but I don't think they're in the base set. So I think that we may not have seen them as much because maybe people are not as familiar with Nevermore.
Sure. So Gawain did shift forward there. A little bit of damage came onto the opponent's side as well. Still holding the back line, but it looks like she has her flame spear out. Yeah, that's probably where that initial damage popped down from.
She's just so brutal, and having everybody go for that yellow objective is going to be a problem. Because now she's just going to sit on the sideline over there and just blast people at this point.
Well, and that flame spear is going to be movement 1, which is what we saw her just do. She stepped over to the side. Range 3 to 5 with 3 damage plus a push after damage.
Marco says, Sulka is my girl. I love her manipulation. That's my second favorite, Marco. Like, Nevermore and Sulka they make up my 3-person team. Those are my 2 that make up my 3-person team. Very sneaky character.
One thing I'm noticing both players doing, which I actually hadn't noticed in previous rounds, they're all laying their discard pile out flat so they can keep an eye on what they've actually had cycle through their deck.
Which is huge. As you go through and look at the cards, you're like, you start planning what you might have in the future, and then based off of your card draws, what will be available to you as you go along. It's a huge advantage if you know your cards that well, you know?
No, I think it's neat because it means that strategically they're planning ahead a lot farther than maybe I had initially, than I certainly ever do. But the meta of knowing exactly what's going to be in your build, and so you can not only prep for this turn, but you can start to predict the odds, especially as you draw through that deck a little bit farther of what might be coming out.
And just laying them down underneath like the characters, like I'm not sure if that's 100% what they're doing there. I'll have to go look. But having them underneath the characters, then you can go, okay, this character, I may want to back them off a little bit because the majority of their cards have come out. Exactly. And so I don't want to put them in a position where I just can't move them and then they're a sitting duck and then that becomes a problem. Like that, there's nothing more terrible than that, having a character almost be dead and you're like, come on, we just need to get out of the way. And then nothing is coming up for that. You're like, it's terrible.
Yeah, Marco says that's how the games are supposed to be in live games as well. All cards are open information. I think that's fair, but for me, I always just kind of have a stack of a discard pile that anyone can look through if they want. It's still open information, but the way they're playing them down, it reads as if they're following, right?
Yeah. Well, it's easier to follow what's going on when they do it this way because you can see, oh, here's what they've played for that character. Basically, you know what gives you a better idea of what's out there for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is interesting. That does change it, especially the more you know the cards, because you can be like, oh, I know that they have 2 more Taze cards available.
Hello, Battlecry. How are you doing today? It's good to see you here. Welcome to the finals for Super Fantasy Brawl.
Now, did we want to take a look at any of the other teams or
any other teams, any other tables? What do you think?
We did watch a lot of table 1 already. We see that team. We can take a look here.
Do we want to move to another table?
I just want to make sure I'm giving everybody a little bit of coverage here. We can definitely come back though.
Okay. Let's head on over to another table then.
Jay Peters, I saw my name pop up, so I'm of course going to read your comment. I don't think Quackalope's ever plan ahead. I thought they just charged in and let the feathers fly. Yes. Yeah, and we don't like spacesuits.
Let's see here. We have Games and Tech Corner. Hey guys, finals. Setting out the discard is common in the French League and competitive play. Yes, the players can plan ahead, but the opponent can also see as what is played. We appreciate everybody having their cards out on the table like that. It makes it much easier for us. And in any sort of tournament style situation, I think that comes in...
It's a different level of play.
Right, and that's exactly it.
There's a depth of strategy, which I just hadn't fully realized until I saw their cards all displayed out there. Even if it might be common in terms of competitive play, it's something that I, in personal play, certainly haven't done.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that kind of little differences like that really set apart competitive play versus like just at your table sort of stuff. Like everything is so definitive and everybody is watching every single card that comes out on the board, and everybody probably knows every single card in your hand and what they're doing and what's going to come up. Like playing, like having played in tournaments before and stuff like that, competitive play is just a whole different level. Have you ever played in a tournament for anything, Jesse? Like any board game tournaments?
No.
No, not at all. Because I've done like some X-Wing stuff. We've done Magic the Gathering.
I haven't. Honestly, I'd only ever been to one convention before Quackalope. I went to Gen Con for Kingdom Death specifically one year, and I had a miserable time after I'd got away from the Kingdom Death booth. I was very uncomfortable. Really,
but
it was
you just went there for Kingdom Death, and you're like, and that's
Kingdom Death. I loved Kingdom Death, and then I started walking through the convention hall, and it was too crowded. There was too much going on. I'm not a very I am a social person, but only when I have like a role to play. Like I have something that I know what I'm there for. So since then, any of the conventions I was at last year, or at the beginning of this year, I do not have time to sit down and play through a full tournament. I love watching them. I love stopping through. I've had friends play in them. But no, I've never been good enough or had the time to do it.
It does take quite a bit of time and a lot of knowledge on the game. And then you do run into, like, you don't learn the things that you need to do in the game until you get to the tournaments. You're like, oh, everybody's playing their cards like this. And it almost becomes like a ritualistic sort of thing. Like,
it is. And I think, like you said, we played some tournaments.
Right.
For a long while there, you were demoing for different game companies and stuff. So while she was doing that, I would jump into Seven Wonders tournament, King of Tokyo tournament, like whatever just happened to be around. If I'd played it, I would just sign up for it and play. So I've done a lot of different tournaments.
It seems fun, especially if you're able to tap into the community that because like I did with Kingdom Death, if you're able to tap into the community that you're there for, whether it's Carcassonne or Seven Wonders or any of those tournament style things, I'm sure it's a blast.
Oh, it is.
Absolutely. There's something to be said when you can meet with a bunch of players that all have the same love of a game, and getting to discuss things on not a base level, but a more in-depth level that you've seen in the game because you've played it so many times.
That's
how we felt so much fun.
That's how we felt when Jan was here.
Oh, I know. Trust me.
Very engaging. He's a goose of a man.
Oh, Benjamin says, I don't have much experience with the game, but I really like the Laurier with Goldar together. Lots of shield abilities and moving opponents' characters and healing, etc. That's really interesting. You sound like a very defensive player. That's good, though. I mean, you're probably really hard to get points on damage-wise, Ben.
So if you look here, on our left here, we have Artemis. And Artemis has, Kilgore, Nevermore, Corvash, lots of damage, right? And they've got 6 damage actually on Nevermore. So that's not great. But over here on this side, it's a very bash him up, too. Because you've got Aket, and then you have other character here. Both of them have heavy damage on. Like, that's only 1 health point left.
And I can say Jonathan. So Jonathan's saying that he played in a few Malfo tournaments and he did not enjoy them as much. Not every tournament that you go to is like that. You're going to find your players that are not so friendly, and then you're going to find a lot of other players that are also very friendly. So you just got to find the right area for the tournament, basically, for that.
And even every game store can be different. If you're doing it like a game store versus a convention, they'll just be different groups, different people.
Yeah, just reach out there, or even sometimes just changing up the game for a different tournament style game. You might find a different group of people that have a much better feeling because, man, I totally get you. I've ran into some of those groups before, and there's nothing worse than having a game you love and then going into a tournament like that and then being upset by that. So I would recommend trying it again in a different place, probably in a different store or something like that. So what do we got going on here?
I'm trying to get a read of what's going on the board. Can we get a look at what objectives they might be going for? Because they've all moved over from that yellow side down here to the blue, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, because yellow could score. There's 2 for yellow, actually.
There's two that have pulled out.
And they're not even over there?
No.
Yeah, I mean, one of them won't score right now, but if you get in that position and it's timed right, whenever the rounds flip, you could just score, potentially 3 trophies off of that. If they both move forward. Ooh, Nevermore's dead.
Oh no, not my boy.
That's 3 trophies
not my
for
boy.
Max. Our yellow player is going to get their 3rd trophy, it looks like.
Oh no.
That's interesting because I would have thought that one of Max's characters would have died first because they've got two characters that are very low in health also. They're both within like 1 health and 1 health. So even just the right AoE or some type of damage spell could potentially kill two characters at once.
And this is Anthony and Maxime.
Yeah, I'm going to say Anta's Artemis here.
Yeah, and Steven is saying, I've also played a lot of Malifaux tournaments and it has not been my experience. I wouldn't put it past some folks. Yeah, if you were having a bad experience, I would just change game stores with that because it's definitely not the game and stuff like that. It just might be the location that you're in for that, you know?
You always find a couple characters that are real.
It happens.
Like
it happens, you know? But there's a lot of really fun skirmishy sort of games out there that do host tournaments. I mean, miniature games, that's where it is. It's that for all those tournaments.
That swoop ability right over that. Right. Move 4 straight through that monument.
So good. I love being able to move through stuff, especially because the red and blue areas are positioned specifically toward one side versus the other. So if you can swoop through one of those to get the objective on the other side, that is so helpful rather than having to move around them. Like so helpful. Let's see here. Can't wait for the local game stores open again. I want to play Super Fantasy Brawl with the actual minis. Fair. I totally get it, Games and Tech Corner. Totally agree with that.
There's a nice tactile feeling to actually moving your characters around.
I agree. I'm happy that we're able to host this, though, and that we can have like people from France and like the UK and America and have a bunch of different people play it. But I think that like I would love to see the tandem tournament in the future where you have a location that's hosting the tournament and people are playing, but also having online finals as well. So kind of everybody can get involved in it instead of making it where you have to be at the actual event. I think that would be a really fun, like joint effort of everything and a collaborative of everything in there.
So basically just fly us to France.
Exactly. And fly us to France and we'll help out and it'll be fine. Right, Jesse?
Sure. I'm down to go wherever.
Let's see here.
I had a group call me the other day and say, so we're sending you to Alaska, thinking that it would freak me out, and I'd be like upset about it or something. I was like, great, win. Yeah, like it was just a joke, Jesse. God, calm down.
Yeah, I would go like in a heartbeat. I'd be like, cool, where are we going?
That's cold. No.
Although I would have been excited to go to Nebraska, Midwest. Wherever.
I want to go to Alaska because I feel like I could fight a moose. At least once.
Well, at least once is the key term there, Doctor. At least
sure
once.
That's the extent of moose fighting that you're allowed. It's one fight. We're not saying who's going to win or lose that fight, but it'll only be one.
Oh, it's not a win or lose. It's a survive, don't survive type situation.
Yeah, Battlecry says
don't mess around.
A one-way ticket for Dr. GloryHogg.
Yeah, you don't need to buy that return ticket.
One-way ticket.
No, Alaska's beautiful. It's one of the few places still on the planet that has just untamed wilderness. So I would love to go out there.
Did you know the plural of moose is actually mice?
What?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't think so.
Look at that herd of mice just moving over the range.
No.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna have to say that's a nope from me, Jesse.
I'm pretty sure I'm correct.
I'm pretty sure you're not.
Here we go.
We're gonna Google. We're gonna be Googling this now. Oh my goodness.
We should call them Mycen. That would make more sense.
Mycen.
Like bison?
Mycen. I'd be down for Mycen. Mycen sounds like
Mycen over
wrong,
there.
because then you'd be referring to a group of moose.
I see.
All right, so we have the blue objective here. We have the yellow one.
Which now we have players in the yellow.
Yeah.
So we do have Nevermore in there.
They've moved around. They've moved around to the side. And can we just go over one more time here for me the players for each side? Or the characters for each side.
So Nevermore, Kilgore, and Corvash.
Which Corvash was upgraded.
Nevermore had just been knocked out, so Nevermore was just summoned back in and went to defend against Arquette, who did that swoop over to that side.
And Kilgore's been knocked out, and Arquette and Lorelei.
And Arquette has how much life left? Oh, quite a bit still, because they only have 3 out there.
They were at 6 damage, but Lorelei must have healed them.
Now Corvash, his attacks. Now that he's upgraded, his attacks ignore the defense in the target if the target is bloodied, which is huge. And then what's the other character? What's their upgrade? Which character is it?
For which one?
Right there.
Lorelai?
Yeah.
So for
They
Lorelai,
draw an extra card, right?
Yeah, she draws 2 extra cards.
Mhm. Which drawing 2 extra cards is a huge advantage in this game. Being able to go through your deck so much faster is insanely huge.
I'm concerned potentially about where Lorelai is right now, though, because she has sort of been left over to the side there while people were focusing on those yellow objectives. But now that the blue objectives come out, someone's going to have to deal with her, and I'm a little concerned they're going to deal with her in a not so friendly way.
Because she's just kind of all out there alone on her
For
own.
a while, you wouldn't have to worry about her, even though she's a little bit weaker. She's a little bit more of a support/healing character. But she's now standing in a zone that's going to score a victory point here in just a few rounds.
Right. Mm-hmm. You're only allowed 1 unsanctioned moose fight. The regulations on this are pretty impressive. Oh, let's see here. And it's Mises says battle cry on that.
Interesting. Yeah, this one's been a little bit more. I enjoyed that match where it was just two players bruising each other. So I'm still kind of tuned to paying attention for people to just be punching each other in the face. But this is definitely more follow the objectives and then figure out who you can take out along the pathway. A little bit more classic.
Yeah.
Being able to see the discards is huge with someone like Lorelai on the table. She only has 2 damaging cards.
So if you see those 2 damaging cards out, you're like, all right, they're not doing anything other than just some
Healing,
support
planning.
stuff. Yeah,
Right.
some support stuff
That
over
makes
there.
sense.
It takes the teeth out of it, you know?
too. If you see, like, I mean, I don't know why you would, but if you see all 4 of the dash cards out, you're like, okay, well, he's not dashing.
Taze ain't going anywhere.
I don't know how often that will come up in a game where all 4 happen to be out at the same time, but it could happen.
So are we putting down trophies to indicate who might score? What's going on?
No, they're putting out trophies for their characters to help distinguish them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got
That's
Artemis,
really
Togor. Yeah, we've talked about that before. So yeah, that's all just to make it easier to see, especially when you get mirror match type situations.
Absolutely.
Because they can keep track of their own characters pretty easily because they're actually playing the game.
Yeah, they know where their character's moving. When we're jumping in through these tables like this and everything, it just makes it much easier for us.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Let's see here.
That is very true. So when Lorelai is upgraded, whenever she does her discard ability for her healing range, she can gain like even more healing.
Oh my gosh.
That's
true. I didn't even think of that.
So if she's drawing 7, and you're discarding more, you're just going to heal more.
Freaking mind blown right now, Jonathan. I didn't even think about the synergy of that. But yeah, absolutely.
No,
that makes complete
powerful.
sense. Because you would want those extra cards in your hand so you can discard in order just to get the extra healing. That makes sense.
I want to try some new characters, but I'm not convinced I want to get rid of Lorelai and Taze. They're still
really, really good characters.
What you're saying is you're going to have 1 seat that's being rotated out. It's going to take you a while to get through all these characters.
Yeah, that's what's happened, honestly. Because I started off with, who else did I have with me? I think Nevermore once. Yeah, I had Nevermore once, and I did Cole, and then I swapped out and I put in I did play a game with Doug Run and Duran and stuff like that once. But yeah, for the most part, I'm only been swapping out 1 character spot, and it does make a difference. But if I ever get into a Taze battle, I'm ready.
I gotta be honest, after that match with Taze, you've kind of convinced me. I sort of want to do a Gwen Taze combo.
Ooh.
Just instead of having them counter each other, have Taze just get into the fray and then have Gwen pick people off from the back.
There is something to be said about that for sure. I guess you could call me a taser.
Oh gosh. We're gonna lose viewers for that. They're gonna be like,
yeah, I just checked the number. We're down 7. Wow.
That's fair.
That's all of them. And one of them was me. One of them was me.
Oh.
You're like, and I'm done. I'm done.
How can I disconnect from
stream?
That's fair. That is fair. It is still 2-1 though. We're decent ways into this match.
I think I was going to press the stop cam button, but I didn't because I was scared it would ruin something.
That'd be horrible. I'd be like, all right, so now Justin's no longer with us.
It made me nervous. I'm not used to this
was
program.
nice. That was nice.
You stop Cam and then we call Jan. Hey Jan. Hey Jan, what are you doing? What you doing? Are you up?
And when he gets here, we'd thank him for his service. So
Exactly.
I mean,
157. No, he's not up. He's not up.
Fatal says downvote. We just got the downvote. Oh, what is this? Marco, Taser, Blazer, and Michelle.
That's gonna be the new character names for the next set. Taser, Blazer, and Michelle.
It sounds like you're starting with some reindeer or something like that. I guess it is this season.
Maul Thrash, pull 2. Movement 1, 2 damage, and pull 2. So ripping someone out of that yellow zone potentially?
Oh, it's push 2. Push 2.
Oh, it's push 2. Sorry.
After the movement.
I read confidently. I saw the P and the U, and I just went for the next word.
Yeah. Well, I just went right into a song. I'm like, Maul Thrash, do 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 do. It gave me a bloody rash. Do. See,
What?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm here.
No, doctors.
Yeah,
now we're gonna lose more viewers from that. I mean, you're
I'm too
This
young
is
for
what
that one
made
as well.
Battle Cry subscribe. Was my beautiful.
we're gonna be bloodied by the end of this. All right, what objectives do we have out here? Have we scored?
None. Objectively, we have none.
Yellow and blue.
Yeah.
That's still what we're going for.
Yep.
Still
Yellow
just
and
the
blue.
yellow and blue. Why do I keep on thinking that like this is gonna happen faster? Like I guess they're really thinking about every single choice that they make here and making sure that they're doing the right thing to get those points. Because I mean, it's the finals. You know, one mistake and that could cost a lot of trophies.
And that is the name of the game. Winning
That
trophies.
could cost a lot of trophies.
No, winning
no,
the
it's Super
trophies.
Fantasy
I
Brawl
like-
Tournament.
I like the screw you trap placement there, just to try to protect Lorelei just a little.
Yeah,
bit. It's like I was
right?
saying, I think she's in a little bit of a vulnerable position there.
Those trap placements and where you put them if all the traps are.
Oh,
Ooh, did you just get 4 damage?
2 damage.
Was it
Yeah,
2?
which I believe.
Okay.
But-
The traps
but
only
like
got to 3 damage. That's
But
right.
like I assumed, because that blue's coming out, someone had to move in there and hit her in the
And
face a little
test
bit.
it.
'Cause
Yeah.
I think if that blue hadn't came out, Lorelei might have been left alone.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And just there, so then he could get card pools and stuff. Like it
Yep.
would have been fantastic. Just using for the card pools and the healing. But we saw last week those traps be used really, really uniquely because all of the trap positions were filled up. So the trap could not be placed on a location that had like the trap icon. And at that point, you can place a trap adjacent to any other trap, which was just a game changer on being able to place those traps where you wanted them to be exactly and blocking off opponents in that. So it's almost super beneficial to run into a trap if you see all of the trap locations blocked off, just because then you can start setting them up and forcing players to do things they might not want to do, you know?
Sure, absolutely.
Taser face, says Sam. Healey. Wow.
Taser face. Did you
Oh
come
my
up with that name all
gosh.
by yourself?
Was that a show? What show
Guardians
was
of the
that?
Galaxy.
That's right. So good.
Taser face.
So good.
I like that. Is that a show?
That was the second one, wasn't it? With Taserface in it? I feel like Baby Groot was involved with Taserface.
I think so. I think it was.
Spoilers, there's a Baby Groot.
What?
Yeah, you can't spoil the baby Groot. Everybody knows about the baby Groot, just like everybody knows about the baby Yoda, okay?
Baby Yoda.
Actually, his name is...
All right. I'll be interested to see if Lorelei just goes down. Does she have like, how much health does she have? Is she full or she take a couple damage already?
She has just taken 1 at this point.
1?
Yeah.
It's still so hard to get through her defense. You have to have some big hits. You got to move a big hitter in there in
Or
order
you
for
gotta
that
have
to
somebody
happen.
that gets just through some kind of armor penetration.
Something that has, the armor penetrating attacks on there.
You just got another
Otherwise-
objective out, and blue is a potential scoring one. Have a champion adjacent to each statue. Okay.
Which they're not in a bad
possible
position for
either
that.
one, no.
They can do that pretty easily, honestly. Both of them could, because they're both bundled up around that yellow. But that yellow is worth 4 points right now if someone was to score the yellow.
Oh my gosh, is it really?
Yeah, that's just game winning for either
Yeah, that
side.
closed the game. Who's in position right now, though? Just
Right now, it's
okay.
That
just Art.
Yeah.
Has the only character there.
You're
No,
gonna
they got
have
that
to
two
get Nevermore
characters
out
there.
of there, though.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to leave him there. He does have higher health, though.
You just have to get Kilgore in there because they have to have 2 by it, and then the other one is for control. So you'd have to get.
Well, Kilgore's
that
already
character
next to
there.
the statue. He doesn't have to be in the zone to count as standing next to it.
Oh.
So right now,
true.
both objectives are qualified for Archimedes there, but you're gonna have to take Nevermore out. Nevermore, if you're able to push, pull, or remove Nevermore, you'd be in a position where you stopped both objectives.
Yeah, you're totally right because it is just by the statue.
Yep.
Not in the yellow, which is easy to forget for
So,
me.
let's see here. I'm looking at time-wise here. It looks like matches went up at about 11:26, so about 11:30. So we're about halfway through the match at this point. We've got about 30 minutes left, and we're at 2-0 on this. I mean, it only takes one objective in order to swing this.
Let's see what he put down there. There we go.
What card is that?
It's exactly what you needed to do.
Talking about this one right here. Oops. I just moved my whole mouse.
Yeah, Relentless Advance, Force 1, shifting him out, placing Kilgore in the target's hex. Yeah, so you've stopped both of those scoring objectives now, and positioned Yellow in a position where Yellow could score both if it's able to last a round.
That's
So
true.
we're just trading back and forth.
Smooth.
That potential 4 score though is not going to work out.
That was smooth, though. Just scooting right in there, like,
It was as smooth as snake jazz.
no. Jonathan says, alternatively, Baby Groot would make an awesome alternative Lorelei.
That's true.
You could always, like, what did they have it where you draw the cards and stuff like that? If you get another set of cards, you
Yeah.
can do the drawing underneath and, like, cut out the card and all sorts of cool stuff.
An
I don't know. I've
alteration.
seen it in a bunch of Magic card stuff. Yeah, they do a lot of really crazy alternative card art things that are not tournament based, but they do look stinking cool. I'm excited. If somebody won this yellow objective, like if one person won this yellow objective at this point, it would just be game.
That's exactly how the math works out.
When's the card going to rotate out? Is it in one
Never.
round or
It's
2
moving.
rounds?
No, it'll move at the end of this.
Okay, so it'll still be in the double statue or the double trophy range here for a little bit.
Yeah, they'll still they can still potentially
about 2
score.
rounds.
Worst case scenario, they're going to score 3 off of it.
This, though, completely different. It's so weird coming back from like that super hardcore bloodied match that we just watched where people were directly going after each other. And now you're just like sitting and waiting for these objectives. You're like, get an objective.
These matches, I'm always curious more what the players like analyzing, like what's in their hand and how they're breaking that down.
I agree.
The other match, I was just excited to see Taz burrow his way through the rest of the field.
Fair.
No, I agree. It's a little bit harder to tell exactly what they're going for. Like, are they trying to take this over? Are they just trying to mess with the opponent enough to score something else? There's a little bit more of a mind game going on, as opposed to just like running through and like wrecking people, punching people in the face.
It is difficult because like you want to have like, so their Kilgore is in place, but they need to kick one of these players out and then move their Nevermore back in, and then they'll be back in the position to score both.
I agree, Benjamin. Snake Jazz is the awesomest jazz. It's very awesome.
There's no need for any other jazz at this point.
It's all about the snake jazz.
Sorry, I don't get the reference.
Jesse,
Poor
just
Jesse.
like Jesse.
It's from Rick and Morty.
No culture at all. No.
I've
There's
seen
a snake-like planet on Rick and
I've seen
Morty.
most of the Ricks and a few of the Mortys, I believe.
Just a couple of them. Just a few of the Ricks, few of the Mortys.
Same old story. Just Morty's killing Mortys. And Rick's killing Rick.
Nevermore shoving Arquette back there.
Yep.
Getting back
What card
there.
did Nevermore play?
The caw,
Oh.
caw.
Did Arquette get taken out?
Swoop 4 enemy
Oh,
super 1 damage
yeah.
and 1 fear.
Yes,
Arquette
they
did
fear
get taken
him.
out. This
So they swoop through them and then cause that fear to push them out, and then that also did damage to them.
yeah.
That swoop card is just one of my favorite cards for Nevermore because being able to cause damage and create fear, and then if you can get through multiple opponents, like having multiple cards being feared, and like it creates like a ridiculous impediment to the other player.
This
like it
makes
impedes the other player's
This
turn.
makes it a lot harder too, because not only did they score that second trophy to tie up, now there's only one player over here to help contest.
That's what I was
against
going
it.
to say. The question at this point is, with that tactical knockout, are they able to stop a score? I don't think I think they might be able to stop one of them. I don't think they'll be able to stop both of them necessarily.
Yeah.
It depends on if they have some move abilities there with Kilgore's over there. If Kilgore's able to move Nevermore or the other Kilgore out of that location, maybe a force ability,
right,
you'd be tied for the objective and you wouldn't have 2 next to the statue. So
you don't want to move Lorelei out there because then you're leaving blue to score, which blue will score probably too.
I think Kilgore's draw has got to have a card that gives him. Now the good news is Kilgore has a decent amount of push and force abilities. It just depends on that card draw.
Ooh, so Sam is saying that Nicolas defeats Charles, which Charles was in second place at that point. Nicolas was in fourth place. So that was a heavy loss for Charles on that.
And then Marc defeats Daniel 5-0 on table 4.
All right, let me take a look here.
Yeah, so Gaiman's Tech Corner is saying that with Lorelei on the team, the Kilgore player over here is going to have 7 cards in hand. So there's a good chance they'll have what they need to get done. So they started off by getting the bird out. They're going full bird.
Yep. Marc defeating Daniel on that is another big one because Marc was at the bottom of the list. He was in 8th on that, and so he's going to be moving up.
What's Kilgore got going on? Force. Place them in the original hex.
Yeah, that's that force ability.
Yep.
So he was able to push Nevermore out. Now it's going to be contested zone there, and no one has
2 champions by 1 statue too. So that defeated both of those potential objectives.
And Kilgore has a lot of manipulation with 7 cards in hand. I'm sure they will sort it.
And
absolutely.
We just watched them sort it.
Yeah. It's been sorted.
That's exactly what
it's been sorted.
Also, Steve is saying, I would really love to see this as an RPG setting. That would be really fun, actually, because the whole tournament and them not being able to die and coming to this place and everything, like, that would be a really interesting story to hear.
Do you think that people are on the other side right now being like, you better bring it? Oh, it's already been brought in. Like,
we're just talking back and forth. I would be the subtext, like I would be crap talking the other players constantly.
Yeah.
You just got to get the mind games is a whole other part of this.
It is.
The mind games. Wow.
You got to activate those mind games.
For the most part, I just charge in there and I make sure that I'm like, oh no, I don't know what's happening here. And that's my mind game. I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. And that usually helps out because people are like, oh, they don't know what's going on. So if you tell them, I don't know what's going on, that's what they believe. And that's helpful because then if you do make a mistake, you didn't know what was going on. But if you win, then you actually knew what was going on. It's the ultra level mind game.
By the way, I don't mean to brag, but I just now placed an order for Domino's. So yeah, I'm not going to have time to cook today. It's already 2 p.m. I'm going to have someone show up with pizza. So
if you're not sharing, you're not allowed to have it, sir. How dare you?
I didn't have to do the bring it on reference, but I did bring it on. Deal with it, Pihl. Yeah, sorry, Marco.
Oh,
this is kind of your fault.
It is, right?
You're slightly involved in this.
I think we're all invested, especially hosting all these and being able to see everything happen and everything. Like, I just want to know who's going to win in the end. Yeah. I'm rooting for certain people,
Ooh. You can't root for people as the host. You have to be unbiased.
I'm pretty. I
can be internally biased with who I'm rooting for, and
says the man who cheered so loudly when Taz was on a player's
team.
Was it who did that?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
So excited! I thought you were gonna jump up and be like, "Yes!"
I did.
Yes.
To be fair, though, it's the best player. It's the best character. Taz. Hayes is it. That's it. I mean, we all wish to be tasers at the end.
So is Bring It On your favorite movie? That's what
No.
Battle Cry is saying. Are you sure?
I'm sure. I always have, whenever people ask you your favorite movie, right? It's like board games. There's so many that you've played or watched. It's really hard to say. So like I always go to like to one of my childhood favorites where I'm like, Bloodsport, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Frank Dukes taking it for the U.S. Got to fight the Kumite. It's so good. Jesse probably doesn't know what that movie is.
I have no idea what that. No, I have no idea what that movie is. I was going to say I don't.
Do you know who Jean-Claude Van Damme is?
No, I don't really know. I don't really know what my favorite movie for a while was What Dreams May Come with Robin Williams. I don't know what my current favorite movie is. I don't watch movies honestly ever anymore.
Because you're playing too many board games, is what it is.
I don't have time. I've kept up with Mandalorian. The last movie I watched was probably that one shot. Like it was like 1876 or 1914, whatever that movie was. That was just a number. It was a war movie. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was very, very well done. But that was like 7 months ago. I watched the Joker.
It was a single shot, right? It was a continuous take.
It was. It was absolutely beautiful. I watched the Joker, and I left moderately inspired. So, you know,
I forgot about that movie. That was good. And Jonathan is saying, I assumed it would have been My Little Pony for you. Favorite movie.
Mm-hmm.
My Little Pony.
Is there a My Little Pony movie? You know, my kid was at the perfect age for that. I think they were like 4 at the time or something. So I watched most of them, but I didn't make it into the movies.
That's what most bronies said.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I did chores and ate lunch. No lunch for you guys. You're not fooling us.
Oh yeah, Battle Cry saying you're not fooling us.
Oh,
no, I always say
1917.
Yeah,
I was close
because it was the best. Like, you know, you always get all pumped up afterwards and you try to do the splits and find out you can't.
You're like, and then you get very disappointed.
I need you to look up Jean-Claude Van Damme after this, Jesse, so you know who he is at least.
No, I've got a second monitor here. I'll look up Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He's known for the splits. He pretty much does the splits in every one of his movies.
That was
Van Damme.
That was the best thing ever. He did that.
The muscles from Brussels. How do you not know
He did that commercial because he's like well known for that one thing. And he did the commercial with the trucks driving side by side. And he does the splits on the trucks, which is like the most cinematic looking thing ever.
I have seen I do know the reference to the splits on the truck, I think.
Yeah,
but
that's
along with that, his Google picture has one of the most painful looking smiles or imitations of a smile I've ever seen. So I'm just throwing that out there. The muscles in his cheeks do not bend in a friendly fashion.
Oh yeah, that does not look good.
No, it's not.
He was big in like the 80s, 90s. He was an actual karate champion, right? And then he started doing movies. And so he did a whole bunch of random movies during that time, was a big star, and then like disappeared. He was like a Steven Seagal character, right? Like really big for a period of time, did a whole bunch of action movies, and then like kind of just went away. He still does some stuff.
Makush says, in another life, Doctor and I would have grown up as best buds.
Yeah, it's true.
Watched all the
I watched all those Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. All of them.
In another life? Why not this one?
Yeah. Well,
this isn't my life. Where did we come from?
Wait, what's going on the board here?
Yeah, I know.
So we are 3-3 still. Well, not
3-3.
still, but we are at 3-3 at this point.
What are our goals that we got?
Yellow's almost cycled through.
Yeah.
Blue became a focus, which is what I was saying might happen. Although Arquette's leaving.
By each statue.
Interesting.
Very doable. You just got to move one person down.
Look at that entire, Arquette just went the whole way across the board there.
Yeah.
Control the enemy deployment area, which can be, you can do it. You just need to kind of sneak one guy over there.
Well, this is a perfect time to do it whenever everybody is all distracted and trying to get to different goals. At this point, you can move somebody over there and be like, ta-da!
The hard part is the keyword control there, though, because all they have to do to contest that is just step foot in their deployment area again.
Yeah.
If they're going for something, though, because right now we have two very magnetized and polarized areas here. We have the yellow and blue area, and then are you going to take characters away from there? Like, I don't know.
That was one of the cards they played, was Grasping Vines with Lorelei.
What you definitely don't want to do is move somebody there and then they have somebody in the waiting, like, that needs to step out. That's not a good
Well, right. Like right now, Max has Kilgore just sitting here. They could just
Yeah,
step
probably.
out.
Right,
probably
but
not the best plan.
Artemis's area would be primed for it. You just throw one character over there.
Except since they have a character sitting here, that means they're down. They only have 2 characters on the board currently, so they don't have a
that's fair.
character to
That's
just
fair.
bring over there. Especially
That's
when
fair.
realistically you want to be. I mean, I would almost give up the yellow if it meant I could have a hero there, and just have a hero next to each statue, and then take blue potentially.
So what you're saying is you just want all of the trophies.
Yeah, if you
For
just have
all of the
all the
things.
trophies, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think if I was to take 5 trophies in a turn, that would be good.
Really?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
Mhm. That's always my goal. 7-0, round 2.
Battle cry. Oh, I don't know about that one. Let's hear. So, to be fair, English wasn't his first language, so his smile on the picture was dubbed. Wow.
Terrible.
My
Gotta
gosh.
bring it in English smile form. Is there a
Oh
way to
my
get the scores
gosh.
put on the overlay?
Ooh.
Not really.
No, there isn't. We will go ahead and announce them whenever they come up.
Mhm.
And I will go ahead and put them as like little notes whenever they come up and everything, but they are unable to actually be on there permanently. That is something that actually we could probably think of in the future, Jonathan. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to actually write that down right now because that's a really good idea.
I mean, the only other way I could think of doing it easily is just actually make a comment in StreamYard and then just
Oh my
post it.
gosh, don't tell everybody our secrets.
Okay, well, that would be an easy way of doing it, and just pin the comment for a second.
And what are we looking at time-wise here? So we're getting close to about 15
Probably
minutes.
It is
Probably
it is
10, 15
lunchtime.
minutes left. Yeah.
Yeah, about 15 minutes left.
It is what we would call the lunchtime. So never more moves there. Takes some damage to do it. Boom. He's moving up.
We're trying to get that one person on each
No.
area.
No, because purple just moved both his characters up to red. Oh, what's he doing?
Yeah, we appreciate that comment. Absolutely.
Yeah, purple's adjacent to each zone at the moment. If we're going to talk about 80s movies, let's not forget the
Over the top
Trucker
Yep.
series to win over his son's affection by entertaining a competitive arm wrestling tournament. I have no idea.
Sylvester Stallone.
I don't know what I just read.
Sylvester Stallone's a truck driver, and he's got like a pulley system. So as he's driving his truck, he's like getting ripped. You can't see me how ripped I'm getting. He's doing this while driving his truck to practice his arm wrestling. And when he does it, every time he sits down, as he takes his hat, he turns it backwards, and they're like, and you see these 2 big meaty hands just going, like dust flies, and they're like.
Arm wrestling scares the bejesus out of me. I'm gonna be honest.
It's great. I think someone gets their arm broken at some point too.
I was gonna say,
some Russian guy at some point, I believe.
I've seen too many bad like arm wrestling result videos that like I would never and will never engage in an arm wrestling match.
But just mud wrestling, you still do participate.
But
in
the mud wrestling-
Look, I'm from Kentucky. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, mud wrestling, fine. Arm wrestling,
What are you
no.
gonna do?
You get injured.
There's no such thing as wrestling in Kentucky that doesn't have mud involved.
Yeah. If I'm gonna wrestle, we're gonna.
You're gonna wrestle.
I'm gonna wrestle.
We're gonna wrestle right here.
Listen, y'all. I live nearby Louisville, Kentucky, and I'll just go up there every weekend and do a little bit of mud wrestling on the. Do you guys say Louisville, or do you say it correctly?
Well, we say it correctly because we lived in Kentucky, but that's the only reason why we say it correctly.
You gotta let it drool out of your mouth. It's Louisville.
Yeah, that's right. And we specifically got corrected while we were there. Yeah. And we're like, oh, sorry, because they take it very seriously when you're there, and you're like, I apologize.
I'm from Lexington. I'm not that invested in it, but I do find
it
funny. We're the only place that has reduced a city to just drool. Louisville, Kentucky.
It was the craziest thing. Yeah, we went there, and I don't remember who we were even talking to, but we had gotten something said to us 2 or 3 times while we were just walking around talking about the city and stuff. People corrected us, and I'm like, man, they take this seriously. We better shave up while we're here.
that and bleed blue Kentucky football.
Yeah.
So we're doing a reshuffle at the moment. We've got, so purple does have one person positioned next to every statue. Is that currently one of the objectives that we're facing?
I believe it is. Let me see here. Oh, I'm messing up DrGloryHogg's board. He's going to come over here and be so upset.
Oh, I think now you're on the opposite side.
Okay. Apologies. There we go.
Whee! Let's see. Looks like someone just scored potentially.
Okay, hold on here. Can we look at the goals here as we're going? I want to see if we have one next to each champion. I think so.
Adjacent to each
the
statue.
champion, yep,
I can see it
adjacent to
right
each
there.
statue. Okay, thank you.
Control the enemy deployment area. We've had that one out for a little while. Yeah, so purple might be trying to go for a victory on that. I mean, I don't think they're going to get it though. There's just so many opportunities to. The advanced players here have been really effective at controlling the other player's movement and positioning,
which is huge. Being
Yeah.
able to control the other player's movement in this game and forcing them to do things they don't want to do, or taking a longer route to get somewhere.
Like their taxes.
Yeah, well, do your taxes.
Stop, do your taxes. No, before you can move.
Oh my goodness. I don't know of any arm wrestling board games that I can think of.
That needs to happen.
It needs to happen, apparently.
Because then you can put in cool characters
as
like a
long as you
Quackalope.
play it in trucks only.
Trucks only.
Oh gosh. I think my favorite movie is The Princess Bride. It's a classic, but like it's always been my favorite movie. It's my number one all the time.
I heard her telling you the Louisville story, and I'll tell you, you do not want to say Louisville when you're in the Slugger, when you're in the Louisville Slugger museum, because everybody had tiny bats, and they were looking at me, and they had their tiny wood bats, and they were like, "It's Louisville," and I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry.
Get a tiny bat and get out of here."
Like, I don't know what language you're speaking, but I'm pretty sure it's Louisville, and they were like, "It's Louisville."
Louisville.
I'm like, "Are you okay? You have something in your throat?" Louisville.
And that's the first time DrGloryHogg got hit with a bat. So
not the last. Both species and wood. I mean, it's just someone threw a bat at me. It was like an Ozzy concert, but it was just like a bat someone threw at me. I wasn't even at the concert. I was outside. They left the concert, threw a bat at me, then they went back in.
Went back to it.
That's right, Marco. Never get into a land deal with a Sicilian.
I don't know that reference either.
That's the Princess Bride one where they have the two goblets and they're
oh, I do know that one because
movie,
he lives.
I cannot choose. I cannot choose the goblet in front of me.
I cannot choose the goblet.
Is this entire stream just pointing out things that I'm unfamiliar with, or
I guess so. We're gonna what we're gonna do after the stream is we're gonna make you a list of the movies and or books or other items of culture that you need to listen or watch to while on trips.
Yeah.
You've got to at least be 10 years younger than us, based off of what I've heard.
I'm currently 27.
Yep. Okay.
At least 10 years.
Don't say at least, and I know it's a little more.
Oh, apologies. Sorry.
Yeah, that sounds exactly correct.
Exactly 10 years away from us. Yes,
or
I
less,
see.
Maybe. Who knows?
I know. I don't math.
How accurate.
No. I'm celebrating representing class of 2000. We are your future.
I mean, if y'all pull out some like Gary V or like Dave Ramsey references, I'd get all of those.
That's it.
Okay.
Let's see here. Me and a coworker completely quoted our way through The Princess Bride. A shift worked. That's how we found out the most of the film is two characters talking. Yeah. Absolutely. It's like such, gosh, if you want to.
You can go through the whole thing with just two characters.
It's such a feel-good like movie. I don't know. It's so good. I get sad and then I'm like, let's watch The Princess Bride. And then I feel better. So
I like listening to Dave Ramsey, but I don't have actually any money. So a lot of it's lost on me. When you talk about like, investments, I see. Like life insurance. I'm like, why?
No, he mostly is talking about how like you should get to a point where you have money. That's the start of it.
I know he says about an envelope system, but I didn't have any envelopes, so I just put all my money under my mattress. I feel like it's very similar.
Gazelle intensity. That's all he talks about.
Here's a really, really good one. So Marco says, what is the ultimate takeaway from this entire stream of Super Fantasy Brawl is that Jesse has lived a sheltered life.
Yes. You know what you remind me of is I had a buddy that I met in the military that had lived in Alaska his whole life, and he didn't know anybody. Like, he didn't know Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, didn't know who Metallica was, like nothing. His whole life was spent on a canoe, apparently, just canoeing around Alaska. And I'm like, he didn't know anybody. I introduced him to all the bands, all the movie stars. He just knew no pop culture at all.
Not sheltered. I've been to most of the states. I hiked most of the Appalachian Trail. I once spent 150 days in complete silence, not talking. Like,
Oh my
not
gosh.
sheltered, just odd.
Now, with that 150 days, was that just because you were in a relationship with somebody, or?
No, I was completely single at the time. Believe it or not. I mean, I was completely single at the time. No, I was in high school. I went from January 1st till I think it was like March 29th or something like that. In just a vow of silence.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I've always been weird and stubborn. I actually really enjoyed it.
Oh, that's really cool. A Dr. GloryHogg could not do that.
I think we would all enjoy your vow of silence also, just in general. I think as a people.
No.
That's what would bring world peace. Like, just being quiet? Oh, yeah. No, we like this.
Jonathan says, though, Jesse, don't feel bad. I get crap all the time for the movies I haven't seen. It's okay.
It is interesting how different we are, though, because I was at PAX and they had a quiet room where you sat in there to be quiet, and they had comfortable chairs. And I went in there, and the weight of the silence in that room felt so oppressive to me. I felt uncomfortable. I started to sweat. I just was like, I was afraid to have a little cough. I'm like, I had to get out of there. I'm like, this is not relaxing for me. People not talking is not relaxing.
I am uncomfortably comfortable with silence. Like,
yeah, that's too much.
I will even feel that it is uncomfortable for the other person and not worry about leaning into it a little bit. Like, it just doesn't bother me. But no, I grew up, you know, it was more of a personal, you know, development exploration thing as a teenager, which none of the, you know, no one quite followed or understood. But, you know, I was just a stubborn teenager. I was like, I'm going to do this. And then people told me, no, you're not allowed to. And I said, great. Now there's no way you're stopping me.
That's fair. That rings true to me. I got told that a lot of times. People told me, you would never do well at this. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm signing up.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
how I ended up in Kentucky.
That's true. It is actually. I got told, oh yeah, you couldn't do the army. It's too hard. And I was like, oh, I'm going to be in the infantry.
I think that's their best recruitment strategy, is just a bunch of people saying, you couldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, that is a great recruitment strategy, because 18-year-old Derek could do anything. I was like, you want to bet? I will too.
Here's an important one. So Makush asks, Jesse, did anyone try to make you break your vow of silence by saying the Kingdom Death Monster is trash?
I didn't. Well, first off, there's plenty of reasons to justify that statement. And second off, I didn't. I've never claimed that my opinions around board games were correct. I've just claimed that they were mine. But along with that, no, I was a teen, so people were certainly bothered by it. But I think after like 30 or 40 days, no one assumed that I wouldn't make it.
That makes sense. I'm totally comfortable with silence as well. And there's nothing better than having another person totally comfortable with silence. So you can just be in silence together, and like you're just eating and like just nothing's happening.
Too bad we just discovered your partner.
Can't do it.
I love it.
And that's what she likes, because I'll do 90% of the talking for us.
Well,
this is her most outgoing, is on camera talking about board games. You get her into any other situation, and I can't tell you how many times people come up to me, they're like, does your wife hate me? And I'm like, she could, might do.
It's certainly possible.
A possibility.
Like,
but
when she's not talking to anybody, I'm like, yeah, she doesn't do that.
That's normal.
That's not her thing.
And as far as the board state goes, we haven't really changed too much. We were able to push the one purple player was able to be pushed back in the blue section there. I don't think they're going to be able to close off that victory though, because it's still going to cycle before the top of the round. But it did prevent blue from actually getting that being next adjacent to 3 statues trophy. A lot of it's just positioning and defensive plays.
I am really sad, though, to see if this is going to be a draw in this case. Like, there's nothing worse than just getting that draw and knowing, I'm 1 trophy away from getting the win points on that. And that would be sad.
I think we're about 15. There's nothing worse from her. So there's a lot of really bad things.
You know what?
And timeline-wise, this may be the 3rd game we've seen that ends without a straight victory.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Those draws are harsh.
Why did you close my Jean-Claude Van Damme window? That's the one I really needed up.
Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy.
And Fatal says,
not you, it's her.
Shakes the 8-ball. It's a possibility that she couldn't like you.
That's true. You could have done like a Penn and Teller thing, Jesse, with your vow of silence. That would have been interesting. You could have just been like, and what is your opinion on Wingspan? And you just write out like Like you're just writing it out. It would be interesting.
Listen, I'm perpetually single. That's my state of being. So
You just do some hand movements. Somebody, you know what? Jan would be able to figure that out. You'll have to have like an informational like hand movement thing. Like, I don't know. They probably have a name for it somewhere.
maybe Jan.
Sign language? It's a whole language. It's a whole language, GloryHoundd. You should check it out. A lot of people know it.
You know what? You know what's really amazing is the sign language movement that's been coming to board games and people translating stuff into sign language for people in board games. I am like super impressed with the community in general supporting that sort of stuff, which is just amazing. Like, we need to see more of that.
I would love to learn sign at some point. I know is English, and I know that poorly. But if I lived in a region, I'd be able to absorb and learn a little bit better. But I think sign, because I'm able to visualize a little bit more effectively with how my brain works, would be a little bit more of an accessible language for me to pick up.
I've always wanted to do sign language just because I pronounce everything so poorly. I feel like that's the one I can nail.
That's the one.
As long as you can do the one. Right, you're good.
Not with those fingers.
That's true.
So Jonathan says this is way less of a bloodbath than the Taze match. The fact is that Lorelei has been upgraded almost all match is crazy. My buddy never lets her live for more than a turn after she upgrades. I agree.
2 cards a turn is huge. You kill her.
Well, but she's super hard to kill. Like, the only person who's been next to her for the entire thing is going to be Kilgore, and I don't know, in terms of his damage potential, he doesn't have anything that can break through her. He's better at defense, he's better at positioning, but none of his base attacks can actually do any damage to Lorelei.
So you just run her around the map. At this point, like trying to maneuver her so she can knock her into like a trap or something would be beneficial.
My little brother brought me my pizza.
Aww. So now everybody on stream gets to hate on Jesse for having pizza while streaming.
I guess it's true, because the only thing that Corvash could do is sap strength, but they have to already be bloodied at that point. Otherwise, they're doing exactly 2 damage, and 2 damage does nothing.
No, that's huge. Like,
Corvash can't even touch Lorelei right now.
There's a lot of characters where they don't beat that threshold of 2 damage, so you have to find other ways around that by either using supporting characters, to buff characters, or trying to just push them into traps and hope that something happens where they get the extra damage put on them in that case, you know?
I like that while we were saying this, though, Lorelei did die.
Did she? Nice.
Yeah, she's unkillable, except for when she dies. 90% of the time, she's unkillable.
Let's see here. It is easy to work towards a draw, or do both sides need to do that?
It can happen very easily, I feel like. Because there's so many different ways to score with the objectives, and then by like actually killing your opponent, it can be very easy to get to a draw and then just get stuck there when neither side gives up that last trophy.
I think that, in this game, the match is so tight because you only have those 5 points that you're going for. So you're only maybe 1 point away from somebody the entire game for the most part. You know, we're seeing lots of three trophies, you know, a 2 and a 3, and you stay in that range for so long that if you know your point total is coming up and you see somebody on the board that's weak, it would be super easy to get that draw by just taking out somebody's character, getting your extra trophy, the match ends. Like, I can totally see that being a thing, and just people fighting for that.
I want to say the last 5 times we've played, it's been 5-4.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So either we're both just equally bad together, or it's a tight game. One of those 2 things.
Hell hath no fury like a 1 ping damage combined with sap. That's right.
That's true.
I think, though, they have to be coming down to the line on this here.
I'm not convinced we're going to see this close out. We might, but it'll be final seconds that we do.
Well, they'll be coming up here in just a few minutes, I would imagine, because I believe table matchups were posted at 11:26. It's 12:36 now, so at any moment, really.
I just want to see Sam Healey come in here and be like, time! And then just close the window.
Close the window. Boom, they're done. All done. No more for you. No more for you. Which, they're at 4 and 4, or are they at 3 and 4 right now? I can't tell.
They're at
4 and 3, yeah.
4 and 3? Okay, I couldn't see if there was something behind the other figure.
4.
Round is officially over. Final standings to come shortly. And then the championship between the top 2. Oh, nice. Exciting.
Yeah, that last point was scored when you took out Lorelei. They've been stuck at 3-3 for some time, though.
Absolutely. So let's see here. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, though. Tight game, and you're both just equally bad together. Wow, fatal. Thanks. A little bit of A, a little bit of B, a lot of bit of the bad together.
Look, at least you're not playing in a tournament. I mean, my thing is, one thing that this tournament series has proven to me is that you can actually like play this head-to-head competitive strategically. There's ways to counter other cards. But then this is also just an accessible, lightweight, fun game to play.
Yes, absolutely.
Very much so.
Like, I'm still not going to sit down, even after watching all these people be very strategic, I'm still probably going to sit down and be like, I want to run over people today. I'm going to choose Taz.
Absolutely.
Like, no strategy, no countering, just go for it.
Taz is the strategy. If you go Taz, that is your strategy right there.
I think that's good to note. It's been fun seeing the creative things that people have come up during this tournament and what they've used to defend themselves and the different combinations and everything. And this particular skirmish style game is just a heck of a lot of fun to play, super easy to get people into. So it works really, really well at that super high tier strategic level for tournament players and putting cards down and figuring out what the player has, as well as just hanging out at your home and teaching some new people coming into it and playing this game and introducing them. Like, this is a great first level step to any sort of skirmish game because everything's really clearly labeled in this game. There's not a lot of confusion on what's happening, but there's a lot of ways to exercise what you have going on in the cards and make different things happen.
What's exercise? I haven't heard that word before.
Not last year.
Yes, the last year.
I think you're right, Jesse.
I only stopped exercising the last year.
I need to start exercising. That's what I need to do.
I exercised a lot when I was like 20, and so I feel like that's going to carry me through.
That would carry you over. Okay,
and then I'll start up again then.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how that works.
No, I really like the versatility. And yeah, I mean, I would love to play in a tournament, but Super Fantasy Brawl just has such a fun, like, quirkiness to it. The characters look amazing and stuff like that. And it's a good play for at home all the time. Like, I'm not breaking out X-Wing all the time at the house because there's so many characters, so much setup. It's not something I'm introducing to everybody because it's a lot of stuff going into it, building all of your characters and everything. There's something
you said about the grab and go nature where you can honestly just grab 3 characters based off of looks and still have a good challenge.
Right, absolutely.
Like, we've seen all kinds of mixes and they've all done well. There hasn't been there's been a few 5-0s in this thing, but that's what I think more about the players.
I would like if they developed solo bots. Oh my goodness. I don't know. That would be interesting to see that happen for sure.
Well, it sounds like you can just call Jesse at any time and he'll play with you over the phone through text message.
True. Oh, well. Specifically only the text version of this game.
And
yes, it'll be like Tase to spot 7G. Tase.
That's exactly 7G. It. That's exactly it.
Wrath.
And Marco says, what am I missing is some Wrath. Where's our rat assassin? I was wondering that as well.
Yeah, no Wrath, which we talked about that last week with Jan, how we just didn't see Wrath. And he has some really good burrow abilities where he just pops up, does damage, and then disappears. And that can be vital to, like, just to come in, ruin someone's day, and then leave and be back in position for your objective.
Yeah, we didn't. I think we saw one Wrath come out at the very, very start of this tournament as well, and I believe that faction lost. I don't think it is bad. I think maybe he's harder to understand. He looks like a burly character, but his play style is a little bit more passive. It's a little bit more defensive. He's got a ton of reach on the board as well.
Yeah, I just come in as a rogue with him. You pop in, you do some damage, and then you pop back to where you want to be for your objective.
I like Hexy's comment here. Hold on here. I like the look of it, but I don't know if I would have people to play with for Super Fantasy Brawl.
I feel like you could really play it with almost anybody because it's even easier to get into than, like, say, like a Magic the Gathering. Or
way easier than that.
It's about it like that unmatched level where you can pretty much just sit down. As long as you can read your cards, you can play. Like, you just have to have the ability to comprehend what the cards are telling you to do.
Yep.
The part that blew my mind of the game is just how quickly it sets up and breaks down. I pull out the champs, I separate their decks out every time we play, and it takes literally minutes.
Exactly.
Yes, 100%. So being someone who plays a lot more skirmish games and everything, the setup is insane. insanely easy to get to the table. This game
It's
is
made
going
for
to get
board
to my
gamers.
table. Yeah, it's made for board gamers. It's going to get to my table 1,000 times more than any other skirmish game that I have to
'Cause
set
we
up and go
have
through all the players.
Blood
and
Bowl,
stuff.
Malfo, Attack Wing, both X-Wing and the D&D
Mhm.
Attack Wing.
Plus,
We have all those games.
have the special Warhammer sets. What are they? Like
Shadow,
the Beast. Yeah, I
Beast.
can't- Beast Grave and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
we have
Shadow
like all
Grave.
3 sets of
I think
those.
it's Beast and Shadowgrave.
Yeah.
But this just gets the table by just going, I want this character, and you grab those cards, and you're ready to go.
The
Basically.
minis look amazing. It's amazing to put on the table. Yeah, it's definitely grab and go. Easy to understand. Like those cards are just, I can't tell you how nice it is just to have cards that you can look at them and be like, oh, this is clearly a movement.
Super,
Like,
super legible.
absolutely. You know, if you're doing like a dash ability, they have the little arrow if it's before or after an action. Like it's, once you know those icons, which it's really just a handful of them, it's so easy to introduce people to. So I totally recommend it for anybody that's looking for a skirmish game to start with or wants to introduce people to skirmish style games. It's a good one.
Agreed.
Agreed. Wrath dies a lot, IMO. He wants to stay back and protect your ranged assets. That's fair.
Well, as Dave Ramsey would say, you should protect your assets in a... Oh, sorry.
No shield, only 6 health, so he is a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah. That's probably
he gets to move, like, he gets to move, attack, and then move again, which not a lot of characters get to do that.
He does. Passive defense with a jump as well, which isn't bad.
Well, we aren't seeing a lot of characters played that are in that mid-range there. But we're seeing a lot of characters that have lots of high damage that can be dealt to them that are being played so they can stay out on the table more. And then characters that are super maneuverable and might have lower health but still have a lot of defense because people are wanting them to stay in the entire time because it's a huge handicap having that player go off the board and spending a whole turn to try to put them back out on the board. So I think maybe Wrath just falls into that range where they're not quite good enough to pass up the fact that they only have 6 health.
Well, what I think is really interesting is that last week when we were getting to the top 16, there was a lot of Sulka and Dugard combos, period. Just a lot of those combos with Zhao in there or maybe a Goldar, but it seemed like that was the team to beat. And now here we're in the top 8, and you're right, they've skewed towards heavy attack characters with less of that Dug Run Sulka combo.
Yeah.
Where you can't move them and stuff. So it's very interesting that it's flipped in this top 8 where people have gone more aggressive, it seems like. And we're not seeing a bunch of defensive characters. And we've seen like a lot more Lorelei than we have the whole rest of the time too.
That's actually a really good, interesting statement. Go ahead.
And Games is pointing out something that I was comparing. Wrath is very similar to Gwaine in a lot of ways, in terms of the range, in terms of the positioning, and the high damage output. He even pointed out that 6 health, no defense, similar on both of them. But with Gwaine's range and splash damage, it seems to be more common choice. You can do more of, AOE, and you can hit multiple characters at the same time. However, he said that the reaction card is going to be key. Now, they're both going to have yellow reaction cards. With Gwaine, you're going to have a +1 shield, and then you're specifically going to have, if the attacker is not adjacent to the target, this card gains +2 instead. So just a little bit of a buff there. However, go to ground here with Wrath is going to be +1 shield, so same resource used with a after effect of jump 2. So reposition your characters. I have to admit, I actually like Wrath's reaction card more than I like Gwaine's there. That maneuverability is pretty powerful.
Oh, what is Marco saying? It comes down to the card synergy for him because he can play 2 cards that'll move him, take away his defense, and do a hella damage output. But you need to have like a Lorelei character to increase your card draw to make it more possible. Okay, that makes sense. So there is definitely a synergy here. And I feel like as more characters are released, we'll get more and more synergies where you'll see a lot of people that might want to do like a high damage output and then have like a character that really capitalizes on that bloodied, or characters that might try to capitalize on everybody having dash and just moving around the board all the time.
You missed a comment. I do have to defend my honor here for just a moment.
Yes.
Someone asked if I'm eating pizza with a fork. I am not. I'm eating chicken bites with a fork. I would never demean myself to eat pizza with a fork.
That's fancy in Kentucky, so you're just being fancy, Jesse, okay?
No, ma'am. That's sacrilegious. That would be blasphemy in Kentucky.
Is over here with your Snickers with like a knife and a fork, eating your Snickers?
So good. So good. We're fancy.
Oh,
Way to
man.
do it.
Not me.
Wow, so someone said they got 14 damage out with Gawain in one turn.
What? Oh my gosh.
Maybe all
Multiple
three
people
cards?
and stuff?
Now just he's taking a look. He's like, let's take that back to the scoreboard.
Well, okay, so if you have your
So
chain
you have
lightning, you're
you have
hitting everybody.
Flame Spear can be a solid 3 damage, so do the math for me.
Right.
3
Okay.
damage there with Flame Spear. Let's assume then you pull Chain Lightning out, which is going to do 3 damage as well. That'd be 6. Add in after effect of 2 damage to any other champion. So you could do another 4 total damage.
So, okay. So it's 10.
10.
No, that's
question
11.
That's 11. So
I'm like reading other cards.
maybe then you pull Ignite out. Maybe it was a three-hand cycle of Gawain.
it has
All
to be.
3 resources. Ignite comes out. You're doing 2 additional damage. That or you have another ally that's buffing her attack damage. But yeah, I mean, that's a ton of potential damage right there in her deck.
Fireball and chain lightning, says Jonathan Kelly. Oh my gosh. That would be terrible. That would make me so
combination.
upset. If that happened to me in game, I would be so angry, everyone. Like so angry about that combination. They just blow up your board and you're like, all right, well, this game is over.
And we did.
That's right.
So we're
Followed
like,
with an
oh,
ignite.
so what are you going to be doing with that character Gawain was attacking? Oh, he's sleeping.
You just
He's
break
sleeping
the
now.
character. You're like,
Would you just light the character on fire? Just start melting the meeple, just start burning the
the
miniature?
last time, Gwen, it's the last time you've done this to me.
Ooh, he mistakenly went for 3 to next to 1 statue. That's the AoE we were talking about.
We haven't seen much Sulk out here either.
Not
She's-
today.
But
She's
last
one-
week, all over the place.
I love her art style. I love her artwork.
Yeah. So let's see here. Being able to move on opponent's turn from a reaction means you can secure a victory card. It can be very strong, but yes, Fireball plus Chain Lightning 1 turn is an awesome combo. So yeah,
It's a ridiculous combo.
and absolutely on being able to move on another person's turn. Like if you got pushed out of an area and you just need that one other person in there and you're able to have a reaction to move yourself back in or something, that makes a big difference too. Absolutely. So final standings after the semifinals. Let's take a look here.
So Remi or Carbo with 16 points. And then it looks like it's going to be Chni with 13 points, which they just got that off their last win.
Yeah,
And knocked
they
somebody
just
else out of that
moved
spot.
up. That's what I was talking about.
Because the next 3 players below them all have 12 points. So they were all 1 point away. So that means basically Chni had a draw in there somewhere where they all had a full loss.
Yeah.
And so like that one draw that Chni had somewhere in the tournament made all the difference. And that puts them in that 2nd place.
And then what are the other ones?
Then we have, looks like Soufrouga, and then Artemis, and then Von Rakouv, which is Fabrice at 5th. And then Marc, who's Thag, is 6th. Then you have DeathofRaven at 7, and then Meeex at 8. Very interesting. It'll be interesting to see who they pair off against each other.
Oops, let's see here. Right. Pure damage wise, Gawain is queen, but is dependent on adjacency. But Wrath has movement to go after challenges as well as do the damage.
I
So
think
it
we
really matters
figured
what
out-
sort of thing you're going for.
Well, so if Jesse's a Gawain and I'm a Taze, I think we figured out that Marco is a Wrath. Marco's favorite character might be Wrath. Just saying.
Marco, is your favorite character Wrath? Possibly. What is this meeple conversation we have going on here? What's
Meeples
hugging
can't hug back, their
meeples?
arms don't move. That's what they
Aw.
crave. You still have to hug your meeples. You still have to hug your meeples.
So Remi and Nicolas will be in the championship, but Remi doesn't have the time to play. Best of 3 right now. So they're just working on what's going on. So it'll be just a few minutes here.
That's fair, because best of 3, that's a couple more matches, to say the least.
Okay, and final posting will be posted as soon as it is finished up. So they'll get those out to you. Make sure to stay tuned for that on Mythic Games channel
So if
on Facebook.
So if I understand that correctly, they're going to actually do the best 2 of 3 offline?
I believe so. So yeah, the championship round done. I think so. I'll double check. You two converse.
Very interesting.
Oh,
Back to beard.
Let's go.
tell me
back-
more about
What
that.
products are you using?
Oh, I haven't been using any product. I just got some RPG inspired beard balms. I'm not sure what beard balms do, but someone reached out. Tony reached out because I was growing out my beard and sent me a beard comb. It's a +1 comb of beard taming,
Nice.
and then I got a. So I actually put on a charisma balm last night. So if I seem a little bit more charismatic,
That's
it's
why.
because I got +1 from that status effect.
It's good
Yeah,
for
I don't
people
even
like-
know what do balms do. It smells delicious, but I don't know what they do.
So what it does is it helps soften the hair and it helps it to be brushed better. So I think you have what I have, which is like that kind of wiry beard hair,
It's
you know, where
very
it gets
scratchy. It irritates
Yeah,
me
it gets-
constantly.
everywhere. So it kind of helps moisturize and then lay the hair flatter. So when you see the guys that have like the ZZ top beards, but they're like long and straight, it's because they're using like a hot iron type of situation, and then they're using like beard balm and stuff like that to keep it so that their hair gets straight. Because otherwise,
what if-
everyone's beard hair gets all curly.
What if I want mine substantially curlier?
Then you would probably just not brush it as much, and it'll just get that way. You can just
Well,
do this.
I never brush it. I constantly do this, and I never brush it. So, you know.
So you are definitely from Kentucky. That makes sense.
I mean, does it look? You've seen my long hair. Does it ever seem like I brush that either?
That picture that you posted up of when they shaved the sides of your head, that killed me.
All
That
right.
killed me.
Listen, I think I'm gonna have to like get them to do it again because it's starting to get straggly and pointy. Like, you should not go to Great Clips in Alabama. I learned my lesson. I did it once. It completely changed my hairstyle.
Forever changed.
Yeah,
Let me just say, the beard talk is just riveting, you two. Just riveting beard
all
talk.
right. Don't pretend like you're not slightly invested in this.
She's invested. Oh, trust me, when I get a new beard balm, she knows. She's like, oh, is that new?
Yeah.
Is that shipwrecked? Like it is. Shipwrecked.
This for me.
Smell the Bay rum?
For me, I've never I for the entirety of my life, I've done a winter test run of a beard. And I thought I'd never be able to do that anymore because of Quackalope. I was like, I just look so scraggly. I've got the Amish neck beard. Like, it just doesn't work for me. But everyone seems to be okay with it at the moment. So we're just going to keep moving forward. Like, this is the first year where my beard's been thick enough to justify attempting to grow it out. That's a big step for me. I'm 27 years old. This is a big moment in my life.
I honestly, I grew this out during our honeymoon. So we had a honeymoon. So I had like a good 2 weeks start on it. And I came to work and people were like, what are you doing there with that? And I'm like, oh, I'm probably going to shave it. And then I didn't for like another 2 weeks. And then at that point, I had a month on it. And it almost looked like I was attempting to grow a beard at that point. So then I kept it going because it took me 25 years to get a beard.
Since you've been married, has she seen you clean shaven?
No. Actually, I've only had the beard since we've been married.
That's true. It's like it started like right after that. That was like you're transitioning into marriage.
Is this where the beard resentment's coming from? Is that what's happened? Like
maybe
you married a clean-shaven man? And, yeah. Okay.
Apparently, just
like they
really
say, every man doesn't
jealous.
become a father till they hold their child that first time. I feel
Listen.
like every beard doesn't become a man because my beard is manly now because of the marriage.
Right.
Because of the marriage for you.
Listen, GloryHoundd, I cannot compete with you when it comes to style and design of hair. I have to earn my credit somewhere. I just carry this perpetually homeless vibe, which is going to be very accurate next year because I am going to be living in my car for about 8 months straight. So,
Oh my gosh. Here's Fatal's. Doc's clean shaven, the little
I
baby.
do look like a baby. Even just wearing a mask, because everyone's wearing a mask when you go out, I started getting carded again. Like the last couple of years, I haven't been carded, right? Because my kid's like 10. So they're like, well, if you've got a rugrat that big, you're probably old enough, right? But when I wear the mask, they're like, sir, can you show us your ID? And I'm like, oh, because I look so much younger with it covered, I guess.
All right, Jonathan, that is the most backhanded compliment.
All right.
That one hurts.
It does.
Thank you. You know what? I will choose to take it as a genuine compliment. Thank you very much. I know I nail the neck beard. And so do all of my current and past relationships, which don't exist.
Oh, We're gonna say, was the battle cry saying that you just have glue, like you glued on beard?
Like glue, that
yeah.
would be great.
You're like, whoosh.
I would love to do a Mission Impossible style like reveal where I rip it off.
That would be amazing. It would be fun to get some reveals at the end of this tournament. Sam and Marco will have to get Leo to send in some spoilers.
Yeah, Leo is the king
that
of
would be amazing.
Stuff during live streams. You know, it's like, I don't know if it's because he's switching from French to English that he just forgets he's not supposed to tell the secrets.
He's not supposed to say the secrets. The secrets just come out because he can't arrange the words like in the right way, you know? So like the secrets fall out.
I would do the same thing though. Like there's stuff that I know that I just wish I could just spill all the time. Like anytime I hear anything like trade secrety wise, you know, we're like, this is in production or this is happening. I'm like, I just want to tell everybody, but you know, I don't.
know specifically because whenever we start talking about something secret, DrGloryHogg goes like this.
And I fade to black.
And then he gets that face on him and you're like, oh, he knows something. And then that's the time to grill him at
then
that
she
point.
starts asking me questions like afterwards. She's like, what do you know? And I'm like, nothing. There's going to be a legacy game. And I like leave. That's what I have to do. That's what I have to do.
DrGloryHogg is sus. Okay, so takeaways from the tournament thus far.
Taze is definitely the best character that's ever been created.
That's just your one takeaway for one game, okay?
I'm just going to play. I'm just going to play 3 Taze. That's it.
Sorry, I'm just looking at something here. So, Jesse, over all the time that you've spent looking at all these tournaments and everything, what was your favorite thing to have come from all of this? And I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything like that.
No. Easy. It's going to be the Hog. I got to be honest. Growing my relationship with him, having conversations back and forth. I mean, I feel like we have a budgeting friendship. It's there we are. Let me answer seriously though. When it comes to observing people's strategy, when it comes to actually building the deck, the biggest takeaway for me came from when I was talking with the community about how you can strategically build your deck, how you can do that drafting phase a little bit more purposely, and realizing that these reaction cards are such an essential part to that. So when it comes to the strategy of the game, it never clicked in my mind that I want to build a character system or a deck that allows me to utilize a variation of reaction cards. Like we saw in the very first tournament today, someone pointed out, well, 2 of his reaction cards are going to be red, which is also your primary attack sequence.
Right, and that means you can't play them both in one turn if you have to, too. Sometimes if you could double reaction, yeah, you're setting yourself up kind of behind on the next turn, but you've also just completely foiled their plan if you double react.
Yeah, and so for me, I've really enjoyed figuring out some more of the depth, some more of the strategy. I've enjoyed going through the characters, but I've also saw some characters that I really want to actually get out and play with. Yeah. Like Taz, I've never used Taz. I really want to get him onto the board and just rampage through some people. Gwen, I already knew she was one of my favorites. That's just been reaffirmed more. But we were just talking about Wrath. I'm curious to utilize Wrath in the same way that I utilize her. Because like I said, I don't usually see him as a little bit more of a hold back and pepper with damage. I usually try to go forward. I think it's the art style that influences my choices there. But I don't have to, I can actually play more true to the cards and less true to, what I think they'd be doing.
Well, it would be interesting to see somebody play a Gwen Wrath and then have something like a Doug run up front. And then you're just back there just going to town or something. That would definitely be interesting.
I wonder if that would be, a path to, be a path to, 3 or 4 points scored just by killing people.
Yeah, I don't know. That could definitely work.
So, Doctor, then what's your takeaway from all of this?
My takeaway is still that Taze is the best character ever. And then I was right the whole time. I never should have wavered. Now, I want to actually try out Suzhou because I have not given this Jade Tiger any love at all. And I got to try out the Jade Claw. I just have to now at this point. Some of the stuff he does seems like things that I would want to do with a character. I like doing that burst damage. I like getting right in people's faces. Being aggressive off the pitch and just being right at my opponent. So I think he fits into that strategy very well. It might even be better than me doing Taze and then kind of 2 support characters. Might make sense for me to have another aggressive character so I can get in there and do the old pincher movement.
Sure.
I think my takeaway from this has just been the creativeness that I've seen from all of the different players playing this and all the things I didn't think about, and I think that's really the reason why you need to watch tournaments is seeing people operate and play characters in different ways that you didn't even think about. And then that opens up your understanding of the cards and your maneuverability as a player. And it makes you a stronger player overall. There's a reason why pro players go back and they watch all of these different tournaments happen and what people are playing, why they're playing them, what happens with things. It's that super, super important knowledge. You know, you can play at home with all of your friends and everything, and every play is going to just give you that much more experience. And the more people you play with, the more people you see play, you're just going to get that much more creativity as you're going around. So I was super happy to be able to host this for everybody and be able to commentate on all of this, because that has been my favorite part, is just seeing the way that everybody has put all these characters into action and how they have elevated my game because of that, you know?
No, definitely. And yeah, I'm just realizing some of these things from watching this is that the team I played last had 3 blue reacts. All of them blue reacts. That's it. So kind of interesting. So I did want to touch on the finals. They're going to be posting the finals on Facebook. There was one match that was reported incorrectly. So the final pairing or the final pairing / top 2 might change slightly depending on that.
And they're going to have that on Facebook. So stay tuned for that. And the final players they're not going to be able to play right now. So that is going to be something that you all are going to have to wait on. I really apologize for not being able to bring it to you right this second, but everybody has time constraints.
A best out of 3. I mean, that's about a 2.5, 3 hour block, especially
it's a whole nother block for sure.
If you all have loved this tournament play and everything, make sure to like and subscribe to Mythic Games channel, as well as Jesse from Quackalope Games and us, DrGloryHogg and GloryHoundd from GloryHoundd
Look for GloryHoundd Presents. Yeah, not for DrGloryHogg.
So, Jesse, where exactly can we find you at? So if people want to follow you, that would be fantastic.
Oh, they shouldn't follow me. You should subscribe to Mythic Games, and you should swing over immediately and subscribe to GloryHoundd, which I believe can be found on almost every single media platform under the title GloryHoundd. You should also friend request Derek, because he also exists on Facebook.
He does.
I'm on there a lot.
He'll talk with you all the time.
He does. He's very chatty. He's very interactive.
Where can people find you?
So I believe if you just type in GloryHoundd with 2 Ds into the Google little bar there, you're going to come up with our website, and we have links to our Twitter, Facebook, YouTube accounts and everything.
Instagram.
Yeah, we do live streams.
Do stuff on YouTube.
Well, we do live streams specifically on YouTube 2 to 3 times a week, every single week. We talk about lots of Kickstarters. We actually talked about Super Fantasy Brawl.
We talked about this when it was a campaign, and then we played it live once we got it back after we had backed it.
That's right. So we have done a lot of coverage on this particular game because we love it so much and everything. So we're super excited to bring that to you. So make sure to follow us on there.
And then I know Jesse has some live play or at least maybe not live play, but you have some recorded play of Super Fantasy Brawl, correct?
Right?
We do. Yeah, we have some gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and thank you to our chat and everybody who hung out with us during this tournament and everything. We really appreciate all of your commentary that you've given us. We go back and read all of those comments and what everybody's saying. And it has upped our level and our game as we've gone through the tournament, because we started as this being a new thing that nobody's really done before in the board game industry. And I hope that we've been able to bring you something really fun to watch and to, take into the future and make better,
Yeah, and I do print off all these comments. I print them off
we put them on our wall. We have our comment wall.
And I go through them nightly, like as a mantra. I'm like, he's creepy though. Okay, thanks.
Yes, he's creepy. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. Oh, I got to remember that.
I will remember that every day.
Oh no.
Oh, I love the last 3 letters on your Twitter handle. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I think other than that, make sure to stay tuned for the information that Mythic Games is going to release to you.
Yeah, I would follow them there. And you can also request that they put up the room number or whatever whenever they do the best 2 out of 3.
So then you guys can
watch from Tabletopia yourself.
And join their Discord, because they should be able to post that in there as well and everything. And thank you so much for everybody.
Yeah. You just have to do our voices like in your own head. Like just think what we would say.
Well,
your voice is always in my head, sir.
Aww. Other than that, we are signing off. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We will see all of you later. Bye.
Bye.